Morning. Oh, God, look at me. Oh, I'm an old tart, don't I? How you doing, people? All doing good? Hopefully everybody's happy and well. Greetings.
Good evening. How are you?
Not brilliant today, actually.
Tired.
I don't feel brilliant, but I'm dead yet, so I suppose that's an improvement. So yes, so how's things been with you? All right?
Yeah. It's been quite a nice day actually. It hasn't been too hot. Had a little bit of rain. Almost civilised.
Yep, steady on now. Yeah, it's been crazy day. It's been a crazy week actually, to be honest.
Yeah. So much for early retirement, hey?
I don't even know how to spell the word. There'd be no retirement for me, young man. I'll have you know.
Well, just keep going as long as you can, and don't, just slow down and pick and choose. Hey, Matt.
Evening.
He's a wise boy in the house, that you know. You know.
This is what happens when you've got an 8-year-old fucking leaving shit in your car.
Whoa, steady. Matt, suit you, keep moving.
Put my real eyes on. There we go. There we go. Everyone all right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
a little bit.
Busy day?
It's been a busy week, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not so much the work, it's the relentlessly banging your head against the wall aspect of it.
Yeah.
So I've literally had to completely deconstruct something that I've been putting together this week. Literally back to square one and start all over again.
Shit.
Yeah.
Not good. Not good.
No.
So did you get work done in the car today? Did you get
No, but I did take it out for a run. Took her out.
Right.
Gave probably about 3 people a lift as well. So yeah, it's been mental. You know, people wanted me to stop, get out, and me take a photograph of them standing next to it and stuff like that. It's like,
that's what happens.
mate,
You see.
it's like wandering through the town centre with a fucking elephant. You know, it's like, oh, look, can we ever go on the elephant?
Well,
So-
you see, if you took my advice and had, KRS synth restoration written on the side, it's all tax deductible.
Yeah, but do you know what?
You don't want the attention anymore, do you?
You can't go down the shops without getting sort of like socially raped. It's ridiculous.
Well,
That's right.
it's good for the agoraphobia.
That's why I drive a Seat. No fucking cares.
Yeah, they're starting to look very appealing, very stylish.
No, I'd rather have the Mustang, mate.
You wouldn't want to have to pay the fuel bill, though.
No, that's true.
She hasn't been too bad so far, but no, the thing is, it's the state of the roads around here. Mustangs, or this particular Mustang, is not known for its smooth
What, with
ride.
a live rear axle? Surely not.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God! I think I've just pushed my coccyx into the back of my neck. Oy.
Oh, God. Love it.
So, excuse me. I've been doing a bit of relaxing actually this afternoon. Electric pianoing and CS80ing and what have you, and just messing around.
Nice.
Yeah, it really just makes everything just melt away. Guten Tag.
He's actually got a white shirt on. I don't think I've ever seen Rob with anything other than a black shirt.
And Rob's introduced an echo. Take a drink.
I have no drink yet.
So what obscure vinyl that no one's heard about did you buy last night?
Got some nice line art.
Of bands that we've never heard about and never will, apart from when you mention it here.
Oh, here we go. Right, starting at number 1 with ooh,
Okay. Yep, heard of them.
White vinyl. Abbey Road Half Speed Remaster.
Oh,
Yep, heard of them.
Okay.
Okay, I take it back. I stand corrected
albeit
thus far.
Missing one of the Bananarama tracks. It's got Ain't What You Do, but it hasn't got Really Saying Something, because that was credited to Bananarama featuring Funboy 3. But on the original compilation, which this is a replica of, it was on there, but it's not on this one. Silly. Absolutely stupid.
But it makes it unique.
Well, it does, I suppose.
Yeah.
Deacon Blue, Raintown,
Oh, okay.
which is first and probably best
I
album.
was never really a fan of Deacon Blue. I've got to say.
Ty isn't a fan of Deacon Blue either. He told me
Really?
today, weirdly
Yeah.
enough. Yeah. Okay.
Can't
Milkman
stand
of
the
Human
twat.
Kindness.
Can't stand him.
I wonder why.
Well, if you ever visit his palace in Dorset, you'll understand.
His palace, yes. Baggy trousers. And
Yes,
I
very
thought this would be just like a 2-track thing, but it's not. It's actually a new 6-track EP,
Oh, nice.
which is very nice, which I thought was cool. This one's nice. This is for one for sitting down and enjoying with a set of headphones. Peter Gabriel, Live Blood.
Oh, all right.
The entire Hammersmith Apollo thing, 3 LP thing. And then the Gilded
Prince.
Billions.
Yeah.
As a replica of the very rare promo version that they did back in the day. So that was today's acquisitions. Altered Images has been stuck in customs apparently, so I couldn't get the Altered Images today.
Ah. But was it worth the 9 hours sitting in a car with Betty Swallocks?
It's better than the 13 hours that I normally do.
He's got air,
13.
he's got air conditioning. So
Ah.
Got that as well from my mate, which is very good. So no, the thing is, I got there about 11:30. Now I normally get there at 5 p.m. on the Friday.
So you could have done the show then.
I could have done the show, but
God.
I actually kind of enjoyed the fact that I didn't have to, and I could just relax before I went, because I would have been in such a rush to finish and then get ready and go. So
but
we
did-
had to endure a whole hour about fucking Arturia V collection. You bastard.
first complaint I've heard so far.
good evening, sir.
It's the first person he's spoken to today.
Oh, seriously. I got there at 11:30, right? And my mate,
You won't go
who I-
like tonight then.
my mate,
8 fucking hours of it, mate.
no. My mate, who I normally queue up with, said that there wasn't much on this, because this basically today. See, timey-wimey. Today was an extension of the April event,
Yes.
because they
Because they couldn't get all the stock.
exactly. So he said what was left over for today didn't really interest him, so he was going to queue outside HMV, because HMV, not being an independent store, aren't involved in Record Store Day. But what HMV have started to do is do their own little kind of thing where they do exclusive releases on the same day, which is a little bit of a pain in the arse, because you can only get those releases at an HMV store, and if you don't have an HMV store in your vicinity, it's not like, so he was going to get, there was a couple of Tears for Fears reissue or releases. There was a Seeds of Love with some extra stuff and a picture disc of The Tipping Point. Turns out he didn't even bother going to do that. He was too fucking lazy. So I was on me Todd. Now normally people start turning up at sort of 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Nobody turned up until 4:30, because they say it was a short list, so there was not a huge amount of interest. So I'm there literally for 5 hours on my own with a camping chair outside the shop.
Billy No Mates. Yeah.
Billy No Mates, with luckily the record store is not on the main drag through the town. It's just like on a side street, but it's still a street that people, sort of go up and down after they've been kicked out of the pubs and the clubs. There's the funniest. This couple come walking down the street. And they're clearly, pissed up, but not, badly. They're just, incredibly merry. And he was a Geordie and she was Spanish, which is made for an interesting combination. And they're walking down the street and you can hear them just. And as they walk past me, he goes, "Merry Christmas," and I go, "Yeah, Merry Christmas, mate." And as they walk off, his wife says to him in Spanish, in this is thick Spanish accent, "Oh, why are you being so stupid?" And he said, "Me, stupid? I'm not the one sat on a picnic chair in the middle of a street in Bury St Edmunds at 3 a.m. And I thought, yeah, fair point, mate, fair point. Yeah. But no, there was, it was just, it's funny because actually my friend said to me this afternoon, he was asked how it went, and he said, "How many other places in the country can you sit in the middle of a town centre on your own
vagrancy,
and either not get picked up by the cops or have the shit kicked out of you and get mugged?" And I thought, yeah, Suffolk.
I was going to say, how many times did the police sort of do a drive-by?
Oh, they just that's that Puricelli chap, just ignore him.
That's another thing, that there was no drive-bys. Normally you get the meat wagon 3 or 4 times during the night. There was nothing last night, and I don't know why that was, because it was it was a really lovely night. There was lots of people out.
Probably because a lot of people were at home getting drunk in their gardens.
True, yeah, but
it
was still quite busy in
as
town.
opposed to in town.
It was still quite busy in town, but no, there was no driver. And when they have stopped, on the 1 or 2 occasions they have stopped, they've always said, "What are you getting?" Because they know what's going on. So it's, I say, this is the benefit of living in a sleepy Suffolk. Yes, numb arse. And our mate from hiding my can of beer from, because we're not allowed to drink in the town centre. There's a bylaw, so.
Not even in a brown paper bag.
Indeed, yeah. So no, it was nice because obviously it was nice weather and everything. But yeah, eventually some people turned up and we had a nice little conversation. A couple of lads from Thetford. So, and then by the time the shop opened, there was only about 15 or 20 people queuing up. So I just thought, I could have literally stayed, gone to bed, had some sleep, got up at 3 o'clock, got to Bury St Edmunds for 4, and still have been first in the queue. But hey ho. So there you go.
Didn't know that at the time.
Didn't know that at the time. You never know. Certainly, especially when there's 1 or 2 releases that like that Prince one, and the Billy Bragg. They only got 2 copies of Billy Bragg, so I'd have missed out on that. Too many. Yeah. So it was. And then you get home and you have some breakfast, and then all of a sudden, every time you sit down, oh shit! So I've grabbed a couple of hours because the wife took the kids out to watch that Buzz Lightyear thing. Kids, they're 16 and 18, but fucking hell. So
always be your kids, mate.
Oh yeah, indeed. So I've got a nice little bit of kit, and I won't be staying too long because I've got a bottle of wine downstairs that I'm going to polish off, and then sleep the sleep of the righteous. And then get woken up. It's Father's Day tomorrow, so probably more booze. Hey. And a steak.
I'm not
and maybe a blowjob.
Not seeing my boy tomorrow because he's got fucking COVID.
Oh no!
2.5 years he swerved it and he finally caught it.
He gets it, Jesus.
Yeah.
Still better to get it now than like last year when it was a nastier version.
Yeah. He says he's over the worst of it, but can't risk it.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So yes, but it doesn't mean I haven't got the 2 littler ones coming in, kicking the shit out of me tomorrow. So.
Yes. No, mine just nowadays, their age is just sort of come and go, "Happy birthday" or "Happy Father's Day," and then you open it and say thank you, and then they fuck off and you don't see it for the rest of the day. Okay.
No, I can celebrate today because it's 8 years since my ex-wife fucked off.
Hey. Excellent.
Every cloud.
Indeed.
I'll go to that. Yeah.
So it's not exactly a solemn occasion then.
No. No.
Asio Head wants to see my vinyl collection. Oh, Jesus.
That's code.
Yeah.
Get your vinyls out.
Yeah.
Think John Peel.
Getting there. I've actually got it's all in a room. I have a room with just my vinyl in. It's a small-ish room, but it's still got a
Have you
couple
got
of
it
large Calyx units.
all on shelves?
21 by 13.
Yeah, it's all on big Calyx units. I've got a 5x5 and a 4x4, and then a whole bunch of 7-inch sized boxes next to it, and then all the box sets sit on top. And it's getting a little bit messy at the moment because it's getting very full, and I don't know where else I'm going to put it. So, because I mean, right now I've got this lot down here. The lighting's not very good. Is that? Yeah, can you see? There's all just there. There's a whole pile there, which is the stuff from April that I haven't listened to yet. So it stays here until I listen to it. So.
This is one thing that I suspect that people of the fairest sex don't quite understand, is that whatever space a man is allowed to have, they will expend their collection of things exponentially until it is full.
Yeah, that's it. It's like when you buy a mixer. Never buy a mixer for the amount of channels you need. Buy double, because you know you're going to fill
at
them
least.
up. Yeah.
If not two. Yeah.
So, yeah. So, yes, very tired.
Yeah.
Very dry, dehydrated, I think, as well.
Yeah, very.
And he's going to go and drink wine.
I'll have some water.
Have a few beers beforehand.
Yeah, there's a lot of water in it.
Yeah. Well, you know, Jesus turned it from water to wine, didn't he? So it must be
He
something.
did, yeah.
Yeah.
I had a Sunday school teacher who used to do. You know, you can do the water to wine as a magic trick. I don't know quite how it's done, but he did it. And but he did it, this thing, and my old man was just, he couldn't give a fuck about this. And he laid right into it. You're bloody performing magic tricks in front of kids and claiming it's a work of God. And he said, no, I'm quite open to the fact that it's a trick. I'm just demonstrating what Jesus did do. You know,
He conned people. Yes.
Yes. So,
Now that's magic.
you would like this, not a lot, but you're gonna like it.
It's what the Romans said to Jesus at the end, isn't it?
Yeah, you're gonna like this, not a lot, but you're gonna like it. Oh, damn. They're all gonna go to hell.
I'll be in good company, I don't care.
Well, exactly, yeah. They have more fun down there, apparently.
The thing about because it keeps coming up now all the time.
What's that?
Old Family Guy with Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
No, but this one was. He goes something about the cut scene. So it was he goes Jesus wasn't that great and everything like that. And he's standing in front of all these people going like that, and they're all going. No, that's not a miracle.
Whenever I think of hell, I think of South Park, the movie.
Yeah.
Devil went up there. Great scene.
Oh man.
Oh, yes.
Well, the thing is, if you read Dante's Inferno, actually the various levels, they're not actually hell, they're just normal life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Level 2, owning analog.
Well, level 4 is modular.
DX7.
Yeah, but level 10 is analog, but it's not working.
That's what
And 11 is we're still waiting for the chips.
we all know who's running that level, don't we?
Yeah.
Hang on, where's Ty?
Here's a recommendation for you. Have you heard of The Range?
Right.
It's a shop,
Check-
isn't it?
I was going to say they sell lawnmowers, don't they?
Yeah, check it out. It's it's his third album. Basically, he's a musician, but he takes he scours through YouTube and Instagram and all those kind of TikTok things, and
So
looks.
plagiarist.
No. He goes through all of that stuff, and he finds people who are doing like, you get these very talented singers. They're just like singing a song, or maybe they've got their own song and they're just singing it. And he'll find the ones that he really, really likes, and then he'll contact them, and he gets all their permission. They all get a cut of everything, but he then takes their vocal and then puts it to music, his own music, with all their permission and everything. And it's really very clever, very clever. And that's the new album, Mercury. It's really, really good.
I'd like
Very
to be
electronic.
I'd like to be his rights manager.
Yeah,
That'd be quite interesting.
These days there's divisions, isn't there? It's a standard practice nowadays, isn't it? But I mean, none of the people on that do the vocals, whether it's rapping or singing or whatever, that none of them are known artists. They're all just people that just do stuff on YouTube, like somebody would do a hardware jam. It's them doing a vocal jam or something.
Yeah.
So people who tend to actually be better than commercial artists.
Yeah, mostly. A lot of them are very good. Especially the he does tend to focus on a lot of UK stuff. So he's got a lot of these kind of grime rappers or stuff, and some of the stuff is really, really good. Really good. Yeah, worth checking out. And he's done a whole visual album as well. Every track has got like an animated video to it, so you can just go on YouTube and listen to the whole album and watch the video as well. So
That's a good move.
I was talking to somebody last night about Malcolm McLaren's Duck Rock and how he did a video album. Like every track on that album had a video made for it, and he went all around the world to do it. I mean, it wasn't a cheap thing. He went to Soweto to record the video for the track of the same name. He went to the Appalachians in America to do something there. Big thing. I mean, it's like a 50-minute long form video, but every track got a video. Only ever available on VHS and Laserdisc. On Betamax as well, I think. And has never been released since.
So not really pretentious then.
Oh, it's fucking brilliant. It's so good. But no, back then, 82, 83? That's all he had, wasn't it? VHS, Betamax, Laserdisc. Yeah, I'd love to find a Laserdisc copy of that.
Yeah, the worst one won.
Well, yeah, quite.
I think my dad's still got his old Beta video machine.
Yeah.
And the collection that he built up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my best mate at school, his dad bucked the trend. He said, I'm getting Betamax because it's better. I said, yeah, it's better, but there's nothing for it. You go at the video shop, it's all VHS.
Yeah, I think he cottoned on a few years after that and just pugged it away. But he dug it out again the last time I was up there, and it was still running.
Cool. Yeah. I've often been tempted. I've got a few Laserdiscs downstairs, but I've not got a player.
Well, things have improved, haven't they? Because I've got a Super 8 projector upstairs in the attic with a Bugs Bunny cartoon that cost 179 quid and it's 4 minutes long.
Yeah, do you remember you used to get those? You used to get Hollywood films on Super 8 that was like
30 minutes.
Yeah.
If that.
10,
That was
if
two
you were lucky.
reels.
I used to craze my dad to get they did one of Star Wars. It was an official 8mm version of a Super 8 version of Star. You've got that, have you?
I got it. It's 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's pretty much the same as watching Star Wars normally.
Without
all the shit.
Yeah. And they put this story together that kind of worked. But the end of the film was them escaping from the Death Star and the Falcon. And it made for a much better story. None of that blowing up the Death Star at the end bullshit. Don't worry about that. Trench run? Nah.
Well, I've still got all my parents' old 8mm cine film. It's all silent, but every now and then it's fun just digging out the projector and just looking back at.
Until you find their secret video or secret film.
Oh no, my parents were too square for that. I mean, it would actually have improved my opinion of them if they had.
I had a friend in the village I used to live in who discovered his parents' Polaroid stash. And they were all in a shoebox under their bed or something. And he found it. And one day when they'd gone out shopping or something, he brought it out. And he was just like showing these pictures of his mum and dad. And we're like, dude, it's your mum and dad. And he's like, yeah, but look. Oh, no.
Well, my dad was one of the principal photographers for the civil service back in the 70s and 80s. So fuck knows what he's got plugged away somewhere.
Yeah.
But most of my childhood was recorded on a cine camera.
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah.
a VHS tape somewhere with all the bits transferred onto it. I've got to get it DVD'd up because.
Well, I've thought about getting it transferred onto DVD now, but actually there is something about spooling a film on, and just hearing the clatter of the projector, and actually watching it in silence rather than other than the background noise, rather than having it on DVD. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's very evocative.
Well, it's the
You
same
sound
thing
exactly
with
the
vinyl.
same as somebody who's validating owning a Polymog.
Yes, or a Valve radio or a Valve amp. I know.
Yeah.
But I still say FM sounds better on a Valve radio.
Really?
Sounds
Okay.
better than a DX7 myself.
There it is, finally.
Right, yeah, I had to load up.
Yeah,
Except it was a
Wagyu says
drummer.
the only reason to buy a Polaroid
Yeah.
camera was taking pictures of dodgy stuff. Yes.
Well, yeah, exactly. You didn't have to go through the whole process. No, it's, what you say about 8mm is it's the same with vinyl. I think a lot of the time
Yes.
it's that handling, that whole process. Whereas you just nowadays with movies, you don't even have to put a disc in the machine. You just press a button on the remote control. Oh, I've got 100,000 movies to choose from. You just press another button. There's no interaction. Some people obviously think that's great because it means you get what you want quicker, but others.
But
There is
with vinyl, I mean, I've still got some albums back from when I was a kid, and when I listen to the music on digital, it's not the same because it doesn't have that scratch in the one place, in the lead
what
in,
you got used to, yeah.
and you just get used to that, and you almost imagine the track has that in it. Yeah, there was, and even just things like the lead-in rumble that you might occasionally guess on a badly pressed record, or the lead out, and yes, it's a very it's both physical and, dare I say, spiritual.
Well,
Yeah,
you could almost equate it to VSTs versus hardware synths, couldn't you? There's the physicality involved with
absolutely,
hardware
yes.
versus
And
that's one-
and I think also the immediacy that you have with a hardware synth that you don't get with the software synth. I mean, just being able to reach up and manually tweak a filter rather than, okay, I've got to play it with my left hand because my right hand is going to be moving the mouse up to this, Unless you're ambidextrous and you can use mouse in either hand, which I can't.
It's not easy.
I just map it to the controls on my controller and do that.
I always find if I use a mouse left-handedly, my brain just automatically, and I guess this is ambidextrous, my brain automatically just kind of mirrors my fingers. I can do it. It's like when I drive in America, I don't have to think about it. I just get in and do it. It's just like my brain says, "Oh, everything's the other way around."
No, never driven abroad, and I wouldn't like to because I know I'd fuck up somewhere.
No, it's eeasy. I can swap from left-hand drive to right-hand drive.
This is a
without
conversation I
any
was
thought.
having today with Phoebo. She goes, because I said, come on, you drive the was it Mustang? Yeah. I said, you drive it. And she goes, oh no, because it's I can't do it. And everything. I said, look, when you're in the Chrysler, all right, which is a wider car by the way, when you're going down, say, Oakhurst Road here, where they have cars parked both sides, what do? Do you favour this side? You get closer to the cars with this side because you're on this side and you can see the gap. She goes, yeah. Okay, well, when you're driving the Mustang, you just do the opposite. And that's the only difference between driving on one side of the car and the other.
Yeah.
She goes, oh, I don't know. See, what she's frightened of, the fact that the thing goes like that. That's what she's frightened of. She thinks she's going to accidentally hit the throttle too hard and the thing is going to launch itself into the next county. Which it does, by the way.
Yeah,
But that's not the point.
It's big enough that the back wheels are and front wheels are in two separate counties as it is, isn't it?
To be honest with you, the amount of traction you get on those wheels, you could probably pull a planet along. It's not going to be too much problem.
Until it's raining.
Until it's raining. And then, actually, it doesn't make any difference. I took it out in the rain today. It's fine. Absolutely fine.
I took my motor out for the first time at night last night. And so I got to try it. I've been reading through the manual and noticed that it's got this thing called automatic full beam.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really crap.
And I thought, oh, this will be interesting. So I put it on. And my friend had said to me beforehand, he said, are they matrix LEDs? And I'm like, I don't know. And he said, oh, it'd be interesting if they were. And I said, what do they do? He said, oh, but it points the lights in different places so that you get the best illumination without dazzling anyone. And you don't have to touch it. It just does it automatically. And I said, well, I don't know if it's got that. But anyway, so I'll go out driving. And it has. And my God, it's amazing. It's so clever that, like the car in front of me, I've got my full beams on, except it's angled all the lights. So it's left a dark piece where the car is, and you can, as the cars, sort of the distance between the two cars change, the lights are following or backing off, in real time. And then as soon as that car goes off, then the lights come back up again. And if you drive into a streetlit area, it just brings them down because you don't need them. And if there's a car coming towards you, it keeps the left one, pointing straight, but the right one, it just diverts it away. So, and it's so clever.
See, that makes me think of IoT devices. You think, oh, wouldn't it be great? And then you just think, no, I'll just get off my arse and switch the light on. And it sort of, it's technologically fascinating. But in reality, you could just achieve the whole thing just by flicking the switch.
Yeah. But now I don't have to flick that switch. I can keep my hands firmly on the wheel and not have to worry.
How much is a replacement headlamp?
I don't know, because mine are working absolutely fine. So,
basically, Robbie's saying that he's got Marty Feldman headlights.
Yeah. When you turn the car on, they do that whole self-leveling thing, so they go up, down, bit, like this. But no, I was just really impressed by it, and I drove on country roads and dual carriageways and everything, and it was just dynamically changing everything, and nobody flashed me, so I clearly wasn't dazzling anyone. It was because that was the first thing I noticed when I got a car with LED lights. I was getting flashed like every 10 minutes by somebody because they just think I'm on full beam. No, I'm just, I've got brighter lights than you. It's yeah.
With this new Seat's the first car I've had with LED headlights in it. And it was just the difference.
It's a world of difference.
Oh, yeah.
And the positioning of the lights, so you can actually see the edge of the road.
Yeah.
So, and this is the other thing. This is one thing I didn't get to try out because luckily nobody stepped out in front of me. But if a person steps out in front of you, obviously, this is all dependent on speed. But the lights will focus a beam on the individual to make sure that you see them.
Make sure you hit them.
Yeah, target.
Stage lighting.
Stay on target.
Yeah.
The headlights for your car range from sort of 380 quid second hand to £924 brand new.
It's the price of technology, isn't it?
I like the ones on the Mercury actually, because it's on the Mustang. It's got on and off.
Yes.
And I don't have front fog lights anymore because this stuff does it all for you.
Yeah,
you don't have to have, because the amount of times I've had to replace a lens on a fog light, because they're low down, they always get struck by debris. So I'm going to worry about that now. He's got this. It was weird because I went, where are the fog lights? Oh, there isn't one. It's just like this button with a thing on it, and you press that, and it just puts these low visibility lights or something. It's dead clever. I like it. I love it.
As I said, from technological standpoint, it's fascinating, but I'm much more of a simplistic person when it comes to these matters, and I would rather have something that I know I can fix myself.
I must admit, I realised, well, it brought it home to me yesterday, just how much of a short-ass Fiona is. She washed the Chrysler yesterday. Yeah, she washed the Chrysler yesterday. She had to get a stool to go and stand on it so she could do the roof. And it's not a high car.
It's not. I mean, God.
But to be fair, and I'm saying this, I do mean this in the loveliest way, and you know, there is, you know, some, how do I put this politely? Boobage. You know,
Yeah.
There is some physical obstruction in the way.
There's a couple of physical obstructions that, you know, would prevent the best of us from reaching that far over. So yeah.
True. Like I told her before, I said, well, just tuck them in your knickers. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
At least you said knickers, not socks.
Keith in Watford is saying I can now quote a headlamp for a BMW up to £3,500
Yeah, well, that's
plus
BMW,
VAT
isn't it?
each.
Yeah. But strangely, the indicators are £4
Yeah.
for some reason.
Well, I mean, homegrown is perfectly right. You know, the technology is great because it deals with the idiots on the road. The rest of us just use our manual switches.
And
Yeah, that'll
brains.
be it.
I don't know if it's me, but I've noticed over the last sort of 10 years the standard of driving has just gone
Yes.
through the floor. So many fucking idiots out there now. What's he laughing at? What did I miss?
I'm going.
Kent's going, me.
Oh, yeah. Mind you, I haven't made any driving errors because the car goes so fast, it's gone before the error's even been registered in reality. Yeah, I don't know if that happened. Never mind.
But
42
now
miles
if
away
you
by the
screw
time
up,
the
everyone will
actual
just go,
accident
it was that guy in the blue Mustang.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's 42 miles away by the time the accident that he caused actually happens.
I'd had two little cockapoos in it as well today. They wanted to go for a little
Could
ride.
you not wait till you got to the
I was going to
toilet?
say, you've got white clean seat.
There you go. VW Arteon replacement headlight. Yeah, 925 quid
Cheese on a
per
stick.
side.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I've got a 2-year warranty. So hopefully, if anything happens, it happens in the first 2 years.
The only problem with all this is that eventually you're going to go out to your car one morning and it won't let you in because it's achieved sentience.
Yeah.
And you go, no. Walk, meat bag.
Yeah.
I just think the problem is that cars that are so advanced in 10 years are going to be worthless because the cost of repairing them is going to be greater than the actual value.
I mean, it's not only that. It's one of the greatest pleasures I ever had was my first car was a 1979 Ford Fiesta, and there was nothing better than spending a Sunday fucking around doing things with it.
Yeah.
Now you can't touch them. Can't
Bank
do anything
jobs.
with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I remember, you know, rebuilding Beetle engines and Morris Minor engines, and you know, it was just you could do it because you could.
I paid 400 quid for my first car, so you can imagine what it was like. And it was a base model Fiesta. It wasn't even an L. It was shockingly low spec.
Well, they were basic, but they did the job.
But I completely redid it, and I scoured scrapyard for bits from Mark 1 XR2s, and it ended up basically being an XR2 minus the engine. It was brilliant. Dashboard was like 16 screws. Dashboard came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, piece of piss. Brilliant. Nearly blew it up going across Salisbury Plain at 100 mile an hour in it.
But you could always change the carb or rejet the carb.
Yeah, I did that very
put a
thing.
K&N air filter on, and
Yeah, did all that on my Orion. That was
polish the intakes and
ports,
exhaust ports. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, can't do any of that crap now.
If you knew the right people, you could get it rebored. You can get a 1.1, or change the head.
The thing with the Orion,
And not tell the insurance.
I had a nice engine ordered for it before I sold it. I had a CVH American tool block, which was going to be bored out to 1.9 from 1.6, and you can extract 320 brake from those.
Wow.
And that was the plan. But then things happened in life, and the car had to go, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that was going to be a fun project. Never again.
I had my Honda MT50 reboard to 69cc because it was a nice number.
Ooh.
Did make a little difference, but
I fitted a Honda C90 head and piston to my Honda C50.
I used to love my little MT50.
We had Yamaha Fizzies and AP50s.
Mm.
They were
One my
good.
mate had. There was a Honda G. This was like mid-80s. Was it a Honda? G something. It was 100cc, I think. And then I had a friend who, what was the Kawasaki? It was AR125. Was that a thing? It was 125 with the full racing body on it.
Yeah.
And it was because it was light, it really went. And I remember taking it out and I thought, I'm going to have one of these. And then a couple of weeks later, I crashed my MT50. I thought, no, I'm not going to have one of those because I can't afford it now.
Luke Evans, when cars were a piece of piss to work on compared to the shit that I do now. Well, yeah, fucking Defender with 65 CPUs in it.
Yes.
It's more like IT now than mechanics, isn't it?
Well, pretty much.
Well, the
Progress.
The problem is that most garages these days, they don't seem to fix things. They just seem to diagnose and replace, rather than, fix. It's not. Oh yeah, we'll regrind the valve seats, or we'll replace the valve seats, and bed in the new valves. It's oh no, it needs a complete new head, mate.
Different world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yup. Certainly is that.
Setting your points at the side of a motorway because your fucking points are shifted on you.
And always carrying a spare condenser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the reason why cars are like they are, because I don't have to carry that shit around or worry about pulling in the labour.
It wasn't complicated though. It was really simple.
There you go. Luke's just said Range Rovers with 80 plus modules on it, each on board.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, 10 years of VW ownership, I've had literally one moment where I've needed to take it to a garage for
But you've been buying
repair.
relatively new cars. What?
And that's why. Because
my first car was let's see, what was I was 17, and it was so it was 15 years younger than me, my first car, and I learnt everything about mechanics on that. And even now, I could quite happily work on Kent's Mustang. Yeah, not quite steam, but not far off.
That's what made me chuckle.
But I did also have a steam engine, so but I could go around to Kent's and quite happily work on the Mustang, and I wouldn't be fazed by any of it because I wouldn't have to plug an OBD2 reader into it. and then use the internet to look up the codes, and then have to try and source a module to fix a fault. Instead, you just go, it's got a dodgy earth on XYZ, or it was so much easier. And I just think that kids growing up these days will never gain that sort of knowledge. And I mean, it could be argued they don't have to, but I was
never mechanically minded. I never had the inclination to pop the bonnet and something and get my hands dirty, and it just didn't interest me whatsoever. Whether I had a really old banger, and I've had plenty of those, or whether I had something a bit more modern, I've always taken it to somebody else to fix. Whether it's a friend or whether it's a garage, it's never been my thing. So if I can buy a car that I can just drive, and if there's a problem, I can take it into the garage, and I've got a decent warranty on it, and it generally gets fixed. Like I say, the only times in the last sort of probably 15, 20 years that I've ever had to worry about getting a car repaired, there was once with my first Passat, where it just developed a leak in I can't remember where it was now. See, this is how mechanically minded I am.
Yeah, but things have gone a bit too far when your car starts giving you a blue screen of death. It needs an operating system upgrade.
Never had anything like that. Never had anything like that.
I know there's a thing on the Chrysler where if you take, I think it's fuse number 4, you take out fuse number 4 and put it back in, and then you can teach the Chrysler how you change gear.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, all my VWs have had
on an auto.
They learn your driving.
Why does it need to learn that?
Well, I presume the Mustang has got a replacement ECU as part of the electronic ignition upgrade and gearbox.
It's all built into
the gearbox done.
It's all built into the Dubry.
Into the Dubry.
Yeah, into the Dubry. Now the gearbox is still, was it electric?
It's still the original.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's just a timing thing, not anything else.
Well, I didn't know that they learned your driving style until my boy told me. He said, you can get into two cars that are exactly the same model, specs and all that, and depending on the owner, they will drive completely differently because they've learned.
Yeah, you know when you've gone too far is when after about 10 years you go, you know what, my car isn't anywhere near as fast as it used to be. I'm going to have to wipe the hard drive. Reset its BIOS, reformat it, load the OS back in. Oh, here we go. It's all brilliant again.
Well, I mean, certainly on the VWs, if you wanted to relearn your driving style, and maybe you've just bought it second hand, and it's got the old person's, it's just a simple.
Good evening, guys.
Ignition, press a pedal, ignition, and then something else, and then it resets that, and then it just carries on there. Your own particular style.
Yeah.
Where in Devon are you in?
Just outside of Exeter.
Only up the road.
Oh yeah. Whereabouts?
Meet up.
Brixham.
Yeah. All right. We're in Thompson.
And my boy's just outside Exeter.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
small world, Matt. Small world.
Yeah. Drive up and have a beer.
Yeah.
Only a matter of time before Synths learn how shit you are and adapt to compensate.
Yeah. Could do with a few of them in here.
And did I read in that you are going to be an adjudicator in the Edinburgh Festival?
I certainly am.
Stuff?
Yes,
Congratulations.
We have been accredited, both Jane and I, so we will be doing our YouTube stuff.
Wow.
We go on the 4th of August to the 17th.
Wow. Are they putting you up for that? Or?
No.
It's not so good then, is it?
No.
But you don't have to get tickets for the gigs.
Well, in the past we've always bought half the tickets. Actually, this year, because our accommodation is so expensive, we are actually just going to go for the free tickets. I mean, the downside of it is we would normally go and see sort of 4 or 5 shows a day, and I will end up doing a YouTube
That's hard
video.
work.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would end up doing a YouTube video on each one of them. Apart from the ones that we really don't like, which we would probably just, rather than just trust somebody's work, we'll just
Skip over 'em.
not review it.
Yeah.
And Nick Bat approach to stuff, really. You know, when it's a rubbish synthesizer, you just don't review it. You know. So, but yeah, that's the plan.
Wow.
So
I've been to the festival a few times, and thoroughly enjoyed it. But my God, you're absolutely fucked at the end.
Oh, definitely. You know, I mean, we'll need the rest of the month to just recover.
Yeah.
You know, and it was. We went last year, and it was very, very different, obviously because of COVID. And it was.
Were
But it was
you
actually
allowed into the country?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they were still having to wear masks. But it was actually just nice to be in a room with people at that point. It really was just, you know, really cool to be. Although some of them were definitely not COVID compliant at the time. I remember being in a sort of dungeon type cellar for a comedy show, and there must have been about, I don't know, 50, 60 of us, really close proximity to each other. And how we didn't come down with COVID, I don't know. You know. But no, it's all good fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what are you doing down in Devon?
We've just come down for Father's Day to see my father-in-law. So I came down on Thursday. We got stuck in there was a massive pile-up on the M5.
Oh, really? What a surprise.
Yeah, well...
Was that before, during, or after the roadworks?
That was actually... It kept saying the roadworks were clear, which was quite funny. And they... it's typical, isn't it? What they should have said was, we've closed the road. It's going to take us a couple of hours. Find an alternative
Go
route.
somewhere else, yeah.
But that's not what all the information was. It was just an hour's delay.
Just
Just an hour's delay. And so we did take a day. We were sat on the Bristol Bridge for about an hour, and then managed to sort of find an alternative route to miss the next junction. But it still took us probably it was a whole of about 3 hours, really. You know.
God.
Yeah, and it was a caravan and a car that had turned over and.
So what was about 7 hours from York?
Yeah,
to
we left at 10:30. Got here at 6:30. What's that? 6? Is that 7 hours? Yeah. We had a short 20-minute break at lunchtime. We were doing so well up until that point. Until we got near Bristol. But hey ho, that's life.
Yeah.
I've got to say, it really pisses me off the way that these days, instead of if there's an accident, instead of the police just closing off that lane just for the area where the accident is and directing the traffic into the other two lanes, these days they tend to shut the motorway.
Yeah.
And you know, sod all the other drivers. They're going to take their time, and you know they need to sweep up every little bit of headlight and such like. Yeah. Instead, just go. You know, okay, two idiots have screwed up. Drag them to the side of the road and get everyone else moving.
Mm. But no, it doesn't seem to work like that at all, really. Anyway, no. You know, and of course it wasn't the hottest day because that was yesterday, wasn't it? But it was absolutely sweltering in the car. So, but we're here now, and it's cool. We've, you know, it's just started raining.
Yeah, it's cooled it down a hell of a lot since that's
it has. Yeah. But
have you just seen Ollie's post on PSN Facebook page? You know, BG Ollie, the guy from Ireland who does the banjo covers of game theme tunes. He's been on Dom's show. He pinged me a message last night. He said, I'm in France at the moment on holiday. There's a bloke down the road selling a Yamaha DX21 for a couple of €100. What do you think? And I said, if it's in good nick, that's about the going rate. And they're not, you know, it's the better of those 4-op machines. Yeah. He said, all right, great, thanks for the advice. And then a couple of hours later, he says, no, scratch that. I've just found a DX7 at a car boot sale, €90.
Oh, bastard!
A minty DX7 that all that needs changing is the battery and just needs the patches uploaded. €90 flipping. Brilliant. These things can still happen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You just posted it on the PSN.
Well,
I
they
live in hope of a Jupiter 8 for 25 quid.
Don't we all, mate? Don't we?
They
all?
rarely happen in the UK, because I'm sure that most people who sell stuff at car boot sales have Googled everything and checked it out on eBay beforehand.
Yeah.
But car boot sales aren't car boot sales anymore. They're not what they used to be, where people used to just turn up with their shit. It's a lot of it is market traders.
Traders.
It's a business.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just no fun anymore. You used to be able to wade through people's detritus and find a little gem here or there, but
I think that's why Marcus Fuller isn't posting videos anymore.
Yeah. I got a Yamaha DS55
oh
for 15 quid.
yeah.
Yeah, sold that for 100.
Well, I sold my original VSS 200, the one that I bought brand new at a car boot for like 30 quid with a stand and a bunch of other bits. And I was lucky, a couple of years ago, I found one locally for about the same price, because they didn't really know what it was. There was just a sort of, well, not elderly, but retired couple, and it was just something they tinkered around with. So I was like, yeah, I'll have that. And then went on Reverb, and they're selling for £200-300 a piece. Crazy.
Well, I was lucky. I got my Kurzweil PC88 MX for 50 quid. Because I saw it advertised, and the guy said, "Oh, it's faulty." So, what's the fault? Oh, the sustain pedal isn't working. Oh, okay. And I thought, well, I can live without sustain. So I went and bought it, 50 quid. Didn't ask any questions. Took it home, opened it up, bent the sustain jack back into place, and oh look, the sustain pedal works.
Yeah.
Kent's going, yeah, that's how I started.
I made all my best money that way.
Well, I must have told you the story about me buying my DW8000 for 25 quid.
No.
In a car boot. Didn't I? All right. I this was years and years ago, but I never really did many car boots. And Jane had taken the boys to actually get rid of some of our crap. I turned up later on my motorbike and I'm having a wander around, and I'm just going around, and this guy, he's got this DW8000 and a stand. And I said, how much do you want for that? He says, well, it was for my sons. And I don't even know if it works. I said, well, how much? He says, 25 quid. I says, I'll have it. I said, I said, don't mind if it doesn't work, because I wouldn't get that sorted. I mean, it did work, And then when I couldn't. I carried the 8000 back to our car, put it in the boot, and then went back for the stand. And he said, "Oh, there's this with it. There's a whole pack of teach yourself piano as well." Really?
Brilliant.
Yeah. So thank you.
I got a Yamaha TX7 at a car boot sale, and it was just in a box with old computer hard disks. And obviously the owner didn't know what it was, and I was just rooting through, and saw a TX7, 20 quid.
Nice.
And he had the power supply as well.
Mine was free. Literally got it for free. I met a guy at Propellerhead. He used to do these producer conferences every year in London, and it's just basically you bought a ticket for 10 quid and you go and sit in a studio for a day, and you'd have people talking. I just met this guy there, never saw him at any other thing, and I don't know, a few years ago he sent me, it must have been about 4-5 years ago, he sent me a message saying, do you want a TX7? And I said, yeah, how much? He said, oh, I don't even know if it works. It's in a box somewhere. If I find it, I'll send it over. So, a few weeks passed, a few months passed, sent them a message, said, did you ever find that TX7? Oh, no, yeah, I'm getting to it. It's in storage. When I'm next up there, I'll dig it out and I'll send it over. This went on for about 1.5 years, maybe. On the day my dad died 3 years ago, I got in my car, my phone went bing, and there was a photo of this TX7. He says, guess what I found? I'm like, half of me is like going, yay, I've got a TX7. Because my dad just fucking died.
No.
It was a really weird sort of moment.
Yeah.
So he's true to his word. He stuck it in a box and sent it over. And the only thing that was wrong with it was the plug had got broken in transit, because it was the original plug, so it was that hard plastic, almost Bakelite type stuff. So yeah, new plug on it. Bob's your uncle.
Fantastic.
Just upgraded the screen on it to a backlit one, and yeah, where you went. And it's, where is it? It's over there. Actually, that reminds me, I need to hook that up to the DX7 and start loading up some of those original performance patches.
Yes.
Because the TX7 gave you all that capability, the extra memory storage.
Yeah.
For the performance.
Yeah. I remember getting a.
You see what Manny's just posted on here? Look.
No.
Yeah, I saw that.
Estate sale thing.
Got a deal. Look at that.
The DX1 3K. Jeez.
You can get DX5 for that nowadays.
Yeah. I got a white faced Odyssey for, I think it was 70 quid.
Wow.
So, and it was working as well. Bloke said it wasn't, but I turned it on. It was fine.
Yeah, but Ken, you walked into your garage the other day and found a Jupiter 8 you didn't even know you had.
Yeah.
Kent scratched his arse and one fell out, you know.
Yeah, I got this Midas touch.
He's still in his fingers.
Well,
It's me Irish Midas touch. It is. So, it is. So.
on Ranty's show earlier, they were talking about the Jupiter 4 plug-in.
Mm.
I just thought, I'll just have a look and see how much Jupiter 4s are.
Yeah.
5,395 quid for one on Reverb.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, it looks very nice, and I'm sure I would love playing one, but not for that price. I just think. And the Voyatra, what was it, 55,000?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was a joke, though, wasn't it? It seemed like a joke.
Just,
And it wasn't working. Was that the one that wasn't working?
no, but
Oh,
there
no,
was
that
there was
Voitra.
the Oberheim 8
It's
voice
the
was
Oberheim
also
that wasn't working.
55,000.
Yeah,
and it
and
says
not working.
not working.
Yeah.
And it needed all the reverb tanks replaced.
Well, that guy's still trying to flog the DX1 and Reverb for over 100,000. Just stupid. Oh, talking to DX1s,
Yeah.
power supply is almost done.
Working?
Ooh.
He's found another component that he thinks had been replaced in the past some while ago, and so he's replaced that, and he's now getting full voltage outputs, and he reckons that it should all be sorted. And if it isn't, if it's still struggling to spit out that 1.8, he's come up with a very clever way of doing it. Like, just add something, I forget what he said
Just
now.
use a buck converter and just tweak it down to 1.8.
So yeah, hopefully
Yeah.
that. He messaged me last night and then sent me pictures of the new shotgun he's just bought.
Good
Which he's
man.
going to use on the power supply if it doesn't work.
He really is.
That's
He's a lovely guy. I absolutely love him to bits. But he just doesn't seem the sort that would want to get into predominantly clay pigeon shooting, which is what he's going to
Well,
do.
why not? It's good
I mean,
fun.
he just doesn't. I don't know. I used to do it myself many years ago, but he just doesn't seem the type. You know, he doesn't.
What is the type? Please tell me.
Not him. Not him.
Get off my land.
Yeah, well, yeah. Having worked at a clay pigeon shooting club for a number of years, and you get to know the type. It's not him. It's not him at all. But yeah, he's into it. So he's just fitted his cabinet. He's got his license sorted, and he just went and bought over and under 12 bore. Looks very nice. Invited me to go. I said I haven't fired a 12 bore in like 30 odd years, probably.
I've never fired a gun.
No.
I've never
No.
touched one, ever.
No.
Yeah.
It's good fun.
No, it doesn't. not my thing. Doesn't interest me. But we
I
spoke
lost
about this
interest.
the other week, didn't
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
No, I used to earn a fair penny.
It's just skill, you know. It's a skill that you can hone. And it goes bang.
Yeah.
we? Clay pigeon doesn't taste very nice.
Bit crunchy. I used to do trapping, and some of the fucking traps, the settings for them, like up these towers that just like sway in the wind, and there was bugger all to hold on to. Or you get on the automatic traps where the ref has got the fire button on his clipboard, and all you've got to do is just load the fucker up. But he's doing like really fucking quickly, and if you get your hand in the way of one of those things, that's it. Bye hand. Yeah, it was. But it was good. It was good money. So.
So Robbie, I did like Dom's little.
The
His
picture.
Photoshop.
That was super.
That was good,
that really
Yeah.
tickled me.
And he posted that at like stupid o'clock in the morning, so
Yeah,
God knows what he was
yeah.
doing. Yeah.
That
I was just disappointed that he didn't have a crumpled up sleeping bag as well. You know.
No, I only took the sleeping bag in April because it was a bit chilly. Definitely didn't need it.
So
This
were
time,
you were there all night?
Yeah,
What
well,
time did they open?
they opened at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I got there about 11:30, which is late for me because normally I'm there about 5 in the evening. But then there's other people there, and we just sort of make a thing of it. We just get pizzas delivered, and we drink beer and tell stories. And but no, last night it was a very compact list because it was just the dregs from the last one where they didn't get manufactured in time. So there was not a lot of people there. 4:30 the next people showed up. I was on my own for 5 hours. Yeah.
And after they finished laughing,
Yeah.
Yeah. So. But I was home by 9:15, so straight in, first in the queue, get my stuff, fuck off. And
I think Wagyu said earlier there's a Yamaha EX1 for sale, presumably in Switzerland, for 2,000.
yeah, that's the Electone, isn't it? That's the big EX1. I can't remember what that's got on it because the FX1 was
Can't remember that.
FM, and then there was obviously the GX1. Well, we all know what one of those is. EX1. Try to find the spec here. I think I might have actually found the sale page. There's an analog synth.
Oh, it looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's kind of like. Hang on a minute. Wasn't the EX1 the? Yeah, it's the theatre version of the GX1.
Oh,
So it's the same.
Electone, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same, but it was the theatre one. So it was used in movie theatres and stuff. So essentially, it's exactly the same. 35,000 new back in the day, which is about 120 something these days.
Just reading on
Wow.
Synthopia, they're saying it's one of 10 ever made.
Wouldn't
Surely
surprise
there were
me.
more than 10.
there's a Yamaha. I don't know if this is a variation. Yamaha Electone HX5.
Oh yeah,
Is that an organ?
yeah.
Yeah,
Anything that's
foreign-
electone is officially
Yeah, right. Okay.
an organ. Like the GX1 is officially an organ.
Twin manuals, lots of buttons, £400.
Yeah. No, those big, the FX one was an interesting one because that was the one that they did after they'd launched FM.
Right.
Oh, what the hell? So I just invoked Siri on my Yamaha FX one. Yeah, because that looked quite funky, the FX, because it was like 1980s. It had all that. Like it had floating. It was almost like floating keyboards, floating manuals. They all looked, like they're suspended. Very nice. Now, if you can get an EX1 for a couple of grand, effectively you've got a GX1 there
Wow.
with all the incumbent maintenance and
It'd be
So
lovely.
storage issues.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost worth driving over to get it, but where the hell I'd put the bloody thing, I don't
Exactly.
know.
That's a piano shifter's
They're
job.
huge.
Yeah.
Just Manny's got the VL one, hasn't he?
Yes, he's got I know he's got a VL1M, I can't remember if he's got the VL1 keyboard or a VL7. He's probably got both, knowing him. He was in the chat earlier, he might be able to confirm. Yes, he's. I'd love to have a go with a VL1.
Oh, he's got both. Okay,
Yeah,
cheers,
so.
Manny.
Yeah, of course he has. And how many SY99s and SY77s has he got? More than I've got fingers.
I'd love an SY99.
Yeah, I keep looking out for one, but again, it's because it's a 76 noter. It's a bit big.
I could still fit that in. That's not too
I'd
bad.
struggle now.
Mind you,
You know,
I'd
we
be
talked
happy
about
with
the
an
Prophet
SY85. You know.
No, we talked about the Prophet VS the other day. One turned up today.
Really?
I've only ever had one before. Weird, isn't
9
it?
SYs.
No, yeah, 9 SY 4 TGs.
And the 10
Another
for
one for
parts.
parts.
Gotta love him. Oh, man. Wow. Yeah,
I
sorry,
wonder if his
Ken,
kitchen
interrupted
looks like
you.
mine.
Thing is, houses in the States tend to be bigger than houses in the UK. So
Yeah,
Much.
tend to be.
Jesus, can you imagine Kent's house if he lived in the States?
Oh, God, can you imagine that?
Fucking hell.
that would be heaven.
I mean, there's,
You know what?
there's those two famous pictures of the 5 CS80s in the garden and the 6 Jupiter 8s in the kitchen. Can you imagine what it'd be like if he was out there
Yeah.
now?
Do you know what's really stupid about that photo? Is when we took that photo of those 5 CS80s in the garden, we were just really, really tired of running out of space. There was another 11.
And the accompanying.
And the idea was,
ending space-time
let's put
continuum.
all 16 out in the garden and photograph them all together. And we ran out of garden. And we were all, we were like,
Now, just
Oh,
imagine
listen.
if you could MIDI all those together.
oh my God.
Yeah, that would rip a hole in the space-time
It
continuum.
would, wouldn't it?
Of course, the Yellowstone pyroclastic flow, that would, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm just doing. Imagine if you did a YouTube video of 16 CS80s MIDI together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd break the internet.
Mate, there's been a lot of things I wish I had videoed at the time that we missed. Just it's like, if only. That's why I think that's what made me get an iPad in the first place, because I wasn't particularly interested. But we ended up missing so many rare opportunities. You're talking about piano removals. We had this piano removal guy, huge truck, and he was coming to collect 2 CS80s, and they were being shipped to, I think, Sweden, somewhere like that. Anyway, so he'd come to collect these, and they paid a lot of money to have this guy do it. But anyway, he parked up out here, and I was bringing the first 80 out. His mate got out and opened the back of this enormous truck, and then said to his mate, "All right, bring it further, there's plenty of room." And the guy reversed really, really quickly, stamped on the brake, and this grand piano fell out that was on its side onto the road.
I'm sure Laurel and Hardy made a film about
Yeah, but
this.
the thing
didn't
is,
they?
it made that sound. It really did. And it went, "Ka-ching, ka-ching."
Did you sample it? Did you sample it?
Had great reverb.
Yeah, this beautiful piano. It was black. It's a black piano. It was.
Well, it was.
They said it was a. I think they said it was a 10-foot
Bosendorf or something.
something. Yeah,
£185,000. Yeah.
Boozy and Hawks or something like that. It's got bang like that. Bits of wood flying in all directions. And it's like wasn't good. So we missed that opportunity. It would have been nice to film some of the some of the people have come around to collect stuff. So I'm like, oh, hello. But there again, there's something weird about doing that, though, isn't it? Where somebody comes round to your house and you start videoing them.
Oh no,
It's like, oh, that's a bit...
Well, it's only weird if you tell them about it.
True. It's true. Yeah.
So next time you go to Rob's, check all the smoke detectors for a hole that shouldn't be there.
Little blue lights, little blue LEDs.
If any of the buttons on his shirts are the wrong colour.
Start glowing.
So, I mean, I would have liked to have taken better footage of Hans's 2500 system.
Glad you said 2400 system.
Yeah. Especially if we could have videoed it with, sort of like line in rather than with the mic. 'Cause I did a
How's
little
the
video.
vocoder?
Oh, vocoder.
Still fighting it.
Yeah, I think we should probably melt it down and make it into a coffee table.
Have you actually sort of made any schematics of that, or have you just?
No, schematics are now here. They found them. Yeah, they found them. And you know what? It didn't help. It hasn't helped.
In fact, they're in German.
Yeah, I mean, yes, all the boards are in the correct location. I've checked that all the boards are in the correct location, but I knew that anyway in the first place. But it doesn't describe the wiring though, and that's where a lot of the problems exist. Now,
So-
if I'm going to rewire this,
So I'm saying, are you going to create your own set of schematics for it?
no, it's not a lot of point. Not a lot of point. It's not like I'm going to see another one.
Does it have a back plane? And do the cards have edge connectors so that they're using a common back plane? Or
No, they've all got their own sort of like socket.
right?
It's like a 28-way pinned socket that they plug into. And then the way they're hardwired underneath determines which board should go where and all this sort of thing. And so from the schematics, we're able to determine that everything is as it should be. But like I say, there's something wrong with the wiring somewhere.
Surely, like Wagyu said, make schematics so you can make clones. Because if you could clone that fucker, my God.
I don't.
Well, there's no point because it's
No,
not
I
actually
don't
that
think-
good.
I don't think this vocoder is going to actually sound any really very good at all. There are better vocoders. Even Craftwork, they used it
Well,
once
almost
and then
any
moved on to
vocoder.
something better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then very quickly went on to something much better. So it's just one of those sort of like historic pieces, but that's about as far as it really goes.
It's a museum piece, not a performance piece.
Yeah. So unlike where the Venus de Milo is like a masterpiece and there's only one of them, and it's like the vocoder doesn't fall into that category. It's sort of like
There's only one of them for a
there's
very
only
good
one
reason.
of them, but it's but it's sort of like the world's first dog shit. That kind of thing. So it's not brilliant. The Siemens.
It's a very efficient tax write-off, basically.
Yeah. I think it was followed up with this. I think it was a Siemens vocoder, which was much better.
Yeah.
So, because this vocoder is not responsible for things like We Are the Robots and stuff like that, or any of the other vocodery things they've done. It's just that.
You mean to tell me that
Autobahn.
wasn't real robots that was saying that?
I'm sorry to break this to you, Bobby, but no.
Why you shut
Smoke
up,
and mirrors, my friend.
Wags is saying a VSM 201 or 201.
Yeah. So it's not. Nobody want to own one unless it's the original one.
Yeah.
So, although in some of the email correspondence, the guy was alluding to the fact that it was actually 5-built, but they're probably in skips. So.
Yeah. Well, everyone else worked out that actually there were better ways of doing it.
Yeah, well, yeah, but at least this way they got it early and were able to, use it very quickly. So, and yet, I'm not quite sure why, because I'm sure the Moog vocoder was around at that point, wasn't it?
What year was that? 1970.
74, wasn't it?
Well, if it's 74, there's vocoder on switched on Bach, isn't there?
Well, this is something.
There's vocoder on Clockwork
Didn't I
Orange.
see something by
there is
Doty about
yeah.
this?
Well, it
Sorry?
depends what you class as vocoder. I mean, you can use a staged filter bank to achieve a similar effect.
Well, to all intents and purposes, that's what this one is. So,
I mean, the Radiophonic Workshop was messing around with voices and filters, way before then anyway.
yeah. Yeah, so it's...
Yes, Cresshead is saying vocoders were invented in the 1940s. Yes, it was actually
Yeah.
the birth of the telephone. They started
Yeah.
messing around with vocoders because they were trying to isolate around the 3 kilohertz frequency, which was
Yeah.
ideal for speech transmission.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think, it's just the provenance of this thing being, the Kraftwerk vocoder that did Autobahn, but that's about as far as it goes, really, in terms of, was it worth £12,500?
Apparently, Wendy Carlos used a Spectrum follower, which was a prototype of a vocoder, on Clockwork Orange, and that was 72. No, recorded in 71, actually, so...
Right.
But, yeah.
Yeah, so it's before this girl. Though, looking at it, it must have taken over a year to build the bastard. To be honest with you. So, off the shoulder. So, yeah, so that's an ongoing thorn in my side. So, along with this CS8 that turned up on Wednesday. Oh, fuck me.
For such a
That laugh
rare
tells you everything you need to
for
know.
such a rare synthesizer, Kent does seem to get through an awful lot of them.
It doesn't seem that rare anymore, does it?
Well, no, there's one in the front room, there's one in the kitchen. There's the one in the front room.
There's one right next to you.
Yeah.
It's very nice. It's quite tidy, and it arrived bubble wrapped. And it looks like it's quite nice, and it just needs a few little bits and pieces done to it. The one in the kitchen, on the other hand, oh my God! Well, the first problem was I went out to the van with the guy, and he opened the back doors, and he had a few other bits and pieces that he needed me to look at, so I'd taken them out. But the 80 was in the van, and I'm looking at it and gone, He's gone, what? I said, well...
It's not got a bent chassis.
Oh, no. I said, you see those things on the top? You see those grills? He went, yeah. Well, that means you've sent it here in a van upside down. So the
Flattened all the
keyboard...
cooling grills.
Oh, no. Because it's upside down, the keyboard will... All the keys will be on. And the weight of the keyboard is somewhere in the region of about £40. And what it does is it bends the key contact board and snaps all the tracks on the back of the board. So I said, well, your keyboard doesn't work anymore, I can tell you that much. I mean, if you lay them gently upside down, it can damage it. If you turn it upside down and put it in the back of a van and then drive it from North London...
Why would you lie a CS80 upside down?
I don't think the guy knows which way up it is supposed to be. But anyway,
This is why
so
we can't have nice things, isn't it?
Yeah, well, as I'm bringing it in, there are creatures coming out of it. I get into the kitchen. There's a fungus growing up most of the Tolex, where it's been in this sort of like damp.
It's been in a garage somewhere.
Well, no, he said it was an attic in his parents' place, but it's been up there it hasn't been on for 25 years.
How the hell do you get a CS80 into an attic?
It's probably a very big attic.
Yeah.
So
By the sounds of it.
yeah, but it's got this, so it's got this fungi on it, and it's like this isn't boding well. So he wants me to get it so it's all beautiful, because he wants about 30k for it, I think. So
It's going to cost him that to do
That's
it.
going to cost him.
We'll say, yeah.
yeah.
It's a £25,000 repair bill.
Well, it depends. I mean, if it's got too many dry joints and broken wires and broken circuit boards now as well, it would be. I mean, I do like bringing a synth that's sort of like a landfill.
A basket case.
Yeah, and bringing it back to life and everything like that. But it depends if he wants to. What I'll do is, this week coming, I'll take it out onto the lawn in the garden, open it all up, let all the creatures out.
Wildlife free.
Yeah,
Yeah.
check it for hands. And
Is this remake the circuit board time, or?
no, funnily enough, with those circuit boards, what you can do if they crack. It's just a little bit of super glue. That's fine.
Are they the old phenolic?
Yeah, and then just
circuit
retrace
boards?
the tracks with. But I use like a solid wire.
Yeah.
That's a stiff wire, and it strengthens the boards as well. And just connect up all the key contacts again on the back. So it's 5 per key,
Electrically conductive staples. Yes.
as it were. Yeah. So 5 of them for every key. No, nor did I.
Fuck. Sorry.
Poor old Alexi. Anyway, so yeah, but it depends on what else is wrong. How many customized Cs have gone? Are the LSIs working or even vaguely in place? Who knows? I mean,
What's the corrosion like everywhere?
yeah.
I mean, how do you even attack something like that? How do you even begin to start diagnosing something like that?
I'd say, how do you price it, first of all?
Well, you look at it, to be honest. And,
Yeah,
and
you do. You
gives you
open
a
it
good
up, have a
idea.
look. First of all, is everything there?
Yeah.
Are there any key pieces missing? Like, it appeared to have no voice cards, that kind of thing. So if all the keys are there and all the knobs and buttons are there and everything like that, and it doesn't look too wrecked, hopefully not got. I mean, there's some things in there that can rust, but not very many. It's more corrosion. Are we getting all this white powder all over the wood on the inside and stuff like that?
That's usually something else.
When it's got dry
Yeah.
rot.
Yeah.
There's-
Yeah. Yeah. So, does it smell like Debbie McGee or that kind of or Harold Shipman?
Oh,
One's worthwhile pursuing, the other one not so good.
are the capacitors bleeding?
Yeah. And just give an assessment, give a rough idea of how much it will cost, and then you also build in how many hours do you think you're going to spend banging your head against the wall. So these unforeseen problems that can arise, or they'll have some strange fault, and you have to try and trace what's causing the fault somewhere in the system. So work out roughly how long it's going to take, how many parts it's going to need, just by generally looking at it. Don't turn it on.
Yeah.
Make an educated guess, and then email him and say it's going to cost X. Or between X and X. And when they pick themselves up off the floor, they can decide whether they want to go for it or not. 9 times out of 10 they will say, I'm going to have to think about it, and off they go. But it's a case of actually at the moment it's worth $2,000, and I want to sell it for 30. So if I spend, I don't know, say 6.5, 7 on it, it's got to be worth it, isn't it?
definitely.
It's that kind of thing.
Ever found one of these in a CS80?
What is
That's a
that?
dried
That's-
mouse.
Is
That-
it mouse?
Or is
Was
it
that?
Yeah.
Oh. Ah,
We found one of those in a Fairlight.
poor little moosey.
Yeah.
I like mice. I think they're cute.
Well, at least it died in the best place possible.
Well, I suppose,
I must admit,
It's one hell of a coffin, isn't it?
I mean, I know there's going to be critters inside this thing because you can just tell by at the side, because both the hinges are broken and the lid is away from the rest of the synth, and just that bit that's away from the synth is full of, like, you know, this sort of like dead little brown spidery things in the webs and stuff like that, and you go, yeah, there's going to be critters in this. So,
and on that note, I'm going to love you and leave you, and if you're here when I get back, fantastic.
well, it won't be a long one tonight because the eyes are falling out of my head at the best times now.
Yeah.
But if you're not here, then have a fantastic rest of the weekend, and happy Father's Day to anyone that's had the misfortune of having children.
Oh, you have a good one.
I think it's Father's Day for me, but I'm not entirely. I'm not completely sure, actually. Maybe it is.
And if
somewhere.
you're not a father, then
Maybe the
celebrate
dogs
it,
will get you something.
celebrate that.
Yeah, true. Dysentery, probably.
No.
All right, and gents, have a good
Catch you
one.
later, Rob.
See you
See you
later.
later.
See you later,
Bye,
buds.
mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't understand how half these things end up inside these keyboards. I really don't. It's like, what the hell? So, I mean, a lot of them are quite well documented now, but sometimes I hear from people who say, you know, I bought this synth on eBay or whatever, or Reverb, and I've opened it up, you know, and there's I don't know, a folk band in it or something crazy, you know, something in there, and you go, what the hell are you doing in here? You know.
So, all right. What's at what point do you say I can't do this? What would be the one thing, say with a CS, that you would say no, can't do it?
Unfortunately, so
Huge bits
far
missing.
there is not been a CS80 that I haven't actually got going. Got them all going. I've got them all going.
It's only if they're missing things like, you know, half the voice cards, or
Yeah.
someone's taken out the main board.
Yeah, well, normally what we do in that situation is like, right, what you need to do is you need to go out and get yourself, you know, a CS60 or whatever, and we'll rip the cards out of that, or a 50 or something like that if you know you needs about 4, or you need a this and need a that. So you go away, you go and sort that out. When you get that sorted out, you send me the parts, and then send me the keyboard, and then I put it all together and then we'll carry on from there. You know, unless I have the parts here. So, like, if the guy needs like a new wood surround, for instance, you know, the old one's, you know, gone or whatever. I go, well, I've got a couple of them in the garage, and I'll fit one and bang your front panel back on it. Or a keyboard. I must have about 6 CS80 keyboards spare now. So, just stack of boxes full of CS80 keys, and which is always handy because sometimes you get, you know, the odd 80 where not the key's missing, the key's snapped or broken, or somebody's left a soldering iron on it or something and melted it, and they go, oh yeah, but I can replace that key. But what I've never had to this day is a noisy slider. I still haven't never had a noisy slider. You never get these. Doesn't happen on
They
an
use
just
good
never
quality
happens.
ones.
Yeah,
in
just
the
never
first
happens.
place.
Only the tune. There's a tune with it's dual concentric, so it's got like a fine tune, and then on the outside is the coarse tune. They crackle from time to time, and sometimes the volume one, but that's it. None of the others ever crackle. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
In all that time, no matter, you know, even the ones that don't have lids, they still don't crackle. It's like, what the hell? Yeah,
It's
when
hard
you
to
think
believe.
about
It's
it.
really sorry. I was just going to say it's really hard to believe that, but I'm sure. I mean, it's just incredible, actually.
But this is what I could never understand, because you've got an 80 doesn't do that, right? And yet a 2600 fucking sits upright, and yet all the dust goes.
Yeah,
How's the
yeah.
dust getting in there? It's not falling in there, surely.
A
No,
lot
makes
depends
sense.
on what the airflow within the synth is as well.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's drawing air through any panel gaps, or whether
good point.
it's
Yeah.
you know, the
Yeah,
Oh,
but
you-
even,
I mean, you
even
can,
when it's
you
on.
can change that by putting things like cardboard baffles inside, but you know, really cooling is especially
fair,
with
though,
old kit.
To be fair, though,
really
on a 2600, they don't get warm. It's not something they really do. It's not that kind of draw. Do you know what I mean? But you think with an 80, where the heat, the flow would maybe draw it in through the grills, but even when it's turned off and dust is falling on it this way, you can go straight down into the sliders. You know, just doesn't make sense. It's weird. Never figured that one out.
But I mean, I've got old bits of test gear around from the 60s and early 70s, and the pots are built absolutely solidly. And you come across some, and they've got wire wound pots.
Yeah.
And they're still working perfectly.
Yeah.
The things were just built very, very differently in some places at the time.
I don't know where the rumour of CS80 keys were wooden came from. There's a lot of people who thought that the keyboards were wooden.
Were some of the early Yamaha organs, did they have wrapped wooden keys?
No, not to my knowledge.
The Rhodes did, didn't they? The Rhodes
Rhodes
keys
did.
were wood and wrapped. Maybe it sort of came from that.
Yeah, no, it's not something I think Yami really went into in any
It's
real
just
depth.
they're bloody 12 inches long.
Yeah. Well, actually longer than that. They're actually quite a length. They're about nearly 14, 15 inches long, so, with the big weights on the end.
Yeah.
But they're beautifully balanced.
Yeah. Kosh says maybe when people think about the long keys, they think of pianos, and therefore,
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, another thing you never really have to do on an 80 is clean key contacts.
Yeah.
You have to adjust key contacts. Oh, do you have to adjust key contacts? Fuck's sake, it's a very, very complicated system.
Are they wire onto metal contacts, or are they?
It's basically where you got on the end of the key where you got the little foot with the felt on it, and it pushes two metal contacts up. And one set of contacts which does the notes is two contacts. So there's the receiving contact and the little leg.
Yeah.
So you push on the key and it touches the contact on the top. Note, right? The one next to it is three contacts, and that's your velocity. Yeah. So what you have it one contact that the footed contact sits on, and that's earthed out. And then the contact above it. No, is it earthed out? I can't remember. No, I think it might sit at about 8.5 volt or something like that. And then the top contact. And the idea is when that contact hits the contact above it, depending on how much it has dissipated in the cap, determines how loud the note's going to be. Because theoretically, to make it louder, you have to hit it harder, which means you're actually hitting it quicker. If that makes sense. So hit it, because you're hitting it harder, you're hitting it faster. And it's a very weird system. But yeah, so there's 5 of these contacts for each key. And they all these contacts have to be in exactly the same place.
Do you not have a jig to straighten them?
Well, you see, the thing is, you can't really get a jig in there to do it.
If you take the key out and then put it back in, it's going to be in a slightly...
Well, when you take the key out, I mean, the contacts just remain there on the board. But the thing is, they're also riveted into the circuit board through a plastic holder. So the only way you can take a key contact out is to
just drill the rivet out,
unsolder it, drill out the rivet, and then pull the key contact. And when you pull the key contact out, it fucks the key contact. So you're on your own. So you're there with like a cotton bud adjusting key contacts to the right, and so you bend them down and go, no, too far back, and you go, no, not quite, and all this business. And then you're trying out the key and go, right, now they've all got to be the same. So,
yes.
Yeah, it's a long-winded process, shall we say.
It's very creative design.
Mm.
And okay, so you're saying that you adjust the key contact. Is there not a standard height for every CS?
Well, here's the thing: if you've got somebody who plays an 80 heavily, over time, the angle of that board with the key contacts on it bends back slightly, so they're all sitting slightly higher. Right. So now you can't really bend them back because you could snap the circuit boards. So you go So you're trying to bend all of them down a little bit to get closer to the keys again, to get the same response. But the trouble is, this is over such a long period of time that the player doesn't really notice. So he's actually hitting it harder than what he used to do when he first got it, but he's got used to it. So I tend not to mess with them in terms of, for the sake of the guy's muscle memory. Because if I adjust it so it's right, and he comes back and he's like, bang, 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 oh shit, everything's too loud, you know. So there's no real trimming as such to, dial that back a bit, because it's literally done by discrete components. So you could probably change your resistor values or something like that to try and compensate for it, but good luck with that. Because I was planning on dying in the next 25 years. So, so you get them as close as near as damn anyway.
Okay.
So there's no set way. What you tend to do is restore the machine to the player rather than to a standard, especially if they've had them, since dot.
Yeah.
So. Well, when you restore them when they've been sold on by the customer, then you get as near a standard as possible, because they're going to start at that point. So.
I mean, I've only ever played one once, and that was at 2019 Synthfest.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, for those 5 minutes or 10 minutes, he couldn't get me off it. The guy, I don't know who it was, but I was absolutely in love with it. I just thought the interface made sense.
Yeah.
When you look at it, it was easy.
It's logical. Yeah.
It's exactly. It's logical.
There's no menu diving.
I shouldn't have said it was easy, because it probably isn't. There's so much I didn't learn in those few minutes, but actually, I was able to get decent sounds out of it with literally, absolutely no muscle memory.
There's a couple of weird things on the 80. On the CS, the CS range generally, which is on the 80 at least, where you got your square and your saw in the VCO section, but your sine wave is over in the VCA section.
Yeah.
Not in the VCO section, because it doesn't go through the filter, so why have it there? So you put it over there so it's not going through the filter, kind of thing. And then they have initial levels for the envelopes in the filter, rather than, so instead of having where you'd have a EG amount for your filter, and then you have your filter envelope, and then as you bring that up, it raises or lowers the amount that it will sweep. You have these initial levels, so when you press the key even really lightly, you can start at a certain point in the filter's frequencies, regardless of what the filter's set to. That way you can play it light, but have it up bright, as opposed to having to smack the hell out of it to get it bright.
Yeah.
So there's those things, and you can determine how much attack that it has from that as well. So whether it has a short or long attack, regardless of what the attack's set to. Yeah. It makes sense when you're playing it.
Yeah.
When you look at the front panel, you're going, "What the fuck is that? Why?" So, but I must admit, one thing that does bug me, because even now, after working on so many of them, sometimes I will forget about the volume level in the VCA section. So you go to play it.
A logical place for it.
Well, yes, but considering you already have a volume already, do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, which is global. But you got this volume, and they put it over in that VCA section. Except what it does is it turns off the level from the VCO and the VCF, but it's in the VCA section. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how you play just sine wave.
So it's not
by
a
shutting down
volume
everything
per
else.
se, it's a level control.
Yeah, it's a level control that controls the level of the VCOs and going through the filters. But obviously the VCOs stay open and the sine wave can go through at full blast. So little things like that, sort of like, but once you know them and you manipulate them, it's like, oh yeah.
But the
cool,
thing
I
is,
like it.
also, it is one of those rare synths that literally has a knob or button for everything. There's nothing hidden. And
Yeah.
It's perhaps that's why for so many people it's a dream synth, because you have access to everything. And it's literally just a finger push away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all these little things, isn't it? It's like there was this thing with like for instance on a Juno 60, for instance. Is it a Juno 60? Or it might be a Jupiter 8. Might be Jupiter 8. Where you got Poly 1 and Poly 2. And I've had a load of customers say to me, "Well, what's the difference between Poly 1 and Poly 2? Seem to play the same." I go, well, I can never tell them which way round it is, but it's like Poly 1, if you push a key, it cycles through all the voices. And on Poly 2, if you hit one key, it always only plays the first voice. And then if you press 2, it plays 1 and 2, and all that sort of thing. So it's always resetting back.
Yeah.
The usefulness of that, probably, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but maybe that you can apply that to other things. I mean, I think if you had it on an OB8, for instance, then it would make a difference because you can split, upper and lower. Yeah. Although it doesn't look like that on the front panel, you have the upper board 4 voices, lower board 4 voices, and you can pan 4 to the left, 4 to the right if you want that kind of thing. So depending on because it doesn't have a poly mode, you can't really do that. But if you had it on the Jupiter 8, which I think you can, because you can split that left and right, can't you? So it might apply to that. So
I'm not sure.
But anyway, yeah. So I mean, something in the chat will know. But yeah, and it's with the 80 though. You got this thing where they say to me, "What's the difference between sustain 1 and 2?" Because they both sustain. And I go, they both sustain the same. They go, well, they don't. What happens is on sustain 1, if you turn up the release full and go up the keyboard, it sustains all the notes. If you put it on sustain 2, it only sustains the last note that you played. And I go, what's the use of that? I go, because you can bang a note and it carries on releasing, and you can then use the rhythm. Yeah. You can play the rhythm controller with it.
Is it the sostinato pedal, same sort of thing.
Same sort of thing, yeah.
Third pedal in it, or the one in the middle.
Yeah. So you can hit one note, let go of the keyboard, and then use your rhythm strip to move it. Whereas if you do a long release on 1 and then touch the rhythm, nothing happens. So it doesn't do that. In fact, so nothing will happen. So go, oh right, okay. So I show them. Right, so that's if you're going to do, for a play button, and you're doing your flute, you can let go of the key and then control your glide without having to touch the keyboard. Especially if you're playing chords or something over here on a VP330 or whatever. And I go, and that's why it does that. So,
I wonder if the Behringer BS 80 will have the opportunity to remap, because it presumably they're going to have quite a lot of digital control, because otherwise it's not cost effective to make
absolutely
a CS80. So whether they'll allow the opportunity, like with my favourite synths, the ability to remap, say, the ribbon controller and other sliders to other MIDI CCs. Because that would really make an interesting adaptation to a CS, wouldn't it?
It's possible. I suppose it's possible. Yeah.
Map it to filter, or map it to VCO speed.
Yeah. I mean, that multifunction type. I must admit, this is where the software ones come into their own.
Yes.
So, but it's like everything else, isn't it? It's that it depends on the amount of coding that's going to have to go in for it allowed to do it, or whether they even, sort of like, oh, sod this for a game of cards, let's just put it out.
Well, I still personally find it bizarre that more synths don't have a ribbon controller, because it's a fairly cheap device to integrate.
Yeah.
And once you've played a synth that has one, you really don't want to play anything else.
Yeah. Well, it's a subtle way of doing additional modulation. Because I must admit, when I used D-Beam, it always looked like I was waving to my mum.
Yeah.
You're playing and go, "Oh, mum!" That kind of. That's what it looks like.
Jean-Michel Jarre laser harp. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking hell.
So when you're on
Have your
stage,
Michael Jackson jangly gloves. Yes.
yeah, you're on stage with all your Roland D-beams and everything like that, and go, "Why are they waving at us?" Wave back. It's kind of.
The D-beam was just the most bonkers thing ever, I think.
Well,
I can't
actually,
remember
yes and no. It
Oh, it's a
gave
brilliant
an alternate-
idea.
Yeah, it's an alternate controller. And
Yeah.
let's
Yeah.
face it, there have been some pretty wanky controllers that have come out.
Yeah.
It worked. It was really simple to understand. Did the job. I mean, it's mocked, but it's still a very sensible way of very quickly altering something. Whether you want to actually do manual modulation, or you just want to do a sweep or a volume. It's a very quick way and very intuitive way of controlling something.
Well, you're talking about different types of controllers that turned out to be a bit wank. That enhancer ring.
Yes.
Oh, that lived up to its name. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's great, and it's like, well, you can get your modulation. But I tell you what, to be able to do it and carry on playing, not play, stop, and move on. And then I've been doing stuff where I've gone, la la la. Oh, it needs to be on that end though. For that bit, it's like, fucking hell, don't bother. So, and it wasn't cheap either. And but like I said before, with that those controls, that high resolution sliders and knobs and stuff that were all magnetic, and you could set them up any way you wanted them.
Yeah. They were bloody expensive.
Yeah, they were not cheap. It was a French company, and I was using them. And I was using them with the Spitfire audio stuff. Brilliant. I mean, really, so expressive for the expression and dynamics and stuff like that. Really, really good. Then something happened, and then they seemed to come out again, but they changed the name.
Different software.
They changed the software, and they changed the central controller unit. All right. Okay. All right. And they go, you can't use the old software. You cannot use it. Go away. You cannot use it. Yeah. You must buy the controller again, like that. And you go, what do you mean I've got to buy the controller again? Sort of like, and another 200 quid or whatever it was. And go, hang on a minute. Well, what about this one I bought? How about a little sort of like, you bought our last one. Yeah, have a little discount.
Yeah.
And it was like, no.
Yeah.
Suck off.
We screwed you once.
Yeah.
You obviously enjoyed it, so we're going to do it again.
And as much as I loved those controllers, out of principle, went, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm moving on to something else.
But I also think that people underestimate good foot pedals.
Oh, yeah.
And that with keyboards, actually, instead of just having 3, having multiple pedals, which you can CC map to whatever you want, can actually, again, be a bit of a game changer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, you beat me. I've got 8.
Yeah, I got 10. However, there's an M Audio one. Like, this is expression pedals here we're talking about, right?
I used to have one of them. I've still got one somewhere.
Yeah, well, the M Audio, I think it's M Audio. It's a cheapy one.
Yeah, it breaks really easy though.
This one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I found this pedal to be, stop, really, really good, right? Now, I have an FH7 Yamaha pedal, which is a optical control pedal. And it broke, stopped working after about 4 months. And the thing was like, how much for a pedal? I mean, it was not cheap at all. Yeah. So
I found simple pot-based pedals are the cheapest, and
Yeah.
they work.
But if you can get one that has that polarity switch on the bottom or on the side, but also that adjustment on the side, so you can adjust how much happens in that travel, because they're exponential, aren't they? Admittedly, the FH7, sorry, was I did like it. It was lovely, but I don't know how much it was. 170 quid or something for a freaking pedal that lasted about 3.5 months.
Well, I've got an old Behringer FCB 1010, I think it is.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Pedal bank.
Yeah,
And
I know it.
again, I know people rag on it, on Behringer, but it's probably about, 10 years old. Still working, great for bank switching, very easy to configure, multiple buttons.
Yeah.
It just works.
You talk about pedals. I just bought my first Moog. It's the only Moog I'll ever buy. Expression pedal.
All right.
Oh, right.
15 quid, I think I paid for it.
Oh, that's all right.
That's brilliant. I have to say, I did like that audio pedal. I mean, like I say, I eventually broke it.
Yeah.
I've got the Korg one now, which is not cheap.
Yeah.
And you can change the polarity, but you have to do it. You can only do it on a Korg keyboard,
Oh.
which is a bit pants, really.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's what I liked about the at least the M Audio one, where you could just flip from one machine to the other depending on what you were doing on the day. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, pedals make they're a really good controller, because let's face it, your feet are not doing that much while you're playing keyboards, are they? So it's
But it's
Get
odd
to work.
how they're never talked about in conjunction with synths, or very, very rarely.
yeah, they're sort of like an afterthought a lot of the time, I suppose. Aren't they? But they are literally an ingenious source for additional live,
And
definitely
if you
live
s-
modulation sources.
If your synth doesn't have, sustain pedal or expression pedal input, get a MIDI one and just do everything over MIDI, and then you can configure it to what you want. And again, for things like filter sweeps, actually doing it by using your foot, and then you can keep both hands on the keyboard.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a no-brainer.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if you want to mess with expression and stuff like that while you're playing, hello, that's where you want to be. Because it's like all the others, whether it's a ribbon strip or whether it's a D-beam or whatever, it requires you removing half of your playing equipment away.
Yeah.
Which
pedals don't.
Which pedals don't. So, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Steve Elbows has said the expressive. Was it Touche?
Touche. Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah.
I've never used one. I saw it and thought. Initially, I thought, oh, that would be interesting, and then I thought, no, I just don't need it.
Well, I quite like the idea of it, but I already had an instrument, so is it not? It's doing the same sort of thing to some extent.
Yeah.
I know the instrument's a completely different animal.
Actually, it'd be really brilliant if it was just a pedal. If it was a foot pedal.
Yeah.
Put it on the floor and you put your foot on it instead.
Yeah.
Maneuver it that way.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, instead of just having the single axis of a foot pedal, you could have, almost like a foot-operated yoke.
Yeah.
So you could do left and right as well as up and down.
Yeah.
A foot-operated joystick.
David in the chat was just saying about pedals moving around. I actually got a sustain pedal. I don't even know where I even got it from. It's a really old Roland sustain pedal, but it's got a built-in rubber mat with it, which folds into the pedal. It's brilliant.
Or
You
just
know.
or Velcro and a
Yeah,
know,
can
sheet
use
of
Velcro.
MDF.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on a carpet, you don't need the rubber bit out. And if I'm on a stage with a wooden floor, I just turn it round. It's absolutely fantastic. You know,
Yeah.
but I have no idea. I probably got it, you know, somewhere in the past. It probably came with it probably came with that M1 that I sold.
Well, I made an expression pedal out of an old sewing machine foot switch.
Oh yeah, I can
Singing
see
pedals.
that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it weighs about 5 pounds.
Yeah.
Old 1960s rear stat.
So it's not going to move around a lot then.
It didn't move. But yeah, it's just different ways of controlling things, and I think that I just think there are some tricks that are missed both by synth manufacturers but also by us as users. And actually, sometimes the simplest things are the easiest. And it's odd that not odd, but when you think every piano has pedals,
Yeah.
and yet we're all playing keyboards and ignore what should be natural.
Yeah. I've always, sort of been a little bit sort of pissed with the fact that you can have some form of controller, but it requires you to remove one of your hands from the keyboard. I don't see that as an added boon somehow.
Yeah.
So. Actually, it'd be good if you could have one that sort of like tracks your eyes, so you can sort of like make that work over there. Make that work over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, gesture reading.
The eye beam.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unless you're playing live and there's someone in the audience who whips their top off or something.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, exactly. Mind you, imagine you're playing, you've got all these pedals and everything like that, and you're on stage and you sneeze. It make everybody in the audience jump, wouldn't it? Because you go la la la. Wow! Oh, sorry about that, everybody.
But as with everything, if you do it at least twice more.
Oh yeah, then it's
You
not
meant
a
to do
mistake.
it.
Yeah, it's not a mistake, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the philosophy I adopted to the Killings.
What? Is there something you want to tell us, Ken?
Yeah, well, you murdered one person. It's a mistake, isn't it?
of
But you
course,
do
yeah.
it 2 more times. You meant to do it. Don't worry. It was all right.
Change your title as well.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know. I watch too much Family Guy. My humour's getting too dark.
Nothing wrong with dark humour.
Well, unless you're trying to see where you're going.
I haven't watched enough Family Guy, really. I need to get into really watching it regularly.
Yeah.
Every time I catch it, I think it's absolutely brilliant, but I never regularly watch it.
Yeah.
I'd never seen it until 7 years ago when I met my girlfriend, and she was like, "Oh, you got to watch this." It was like, just battered with it now. Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, Caustic Eye says that the Nectar sustain pedal works great, but it has the sticky rubber paint.
Oh, does it?
I mean, again, you'd think after all this time, manufacturers would know what products to use as coatings, and using silicon or rubber-based paint products that react with oils on people's hands is not a very good thing.
Yeah, but you know what happens, don't you? It's cheap. You use. It's cheap. It costs very little money. You use it. Yes, you do as you're told.
Actually, there's an issue with all the Nectar stuff because I had one of the Nectar P1 controller. And I hadn't had it that long. I had it probably about 18 months, and all of the sliders were getting really sticky.
Yeah.
And when I came to sell it, there's a way of actually making it slightly better, so it's not
Just
sticky.
soak them in isopropyl alcohol.
It was like, that's it.
Yeah.
Sashi, that's exactly it. I did that.
Yeah.
I wiped them. I wiped them a few times, and obviously a load of the black stuff came off
Yeah.
from the cloth.
Yeah.
And then dried it, did it a few more times till I was happy that when the guy gets it, he's going to touch it. And it doesn't feel like it's going to be
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, well, fuck him, he's paid
Well-
for it.
I wasn't thinking that, but yeah. Sorry if you're watching.
Yeah,
I didn't mean it.
I remember buying one of those. It was a Nectar 88. And when the box arrived, and I went, oh, that doesn't bode
Nothing
well.
in it.
Yeah.
And it was this keyboard went, and you get either end of it, and you twist it. It goes. I go, oh, fucking hell!
Yeah.
Oh no! And it was the keys were like those octaves moulded in one piece.
Oh, God.
And
The plastic strip connecting the wall.
Yeah. It's just moulded in place like that, and it's like, oh.
Now, you see, I've got a Roland A500 MIDI controller keyboard, and I much as I don't really like Roland, I've got to say it's a bloody good little MIDI controller.
Yeah.
And even though it's God knows how old, the thing still works perfectly.
Yeah, but there is some quite hideous keybeds out there. If you look hard enough, there's some real donkeys. I tell you, it's sort of like,
Well, I keep saying, and I mentioned again during the Ranty show in the chat when they were talking about, or when V Collection came up, and last night when you guys were rabbiting on about V Collection for a fucking hour.
No, actually,
Arturia missing a beat in that. Isn't there an opportunity for either a decent controller, and Arturia are very good at building controllers for something like the V Collection, or even a standalone host keyboard controller for something like V Collection? At the end of the day, it will run on I would imagine, a fairly compact PC board. So, embedding one of those into a decent keyboard controller with lots of twiddly knobs and sliders would be, I would think, quite a good seller.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, last night's show, Ken, I mean, you sold me on the V Collection.
It was very good. I just take soft synths.
For me, it's about when I buy it, not if.
Yeah.
I will buy it, but actually, I want a deal. So Black Friday thing will be fine, or something like that. And to be fair, it's when I actually think I'm going to need to use some of those synths. When I've got a project on that I think I definitely need, CS80 or whatever it is, or I quite fancy having to go at the Buchla thing, and but it's when.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but then it was the same with me with the was it the UBI?
Yeah,
I've no UBI stuff.
Because they're doing that subscription thing. I looked at what was available. Yeah, do you know what? Subscription.
Yeah, well, I agree, yeah.
But I was looking at what you get access to, and it's like...
Didn't you buy into that?
Hell.
You bought into that, didn't you, Kent?
No, I filled the form out and everything. I just went, no. No, not... Let me think about this a little bit longer. No. Because there's this thing about, binding yourself, tying yourself to a tree for no apparent reason. Do I really need to tie myself to this tree? Not yet. Eventually, though.
I can't even consider the fucking Arturia yet. I've got to bloody replace my Mac.
Ooh,
yes.
Half the stuff that's coming up on Rolling Cloud now won't run on the Mac that I've got.
Well, wait a little bit, because all the people who bought, or a lot of the people who bought into the M1 will now be kicking themselves, and they'll want to upgrade to the M2, which means there should be some M1 stuff coming out.
But you're right.
Slightly cheaper.
I don't see that musicians will be doing that, because I don't think the M2 will provide any extra...
It doesn't.
Power.
Richard was talking about this.
Over
When's
the
that
M1.
bothered Apple fans, though? If they don't
Yeah, but
have
that's
the
not the
latest,
point. He's not buying it as
No.
an Apple fan. That's the thing. Because
No.
what happens is the benefits of having the M2 chip does not apply to anything to do with audio or door
So
running or
graphics,
anything.
isn't it?
Primarily, it's the video encoding that it's the 8K video encoding that
Yeah.
the M2 provides, which unless you're doing huge amounts of video work, is just a waste of time. I mean, I've got an M1 MacBook Air,
Yeah,
fucking best laptop I've ever used,
yeah.
but I wouldn't stick it in there because this is my personal machine and I don't
Yeah.
cross over. You know, my studio machine is my studio machine, and never the twain shall meet. But I really want to. I've got to bring it. It's an 11-year-old Mac, so I've really got to upgrade. But I'm looking at a Mac Mini because I think.
Yeah, the Mac Mini M1's great. I mean, I was forced into it because my old Mac Mini, which was, I think, 2013, just really started to grind to a halt. I mean, I'd wiped it and restarted it and all that sort of stuff that you try and do to keep it going a bit longer.
Yeah.
So I was forced into it, but actually, the M1 Mac Mini. I mean, my only criticism, I've said it before, not enough ports. But hey, it's a typical Apple problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, there are ways around that.
There are, and I've got ways. Yeah, and I've got ways around that. But I think it's great.
Even as an Apple skeptic like I have to admit that the M1 Mac Mini does look and appears to perform very well.
It does, yeah.
Oh, was it? There was I was talking to Ben in a thread on my Facebook page about it, and I posted a link to a video which I saw not long after the M1 came out, and a guy put it up against a Mac Mini, an Intel Mac Mini that he had, and he maxed out this Logic session. And I think on the Intel one, he ended up at about 300 instances of VSTs and things like that. Yeah. And on the M1, base configuration, cheapest one you could buy, he was over, I think he got to about 1,200.
Bloody hell.
It was fucking insane.
Yeah.
I've never heard the fan.
In Logic.
The fan doesn't work. If he's got a fan, it doesn't work. He just don't need it. It's quiet, as quiet as can be.
Well, that's the beauty of running something on a BBC Micro. That's all I can say.
But because I was toying with the idea of perhaps getting the Mac Studio.
Yeah, you talked about that.
And
after you bankrupted yourself, you decided...
No, but you see, the thing is, it's only going to work out about 600 quid more than buying the Mac Mini, but spec'd to where it really needs to be of use.
Yeah, I spec mine out.
Yeah, and it comes out at about 12-ish in a bit. So say call it 13 for argument's sake. And the interesting thing was Richard sent me this thing that showed the figures of it running of this type of Mac Mini running up against the Mac Studio, and it was running more and better and faster than the Mac Studio was. What? Okay, fair dues. All right, whatever. We'll have some of that. It's just a matter of getting them. I just want a machine you can plug stuff into, and it just fucking works.
And that's it. I mean, when I bought mine, there was lots of things that wouldn't work straight out of the box, and I knew that was going to be the issue. And I had to wait. I mean, actually, the reason for getting rid of that Nexa P1 is they never solved that problem.
Yeah.
And they never. And I waited and waited and waited, and I was in communication with them, and they were saying, "Oh, try this, try that, try the other," and it just never worked. So I just gave up and sold it. And sadly, I bought a Behringer X-Touch, which just. Well, it's fine. It works great. Actually, it works great with Logic. It's brilliant with Logic, and not so great with Reaper.
What's the situation with Macs regarding older legacy software? So, for example, if I've got Windows 7 and in some cases, Windows 98 drivers, they'll run quite happily under Windows 10, perhaps with a little bit of tweaking, but I haven't really met many compatibility issues. In fact, I still run lots of old shitty DOS software under Windows 10 quite happily. What's it like on the Mac if there are old drivers for whatever the names of the different Mac operating systems are.
It's a problem.
I don't know.
I mean, I've got my laptop, which is 2015. I think he's running. I can't remember which operating system it's run, but I don't. He's still got some
Catalina,
32.
isn't it?
Catalina, yeah. He's still got some 32-bit software in there, and I don't want to update it because I know that software isn't going to work.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I mean, I've
So there isn't like a compatibility mode or
no.
No,
No.
there isn't.
you can't
No.
run.
No,
Not for
once-
things like 32-bit. No.
They certainly dropped 32-bit from Catalina. It was the one after
Yeah.
Catalina, Big Sur,
Big Sur, yeah.
which is why when I get the new computer, the old iMac is staying because that
Yeah, that's
manages.
That's what I'm doing, yeah.
This is why I've been forced. My hand's been forced because up until now, everything has worked.
Right.
Everything. You know, I'm even running old power core units on there. You know, Firewire power core units
Yeah.
on this old Mac, and it works fine.
Yeah.
But now, because of Roland not continuing to write for High Sierra, I've got to jump the gun. And then, of course, once that's done, I'll sort of look at the Arturia because
And
I've got
ca-
free collection.
Can you run previous Mac operating systems under VMs?
That I don't know.
That I
would never
don't
do
know.
that.
I mean, I know you
No.
can certainly do dual boot and things like that. You can have separate partitions and things, but
I've never
don't know
done
about
that.
VM. I've never tried it.
No, I haven't either. Never really wanted to be fair.
No.
I mean, I'm not. When I moved over from Windows to Mac, I've kept one computer which is on Windows 7, and it's pretty slow, and again, there's a load of legacy software on that, and it works. You know, whenever I boot it up, it's great for when I need to use it. Really, you know?
I mean,
Oh, Neil Wharton's saying that you can VM old Mac OSs and run them.
oh, okay.
I wouldn't imagine you'd be able to do it on
And then one.
the M1 because that's
No.
a completely different. It's an ARM-based architecture, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you're running as a VM,
I don't know.
the VM provides the hardware wrapper, so to speak.
I don't know about that. I'm sorry, I'm just answering the question Jim's put up. 32 lives. I don't know if it works on M1, but it certainly did up to Catalina, enabling 32-bit plugins. But again, that's why I keep an older machine because you can run 32-bit. And for some of the older machines that I've got, like my 201, my SH201, and I've got an XV 2020, all the editors on there, because I work visually with editors. A lot of those didn't survive past Windows 7, so I keep a Windows 7 laptop and just run those because they died on their arse with Mac years ago. So, yeah.
See, this is why I think I'm going to go for this, this Mac Mini because, I think it was Richard was saying to me, he goes, yeah, it's a shame really because you've got that 3XS machine that you just bought that's all whistles and bells. I mean, you can run like fucking 200 tracks on this and it says using 2% CPU power, for Christ's sake. I go, well, the thing is, I'll turn the PC into like a hardware instrument.
Yeah.
So we can go we can plug into the Mac, as an instrument, as audio, as another audio source to go onto that door, and which is fine because I can carry it. Because I mean, the libraries on this one, I mean, it's fucking terabytes of it. It's like no, I'm not doing all that moving shit. No, forget it.
No, I mean that this is why I've ended up with so many computers because across the years I've done exactly that. I've spent time in the last couple of years consolidating everything, and it took a long fucking time.
Yeah.
But one of the other things I like about having two Macs, especially, and will be, is that using the what's it called? I forget now. Audio MIDI setup.
Yeah.
You can use Ethernet as to send and receive MIDI signals.
Yeah.
And trigger live and do all sorts of shit like that. So that, to me, is just like, right, okay, I'll sequence that on that machine and just fire it off. And
yeah,
and it works. It works, and it works really, really well. It's just, I suppose it's... Go on.
My next laptop will be an M1 or an M2 laptop.
M1's just staggering.
because I mean this, like I said, this 2015 one, it is coming towards. I mean, I'm going off to Edinburgh to do these, and I will be. That's all I'm taking. And although Jane has said, if you need to buy a new laptop, buy one, but I actually didn't want to do that just before going off to Edinburgh.
Yeah.
I'd rather, if something happens while we're there, I'm going to go into the Apple Store and buy one.
Yeah.
And then just use it.
I'll tell you though, out of all of the Intel MacBooks I've ever used, the 2015 was the best. Was the best.
I mean, when I'm rendering video, the fan sounds like it's taking off, and it gets hot. But it's never let me down. Not once.
Well, my old 2015, my mum's got now. She loves it. Yeah. It's the best fucking laptop I've ever used.
Well, so the intention would be to keep it because, like I say, there is other software on there that isn't even on the M1.
Have you got the original hard drive in it?
I've got the SSD.
Yeah, it's got the
It was the one before. It was the one just before they did that stupid touch bar thing. I didn't want the touch bar. The touch bar had come out. I thought, I don't want that. I want a headphone socket and I want a bloody.
That's an original Apple proprietary SSD that they put in the 2015. Right now, what you can do is you can actually get an adapter which converts that to, or converts an NVMe M2 drive, which you can buy now, into that proprietary connector. So you can actually upgrade that machine. I think the connector is about 15 quid and you can buy whatever drive you want. And you can go fucking nuts. You can put 2 terabyte storage in that machine that you're running now.
Brilliant.
Because the problem was the Apple.
Hello.
The reason this is here is because the Apple proprietary drives were known to die. And my mum's got one. Got my old machine. It's got a 1 terabyte drive in it. And I think it cost me about 100 quid to do. So hang on to the machine.
I will.
Worth it.
Well, what I did notice on the Apple Store was that if you are going to get, whether it's a laptop or a mini or whatever, if you're going beyond its standard configuration, like you want to put, instead of a 500, you want to put a terabyte in it. You're waiting until the end of July before you get it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it's sort of like, oh, okay. So there's a bit of a waiting list apparently. Well, it's like waiting for the chips coming probably.
Yeah.
So
pretty much.
Yeah. So, but if you don't go, I can have it as it is, off the shelf. Then you can walk out with it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah.
But it's it's like I say, I've been holding off, and Roland, of which I own many products, have been the bastards that forced my hand on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean that's you do that though, don't you? Because I mean, when the M1 came out, I wasn't looking to change at that point, and then obviously within the first few months, I'm thinking I'm going to have to change. And I was hanging on, hoping that
But it's the old adage, isn't it? You don't fix it if it ain't broke.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I that M1 will stay in the studio until something either goes wrong with it, or it becomes so slow that it impacts on the work I'm doing.
I know that Fiona's eyeing up that Mac Mini already. She wants that. She goes,
what year is that one?
That's 2011.
Oh, you can max the shit out of that.
And you know what? It's absolutely rock steady. It hasn't given me any grief at all.
Twin hard drives, max the RAM out, it will go like stink for years.
Yeah. And she goes, I can use it to, run the business, run, just do the books, emails and stuff like that. I said, then as it is, ta-da! Yeah. And of course, I've got that 18-inch touchscreen panel that I've got with it, so she can just tap, 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 all that sort of bullshit. So actually, just sellotape it to the back of it. There you go, darling. Your laptop. Here's your laptop there. With an apple sitting on it.
My old Mac Mini is sat underneath our TV, using it for Apple TV.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can repurpose a load of it, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Waggy's saying that they're just talking about memory and such like, and he says He got 384 gig in his last PC build.
What is that? 384 gig RAM or
RAM.
store?
That's RAM.
Fucking
Oh
hell,
no! When
what?
it comes to storage, Waggoo's got almost half a petabyte or something. So
Fuck.
Fuck, mate, 384. Jesus, what are you doing?
Mining, by the sounds of it.
That's the bastard with all the chips.
yeah, Wagyu is responsible for the worldwide shortage. Yeah. But
Data mining.
It's amazing how certainly with an older Windows PC, just upgrading the RAM and using an SSD or a PCI card with an M2 SSD suddenly transforms it into a bit of a beast.
Well, a lot of people come to me and say, oh, my laptop's running, because they know I piss about with computers, and they come and say, oh, my laptop's running slow, and I'll just open the back up and say, right, first thing, more RAM, SSD.
SSD. Yeah.
New machine. And like, what? And you do that, and it costs them, I don't know, 100 quid or whatever, depending on what you got to put in there. Yeah. And they shit themselves, because it's like, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons I do it, is because it keeps people from firing off old laptops and end up in landfill when you can return them or
absolutely.
It's it's just that I like doing it. It keeps me busy, it keeps the brain going.
Yeah.
Hello, fruit bat. You all right?
Hello, Kent showed my mum a picture of Noah today. She fell in love with him.
Oh, I know, he's a cutie, isn't he?
Here you go, darling.
Oh,
I've got you some milk and cookies.
Milk and cookies.
Oh, Kent, will you say thank you to Fiona for her friend request on Facebook?
Thank you for your friend request. From Matt.
She's going, who the fuck am I talking to?
She hasn't friended me.
Bless her.
Oh,
Show off my homemade cookies.
I've got to try your homemade. Oh, is it?
Don't make faces, I'm watching.
Oh, okay. You're getting this.
Kent's testicles are going to disappear overnight.
Oh, oh.
Chocolate's a bit tough, isn't it?
Yeah, if we could
She
reduce the thickness of the
substituted
caramel
chocolate for the
and
wire
make it
wrapping off a
just a little
CS80.
stiffer. You got it.
Space cookies.
Cheeky bastard.
What? The taste is perfect. It's Millionaire's shortbread,
Bit squid.
Oh, nice.
but it gone a bit squidged. She has to she makes her own everything, and it tastes great, but the caramel is very, very squidgy. Oh. The chocolate has been in the fridge, so it's like trying to eat a pillow with a paving slab on top of it.
Oh, the best things are proper hash browns.
No, do you know what? It really tastes nice, so probably won't be getting any. Sorry.
Dog
That's a
just
bit-
walk off Cocky's leg. Fuck off.
Yeah, take a dump in the corner.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, but essentially, I like using a computer as an instrument,
Yeah.
and don't run away from them thinking, because there is this thing about being doorless, and I get it, but it's just a different.
It's just another tool, really.
It's just another
It's how-
thing,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Well, for me, because I'm not by any stretch a player, I get the ideas in my head, and the door gives me the facility to actually sequence all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that for me is as much, that's my way of getting what's in here out, because I can't do that.
Oh, you see, I just basically use the PC as a tape recorder and record shit and do nothing with it. And
Do nothing with it.
occasionally come back to it 5 years later and go, really? Is that what you're doing? Really?
Yeah, I use
And then
Cubase
just
like a
carry
tape
on,
recorder.
you know.
Yeah, I use it like a multi-track recorder. I can, yes, you can go in there, you can manipulate MIDI data and everything, and if I have to, I will. But essentially, my mindset is to like
Just
bar
put it
one,
down.
press
yeah.
play, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Next track, boom, 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 boom. So
Yeah, it's just yours sounds musical compared to the shit that I do, which is why it sits there and does nothing for 5 years, and I have hard disk after hard disk after hard disk just full of shit. But it keeps me happy, and
Yeah,
it
but how
stops,
do you know?
stops
You need
me
to let-
murdering people.
Sassy, you need to let us hear it, because
Oh, good God, no!
no,
No,
mate,
yeah,
you need,
come on, man.
you need to start
I'll
listening
put it
to
on the
your own
radio show.
advice.
No, well, no, I don't recommend anyone else puts anything out either.
Yes, you do.
I'm just happy to listen to stuff other people produce, you know. But to be honest, it's not the performance. I mean, I get no thrill out of performing. It's just, it's, you know, there are times when you can sit down at a synth, and then 5 hours later you realise that you've achieved nothing, but you've had a bloody good time doing it.
Yeah.
You know,
Then
and
you're
that's
done. That's it.
what I enjoy.
Yeah.
Not actually necessarily creating per se, although obviously you do create. But it's just the sheer enjoyment that I get out of just making noises and just, you know, as I said, 5 hours later you think, oh shit, yeah, maybe I should have eaten, or you know, I haven't had a coffee for, you know, X number of hours, and it's just pure escapism, and that's all
Yeah.
it is.
Well, there's very few things in the world that can detract you, you know, completely like that. You know, music,
Just that.
fun,
Music, motorcycling.
music, motorcycling, and blowjobs. That's about it.
I add tattoos to that list.
Oh, yeah.
What
And they
pain of
last
having it
longer.
done.
And doggy kisses. You're going to give me a doggy kiss?
But you know, just the sheer messing around, especially when with something like, you know, sorry, I'm going to get really boring, but something like the Kurzweils. You know, I will never ever be a master of the vast synthesis engine, because you know, just going on to some of the forums and you think, shit, I didn't know that. I mean, you know, I've got the manuals, and there's like, you know, 4,000 pages,
Yeah.
and it's the sort of manual that you can take into the toilet and read for an hour, you know, and wonder why your legs, you can't feel your legs anymore. And you know, you're delving into the screen like a gynecologist, and just you know, finding new ways of doing things that you just didn't think you could do. And you know, well, frequently you make stuff that just sounds shit, but some of the sounds that you can get out of that engine is just absolutely astonishing.
But
That
that's
said,
half the thing. It's the process of doing that.
yeah,
That's as therapeutic as the end result.
exactly, and just delving into that complexity and learning, and it teaches you so much about how to create sounds. It's the same as you know, if you ever get into DX7 programming, and again, I'm just an amateur compared to people like Manny, but just learning how to tweak sounds, even if you're not actually going to make anything useful out of them. It's just the enjoyment that you get out of the exploration, and you know, also delving into sysx and NRPNs and you know, MIDIing things together. It's the technical challenge, I suppose, as opposed to the musical challenge.
Yeah, that's where a lot of it lies for me, is the technical side of it. In that, you know, right, this is what I want to do, and it's the process of getting, even, you know, connecting things up.
Yes.
The physicality of that.
Yeah.
Is a lot of it for me. Yeah, I've got that done. You know, you've seen it in your head. You want to get it finished, and it's like you've achieved something.
Yeah.
And even just plugging a synth into a pedal, you know, something like, you know, just plug something crap into a small stone phaser, and suddenly it sounds brilliant. And again, that's an hour gone. because you're just playing around with even just presets,
Yeah.
and just how different they sound when they go through a decent effect.
Yeah.
And I don't get that fun out of doing stuff on a computer. It's a purely
Oh, I do. I mean,
physical challenge.
I mean, in a lot of cases, I will start off with something that I'll play and then stick it into the computer and then really start to mess around with it. Adding things, taking things away. And I'm not, and I will just mess around until I've got something that I really am happy with. I do that an awful lot. And I love that, But I also, at the end, for me, there's always got to be, I was going to say there's always got to be a goal, there isn't, because there's tracks out there. So, I mean, like last week, I found a track I did 2 years ago during lockdown. And I thought,
But you're a musician, Ian.
Well, we all are.
Well,
We're all musicians. No, that's it. You're a musician, man. Come on. You are.
well,
I'll
I'll
just
debate that bit. But,
just because you haven't got, you might not have keyboard chops, but actually you are a musician and you are creating music.
give me something I can blow into. Yeah, definitely. But
You were talking about blowjobs just now.
no, that blowing
And
into, not sucking. It's
The other thing you've got to
thing.
remember, if you're sitting down playing at Kurzweil, you are playing the computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Right.
yes. But
Now-
it doesn't feel you're not sat in front of another fucking flat screen. Well, you are, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's the same thing. It's just different positions. When I play here, I'm playing instruments on the computer, and I'm playing from the hardware.
Yeah.
But I still get exactly the same buzz as if it was just hardware. In fact, what it does, I've got access to even more sounds than even the keyboard I'm using is capable of. So, I know that sometimes they go.
Perhaps I'm sort of slightly weird because having spent 30 years in front of computer screens, it's sort of the moving away and having the tactile experience on a different piece of hardware is the pleasure. When you've done some of the shit that I've done on computers, it's just sort of there's a reason I left that industry, and hardware synths just they're instruments, whereas a computer, whilst it can be for me, doesn't offer that experience.
But that's the beautiful thing, isn't it? Is the fact that we're all in it for different
The
reasons.
variety, exactly.
The variety, but also there's a variety in the way that we all approach it. Some
Yes.
are quite happy to compose completely in the box.
Yeah.
Others mix of hardware, computers. Others completely doorless.
And
That's
some
the beautiful thing.
some are very, very good at it. Yeah.
Yeah, and some. Well, no, we're all good at it in our own way because
Yeah, exactly.
at the end of the day, my view is I'm only ever doing this for myself. I don't ever intend to put
Yeah.
my stuff out there because there's a physiological response for me from sounds.
Yes.
It started in 74, or when it might have been 75, the first time I heard Autobahn. And the middle 8 section, there's a couple of sounds in there. And I remember clearly going, what the fuck did that? Because all I'd ever heard before that was guitars, drums, bass, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And there was a physical response. And specifically synthetic sounds have carried that through for the last 46 years. And so I do that purely for the physical response, and there's a pleasure to it that I get. But that's my reason. Other people do it for other reasons, That's why I do it. I just love it. I just love sound.
Well, it's like this thing, like we've got Kate Bush at number 1 now. If you go back to when that track originally came out, it'd be like having Glenn Miller's band at number 1.
Yeah.
You know. But I don't know. But for me, thinking about it, you know, Glenn Miller being number 1, and going, cool, bloody hell, it's going to be hard pushed. But yet, having Kate Bush today at number 1 is like, yeah, too fucking right.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean?
But
There's something very right about it.
But they do say there's a sort of a 20-year cycle with things, 20 to 25-year cycle with things, don't they?
Can you post the link in the chat? Because
I think I can.
Because I think
Guys, I'm going to have to duck out for about 20 minutes just so I move to the hotel.
No worries.
So I'll be back in about a half an hour or so.
All right, bud.
If you're still around. Okay,
All right.
see you in a bit.
Now that's really weird. The link you've posted is different to the link that I'm on.
To say what?
The link you posted
How?
is different to the link that's showing up in my.
Same as mine. It's the link that I've got up is the same as the one he's just posted.
That's weird.
Oh, let me try.
It's okay. I'm just trying again.
and see what that does. Right.
Oh, you've got WO on the end of the link.
That
you posted,
Mine has
Saz.
WO on it.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's really perverse. Hang on, I'm just going to refresh mine.
How bizarre. Oh, interlude.
God, that is a gorgeous sounding machine, isn't it? Is that the Hydra?
It's not just Hydra. It's not just Hydra. It's Hydra and other things mixed, and that's why I like playing it with the computer. Like that.
See that right there is the sort of thing that sets me off. That's just like
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's lush.
That's what I go for. That's what I go for.
All that sort of stuff.
You can,
And it's good because I can sit here. I can just, lights off. I'm not looking at anything. Sometimes I turn the monitors off so there's nothing glaring in the face and just sit and just.
That's
and
a dream. That's dream state, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
and sometimes you find something you go.
Yeah.
Yes, remember that bit. Yeah. And they fire up the monitor and go, retrospective recording. Thank you. Got it. Cool.
That's
That's always good.
And
Did
is
somebody
that
want
just-
to use that link, Sass?
Well, yeah, I
Brooksy,
think
wasn't it?
Brooksy was. I've
Oh.
sent it to him directly as well. So
Oh, okay. I just wondered if
Hopefully he'll
what I'm
come
putting up isn't working either.
no. For some reason, the link that I posted had WO. So in my title bar, it had a WO added on the end. And,
How bizarre.
yeah. So was that just the Hydra, or was that
No. That's a bit of
that was software?
a bit of V-Synth. V-Synth. What am I talking about?
V collection.
Your V collection. Yeah. Well, the Fender, which I think is beautiful. Because I was always one of these people who go, oh, modelled. Oh no, I don't think so. Thank you. But these modelled ones are like, fucking hell.
Well, it's funny. As much as I hate soft synths, I have now stopped worrying whether a synth is digital or analog or modelled or.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter now.
No, it's all about does it or does it not give you a hard on? End of.
Exactly.
Does it get? Yeah. Do you get that? For me, the whack, the physical.
Yeah,
kit.
exactly.
Yeah.
Here
Bonjour.
he is. How you doing, buddy?
Good evening, Andrew.
Are we all right?
Yeah. How you doing?
Well, Upper's left.
Thank you. Pearl of wisdom.
Walked straight into that one, mate.
Yeah, sorry for that delay. I've just got back from Grace, who's been doing another jam, and of course it means that various things have been unplugged, which meant they had to be replugged, and I couldn't find them.
Hmm.
Yes, well,
I don't walk that sorry.
So that was.
Keith in Watford is saying, "Hi Andrew. There was a question earlier about a finger controller. Have you not got one?
A Watty controller.
A
Finger controller.
A finger controller. Well, I use my fingers to control. A finger.
Don't we all?
Let's clear that up.
Hi, Keith.
And we walk
Hi,
away.
Keith. Hi, everybody. Have I got a finger controller? Is it something to control my fingers?
No, it's
That's
something
got my brain.
Is it something you wear or use to control.
One of those ring things, so you can do the.
D-beam jewellery.
Yeah.
No. In answer to that one, no, I haven't got one of those. No.
Okay.
No. Sentient did send a little thing that looked like a sort of badge, which you attach to things, and it sends out data that one of his softwares picks up, and then it converts it to MIDI data that you can use to control. Which Grace now has, because Grace is going to miss about with that.
That's what Keith is referring to.
That's what Keith is referring to.
It's just an IMU that outputs MIDI wirelessly. Inertial measurement.
Were you
device.
speaking fucking code, Sash? I mean, I can converse in about four languages reasonably well, and yet you say.
And yet, whenever we talk, I know.
Sounds like a department at the hospital, and I've seen enough of those in the last fortnight to keep me happy for ages.
He said what?
It's a digital position sensor, so it's what you have built into your phone. That when you use it as a compass or a
gyroscope.
Spirit level.
A gyroscope.
Effectively, yeah, digital gyroscope.
Right, okay, thanks. Yeah, it's a thingy. You stick it on a whatnot, and it sends out some stuff.
Sounds like a Reader's Wife article.
I don't know what they are.
That takes me back.
Way, boom, boom. I'll tell you what, it's quite an electrical storm building up out there.
Yeah,
We had
You're
great
meant to
one
be
down
getting
here earlier.
zapped a bit.
it's definitely green skies outside here tonight.
Yeah.
And I left Grace and I said, "Ooh, look at that light. That's thunder."
Yeah, that's
You can
that's
taste
not. It's
We
not
had a
good.
beauty about 5 o'clock down here.
Can anybody? Am I weird when I say I can taste thunderstorms?
No, you
No,
can't.
no, not at all.
I can say some people think I'm strange.
Something to do with the
It's ozone.
ozone, the ionisation.
negative
Yeah.
ions or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ozone.
Yeah. It's like
Tastes
picking a battery.
slightly chemically, slightly
Yeah.
chlorine-ish.
It's like, no, you get a 9-volt battery and stick it on your tongue. It's like that sort of. Yeah, it's that sort of.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as weird as you thought it was.
Non-carborundum illegitimi. I don't. And that's
A,
not
A
real.
to Z says he only smells it, he doesn't taste it. Try opening your mouth.
Eat the thunderstorm. What the hell is?
So, how did your session go with Grace?
Remarkably swiftly, but I said once we'd actually done the recording of the tune, I said, "Look, Grace, I'm gonna leave you to get on with compiling that video tonight." I mean, the previous ones we've sat through and I've chucked in my suggestions, and we've sort of done it together. Grace does all the DaVinci Resolve stuff and knows what to do with it, but they've been collaborations. But tonight I've just said, Grace, you have to get on with it, because I just get really tired, If you noticed that Ramsey's today, but by the end of it,
You were knackered at the end.
I was really flagging. I was going,
Oh.
I'm struggling, and it's just all I've done is sit in my chair and just talked about shit,
Are you taking next week off as well?
It looks like I will be doing. I can't.
Yeah.
I haven't got the energy to stand there. Do a five lesson teaching day. It's just you've got to be realistic. I mean, the doctor wanted to sign me up for 2 weeks anyway.
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh no, we'll do a week and we'll see. I'll be all right. I'll be fine." But here we are, and just simple things like going out and doing the shopping, and I come back and I'm going, I need to sit down for half an hour. It's rubbish. It's like this is what's going on here. It was interesting what Darren said earlier about really he understands what it is, because I've had the illness. I feel like I've got better from the illness, and then suddenly I've just gone zhunk.
Yeah.
Right down, and it's like, oh.
That's like
And that's
I
where
had
it
to
starts
I had to
swaying.
climb up 6 flights of stairs carrying a heavy box today. So it's when you do that and you think, you know, I used to be able to do this and not get out of breath.
No, exactly. Well,
Yeah.
Right, so, yeah, we've had a nice sort of session tonight. The Hardware Jams theme was freedom. In whatever way you chose to interpret that, you know, the freedom of summer, the freedom of this, and
Or George
So-
Michael.
no, we've gone a different freedom route. We've gone the very amazing guy at Glastonbury, whose name I can now not remember. Oh, Grace will tell me off. She sent me an email with a link in it. Just this guy with his guitar at Glastonbury singing a song called Freedom. That's definitely not George Michael, and it's on the Glastonbury album. You know, the double album thing. So, I mean, I can't remember his name. I really can't remember his name. If anybody
Richie
else,
Havens.
that's him. I think
There you
that's
go.
him. Yeah, I think that's him. It's a really fantastic performance. I mean, I've seen it before, but I've forgotten. So we've got bits of that in, and Grace has mangled it in a totally disrespectful way, but never mind. And then we've taken it as freedom. We've called the track For, as in FOUR, freedom, for freedom. So it's not really four, and there's no 4 on the floor bass drum or anything like that. It's polymeter. It's all polymetric, and it's lush. It's lush.
Ooh.
Yeah, really pleased. Yes, we've got slave to the rhythm we wanted to put in there. But yeah, Richie Havens. That's the one. Yeah, it's just if you haven't seen this video, go and watch that video. It's great. Richie Havens at not Glastonbury. Did I say Glastonbury earlier? I didn't mean Glastonbury.
It is Glastonbury.
No, it's not Glastonbury. I'm talking absolute cock. It's
Well,
not
that's the
Glastonbury.
video I've just posted, so
Right,
it's
I'm
bloody
sorry.
Glastonbury.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In which case, I'm talking. It's not Glastonbury. It's Woodstock.
Oh,
It's not.
God, now he makes me go and Google it again.
I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was at Woodstock. Is it Richie? No, Richie Hayman. That's probably not it then. I've forgotten.
Well,
Sorry.
click on the link and listen to it, and then you can
What?
tell us.
One sec.
Weird.
Don't. Just. It's.
He did do a Woodstock set. That was 1969. That's a different
Right,
Richie
so
Havens.
this is, click on that and it comes up as it is. Yeah, it is Richie Havens. It's right, but it was from Glastonbury. Fucking bells.
So it's 1969 Woodstock performance.
1969 Woodstock is what I was watching. Yeah. So Andy's now talking in code. I see. I'm not talking in code. I'm just talking drivel. It's
You're in good company, buddy.
absolute bleeding. My brain's not functioning. Drivel. Sorry. So
Oh,
Kent's on
okay.
board is playing lush chords. Oh, do you blame him?
Not quite so lush. Not as lush as you'd think.
Have you just come
anyway.
back from an AC/DC concert or what?
No, he's going for the Nick Rhodes circa 84
No,
look, isn't he?
this is a Fiona thing, right? Fiona says, she goes, oh, I really like his T-shirts that don't have the arms and everything. I went, yeah. Next thing I know, she goes, you didn't want this T-shirt, did you? Chop, 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 chop. She goes, there you go. I went, thank you.
There you go. Right. So, Defo Woodstock. Look at the. Thanks, Inky.
Well, I've posted the Woodstock.
Oh
link,
yeah, I haven't
so,
seen it.
yeah.
There it is. I can see it now. Yeah.
That's interesting. That is very strange, I would have thought.
Oh, shades
Oh,
of
Jim
Crockett's-
Glue's knocking.
Maybe, yeah,
Crockett's things in there.
I was going to say that. That's going to be Jan Hammer, isn't it? That's going to be straight into. Spot on there.
Jim Glue is saying, let him in,
Let me in.
please.
Let me in. Let me in.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Not Kenty.
You were hiding behind my milkshake, Jim.
We'll
I
see
didn't
if
see you.
How's the internet in Derbyshire?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm quite diminutive, so I'm easy to miss. So, you know.
Oh, I didn't want to say anything,
No,
but
but if I drunk a bit more, I could have seen your head.
Brilliant. Excellent. I was disguised as a glass of milk. to be
Yeah.
fair, so
so how was EMOM last night, Jim?
it was really good. I'll tell you something. Jamie's got some awesome video of it. Like, looks really pro. Yeah, no, it was good fun. It was good fun. It was, yeah.
Hello, people.
Yeah, I'm
Interesting
sorry.
act.
I'm sorry I ducked out, Jim, but it was common sense. I've seen some photos
Yeah.
on the old Tinterweb on Facebook, and I just thought, oh, it looks amazing. Was it like a proper stage and stuff as well? It looked,
Yeah,
it looked
there was like,
really
you know,
proper.
I know what you want.
People were struggling to get on the stage. It was not like, you know, it's about that high.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it was proper stage, decent sound system. Yeah, it was good.
Right.
It was good.
Was Jamie
I tell you-
playing as well, or just video?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
Jamie played before me.
You going?
Yeah, it was like absolutely stellar sound Jamie was doing. And oh my God, he's playing. Jesus. He's got some
He's quite
chops,
good,
hasn't
isn't he?
no, he's a
Yeah.
good player.
he? Yeah, you know. and
But
he's-
Bugger
he's doing
Jamie, I
all this,
want
like,
to know what Cabaret Steve was like, or whatever his name
Oh,
was. 'Cause
fucking hell. Honestly, like, best lyric I've ever heard in my life. Love is a cat flap of opportunity. Oh, God. Me and Jamie just, like, burst out laughing at that. It's just like, it's fucking brilliant. Honestly, it was so camp, so funny. It was
There
so
are
good.
so many things I could add to that, but it's probably not
We'd ask you-
appropriate yet.
Yeah, we'll ask you not
Yeah.
to. We're just. It's interesting that these characters seem to pop up at these EMOM nights, and
Yeah.
because you'd think it was going to be all sort of serious and people wearing black and going like me, and but no, you get these characters popping up just doing completely mad crazy. That guy
Yeah.
at Home Firth with all his homemade bashed
Yeah,
up
he was
toys.
back, and it all worked. It all
Oh,
kind
was
of
he there?
worked this
Oh,
time. Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, I saw one photograph. I thought, I'm sure that's him. I
Yeah,
remember the
Toys
day
of
he put the
Doom.
board-
He goes
Toys
with
of
his name
Doom.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Brilliant.
cool.
He's Matt is it Willis or Wilkins, something like that, isn't
It's,
it? Yeah.
it's great that people do not take it too seriously.
Absolutely, yeah.
Inky the cat
Yeah.
swings both ways.
Very
Fucking
good.
awesome.
Oh, very good.
In through the outdoor.
Yeah, indeed.
Sorry.
Oh,
Couldn't help it. But yeah,
If something only swung one way, it wouldn't swing, would it?
well, it can swing and stick,
No, it would just
It
or
would just
you can
flap.
have a magnetic catch. You can have a one-way door.
none of the ones I've ever seen did.
You're looking at the wrong type of. No, I'm not going to say that.
No, you see?
But yeah.
Oh,
but yeah,
sorry,
the
I've
definition
got to
of
go modular.
swing is to come back again.
We're
I was
talking
going to say
unit-
swinging is different depending
No,
on who
we're
you're talking to, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're going to make fun of me again, aren't you? I can tell. It's
I
brewing.
wouldn't dare.
It's simmering in the background.
It's fine.
Yeah,
it
Matt,
just
is it?
happened.
But it is one of the great things about these smaller live gigs that people can have a laugh and just
Yeah.
have fun.
Oh, do you remember the guy with who was at the Sheffield one, Andy, whose laptop didn't work? And
Oh yeah, he had a lot
Yeah,
of problems.
yeah.
Was he there?
yeah, he was there, and his stuff was like really. It's kind of like just two lots of keyboards going on. It's quite strange, quite European, shall we put it?
All right. I mean, it was weird because we didn't get
Germanic,
any impression.
you mean?
We didn't get any
No.
impression at all of what he was doing, and I thought, well, it's
Yeah.
a shame this stuff doesn't work. So he turned up again, and it was still
He had a
hard to tell
different
whether it was
computer.
working or not.
Well, no, it was obviously kind of working, but yeah, no, it was kind of not what I expected.
An
put it that way.
acquired taste.
Yes, yeah, I think so. Yeah, not my cup
Well-
of tea. Let
well,
me
people-
put it
well,
that way.
Again, it's easy to be critical, I think, sometimes, and actually,
Yeah,
it's you've got to say, no, I'm not going to be. People have got
Yeah.
the brass neck to go and stand up and do it because they want
Exactly.
to, because they enjoy doing it, and there'll be other people who
Oh,
would
yeah,
appreciate
absolutely.
it. And
I
think,
would
they've
applaud
been
anyone who's got
encouraged
the-
for doing it.
Yeah, I would applaud anyone who's got the balls to go up on a stage
yeah.
and perform.
I mean, I find
Simple as
it's all
that.
really quite inspiring just hearing what other people are doing. There's some brilliant sort of
Yeah,
droney
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
a couple of people did last night. One person who is doing they do a Twitch stream on a Sunday night. I'll stick it on my Facebook. But well, actually,
yes.
I probably won't watch it. I might be out tomorrow night.
Still stick it.
But yeah,
Thing is it in
I'll
mid
stick it up
AM
there
or
anyway.
whatever, yeah.
But he was using like an Omnicord for doing stuff.
Yes, I saw the
Yeah.
photograph on the thing. That
Yeah.
look. I mean, Omnicord
Yeah.
stays on anyway.
It's quite cool because he had a glass with like some stuff in that he just stuck on top of it to create a drone at one point.
Cool.
But yeah, and then Dave Walker, brilliant. He's the guy at Home
Yeah,
Firth.
yeah.
He was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I want that shirt. It's just
Yeah.
ace, isn't it? That 3D day glow shirt is amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, it was good. So I'm in two minds whether to do the Stoke one on Thursday or not, because I've got this 50th birthday party I'm playing next Saturday that I really could do with writing some more stuff for. So I'm like, hence why I've got doing too much as usual here.
Yeah.
Well, I think
You need to buy a MIDI pack.
I really don't.
God.
MIDI chord
but yeah.
pack.
Yes.
Chord pack.
Whoa, that's a good one.
Should it be Nick off or you bend? Which one's best?
I'd go for you, Bend. You definitely need one.
Yeah. There's a different flush.
Yeah.
Details.
That's a good album title. That's all right.
Actually, I googled that band from the other night.
Well, the one I said.
No, the one that come up. What was it? Jesus used condoms.
And let me guess, someone's got the name.
Yeah, it's a metal band. Apparently.
Oh, cool. But the band I was on about the other night, Mandibles. It's Mandibles.
Yeah,
with an
Mandibles.
S.
Yeah.
They're on Bandcamp. I think it's just mandibles.bandcamp.com.
Oh, cool.
They've only got 3 tracks up there, and I've not bought it yet, but I'm going to, because I don't think many people have actually bought it. But yeah, it's quite industrial, but really, it's really catchy. Especially the last tune on there is just stuck in my head now. It's a right earworm. And yeah, just brilliant. And hoping to possibly put a gig on with them at some point. They don't know it yet, but I will be in touch with them about it.
They don't know, but they are doing a gig, right? So
Yeah, possibly.
Completely unaware.
We'll see.
the Jim Glue approach to band management.
Oh,
Oh,
he's back.
God, I don't want to be a manager.
I'm back. Hello, guys.
I feel be back.
Anyway, Ian
Hi,
and
Ian.
Devon.
Hey, Ian.
Hi, Andy. Hi, Jim. You're
How you
right.
doing?
I'm good. Yeah. James just making me a cup of tea.
Dun,
Are
dun,
you having a
dun.
nice holiday? Are you?
Yeah, it's really nice, apart from the rain.
Where are you?
We're just outside Exeter,
Okay.
in a small little town called Topsom.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And what are you doing while you're down there?
We've come down to see.
Touristy?
Well, a little bit. We've really come to just to see Jane's folks for Father's Day tomorrow.
Right.
So that was the plan. We came down on Thursday, and we're here till Monday.
That reminds me, I've got the best Father's Day card ever. So, bearing in mind that my family has a really dark sense of humour, and so for my mum's birthday recently, I got her a card that was just like black and white, and it said, "Nothing says happy birthday like a piece of folded card." Happy birthday. But this one, now bear in mind that my dad actually has dementia. I'll hold this up. Hopefully you can see it. But it says, Dad, you're awesome.
Yeah.
And then a bit underneath.
Can't see that bit. For
For that, I'll think twice about putting you in a home.
very dark, Jim. Very dark.
That's better than a birthday card that I received, and it just said, "I'm glad that you're still alive."
Well, he said they were glad.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, but that was from one friend, and the other one said, "I'm surprised you're still alive."
It's when you get the one that says, "Oh, you're still
damn,
alive."
Yeah.
You're still alive.
Why are you still alive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
dear.
How far's your dad gone with the dementia?
He's not too bad, to be honest. Not yet. It's just loads of like short-term memory stuff is gone. I think his eyesight's totally gone. It's like sort of I picked them up from Leicestershire today. Took them back home. They've been on holiday for a week, and it's like my dad's looking at the traffic going, "Oh, it's really busy." Southbound. I'm like, not really, Dad. I think it's partly just his. I'm not sure if he's got some macular degeneration going on or whatever, but I think he's seeing way more cars than there actually are, or something like that. It's just like short-term stuff. It's like going round in a loop constantly.
There's this other thing that like Mum had, where she would what she's seeing is actually from another memory from another time, and she's replaying it. So she's not actually seeing what's going on outside. She's replaying this memory in her head, and stuff like that. I mean, God,
I've heard of that. Yeah,
I have been everybody. Be taking her down the hairdressers in the car, and I get in the car. I'm her son, Ken. I get down to the shops. I could be bloody Napoleon. I could be anybody. Or she just turns to me and she goes, "Who are you?" And go, "I'm the guy you hired. You asked to come and take you to the hairdressers." Oh, good. Come on, I'll walk you in like that. And then by the time we get into the shop, she goes, "Oh, you sit there, Ken, while I get my hair done." It's in, out, in, out.
Yeah. You have to go into their world when that happens, don't you?
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to follow.
Well, I was talking to my mum about this when my great nan was in hospital passing, and she was lucid right up until the point she went into hospital, and then all of a sudden it kicked in. And she was telling my mum, she said, "Oh shit, Jen, there's milk in the scullery that's got to be boiled or scalded because it'll go." And Mum, "Yep, no problem." And she'd fuck off round the corner and come back. Said, "Right, done that, man." And my mum's mum was sitting there going, "Jennifer, you're lying to her." She said, "Shut the fuck up." She said, "I'm in her world. She's not here. She's somewhere else. We've got to exist." I
would just add that it's. I know it can be distressing for other family members or friends or whatever, but when someone is going like that, actually, it's quite nice that they're not having to face up to the realities of the situation they're actually in.
Oh yeah, literally. I mean, for Mum, it was like, thank God that she's doesn't know who she is, where she is, or what she's doing now, because it was so frightening for her. It was horrible.
Yeah.
Yes, it's hard for everybody else around, but it's much harder for the person who's got it. So, admittedly, sometimes it can hurt.
Oh, my
But,
ex-mother-in-law had Alzheimer's dementia. I can't remember what the differentiation is. Ended up in a secure old people's place.
Yeah.
She was a slimy little bugger. She used to escape.
Yeah.
Right? And she used to go out and over a wall and along a fire escape and fucking all this. We watched her do it one day.
Yeah.
The last time she did it, she went over the wrong part of the wall and dropped 20 feet. So she had busted clavicle, fractured pelvis, broken ribs, all sorts of shit. Ended up in hospital, and she was still having in and outs with the dementia.
Yeah.
Not knowing why she was in a bed with crash mats either side, trying to get up with all these busted.
Yeah.
So she went through hell for the last 6 weeks of her life. It was it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we literally lived in a prison. You couldn't open a single cupboard in this house without. We used to carry it in my pocket. It was it looked like a doorknob. It was a magnet, and so they locked from the inside of the cabinets. There's nothing on the front, so she couldn't open any of the cabinets. The front door's locked. All the windows are all key locked and everything like that. It was a fucking prison. It really was. But it needed to be, because when she buggered off, mate.
Yeah,
Two police forces couldn't find her.
Oh, that's right. That's when she ended up at cab office, wasn't it?
Yeah, a cab office up in fucking Acton, where it was. that she walked to. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's, you know, I mean, when she eventually went, you know, it was very sad and everything like that. But it was something nice about being able to come down stairs in the morning and not have the fear of somebody smacking you around the back of the head with a glass ashtray.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
My ex.
No, 'cause sure, I was an intruder. But the things we used to come down to, because she wouldn't sleep.
Yeah.
And she'd get up in the night. We tried locking her in a room, and all she would do was just bang on the door repeatedly and shout and scream and everything like that. Go, we can't keep it. She's going to wake everybody else up. There's kids sleeping next door and everything. I said, we've got to let her out. So, and of course, you drop off, and you come down in the morning, and there's coffee granules all over the front room. And sugar everywhere, and she's put all sorts of stuff in the washing machine, and it's like, oh my God. And I have to sort all this shit out in the first thing in the morning, give her breakfast, get her settled before I can even think about trying to look at a keyboard. Oh, man.
Yeah.
So, my sister come round, she goes, oh, I can't cope, it's heartbreaking, and fucked off and didn't see her again for 3 years.
Yeah. There's caring. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Shouldn't have said that.
No, honestly, it's fine, mate. But she did get to write the eulogy, and apparently I wasn't mentioned at the funeral.
But you were the one that did all the caring.
Yeah, I did all the caring and paid for everything, but like, no, fuck off. I wasn't. And it was about how lovely her mum was, and I miss her so much, and everything like that. And
Oh, you're related to one of those people. I see.
yeah, Fiona was sitting at the back of the
It's
this
a
little
way for people
church,
to expunge
I'm
their
related to
guilt.
3 of them.
fucking seething, absolutely seething like that. And Eileen, my aunt, her sister, has got a hand on Fiona's arm, going, "No, don't." She's going, "I've got to say something." No, sit, stay, because if you make a mess, everybody here will only remember that. She goes, just stay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Funerals do have a capacity to bring out, you know, arc hypocrisy.
Oh,
I mean, at my mum's funeral, I mean, the headmaster of the school that she worked at, he wanted to say something, and as the headmaster of the school that she worked at was also one of the major people at the church which she and we attended, it was very difficult to turn around and say, you've been a complete and utter twat for the last 15 years, why on earth would we let you say a word? But you can you? Because protocol and that.
Yeah, you can. You can.
well,
You absolutely
well,
fucking can.
Well, yes,
And
you
I
can,
would.
But part of it, unfortunately, I was overruled by my dad.
Yeah.
Which, and to be fair,
That's fair
I
enough.
think he probably made a wiser decision than me. But I'm just sitting there through all of the purple pros. I mean, that was the only bit. That was the only bit of the entire thing that was in any way negative. Everything else was actually a very, because I mean, oddly enough, I mean, people think I'm weird when I'd say I'd much rather go to a funeral than a wedding. I mean, funerals generally bring out the best in people, and weddings bring out just the worst. I hate weddings. Weddings are fucking awful events. Why anybody would actually want one and spend 50,000 quid on one is just beyond me. My brain can't cope with that.
I've done it twice.
Well, you're an arse.
To be honest, it was the best bit of my marriage.
Not that
Playlist
we're
was fucking
bitter
epic.
or anything, but
I really enjoyed my wedding. It was great.
Oh, I'm glad.
yeah, the weddings were fine. It's just the rest of it that was shit, you know. But no, I've got to say,
I've been spared, fortunately.
perhaps I'm lucky in that my family are, and my wider, greater family are quite good at funerals. In that, it's not a period of mourning. You know, you mourn someone when they die. When you attend their funeral, you're there to celebrate life.
Yeah, exactly.
And to have fun and have a party and take the piss and not take things too seriously, because, you know, we see the frailty of life at a funeral and therefore make the most of it.
My son.
I know. Oh, go on.
My son is under orders to make my funeral when it comes along the lines of Graham Chapman's.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you have seen John Cleese's.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's got to take it a stage further. Forget the word fuck. He's got to go the C-bomb.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I've laid it all out for him. He's yeah, I'll do that. Stand up there and.
I want absolutely roasting at my funeral. I mean, I just want people
will
to
be there.
just take the piss.
If you're being cremated,
we'll
you
turn
will
up.
be.
Hey, Sassy,
I
we're
know
going to
it's-
play your music at your funeral.
Oh God, no! I want people to be happy.
Oh, we will be, Sass.
Yeah,
Believe
but
us,
look at me. I've got Ty
absolutely
doing
bleeding
mine.
delirious.
No, I'll just make everyone cry and insist I get buried with some of my kit.
But yeah, going
Well, you
back
can
to my
insist on all you like, but that's just not happening. That Kurt Smiley's not going in the ground with you. I'm sorry.
No,
Smash
I just think that,
it'll probably
you know,
make the hole itself, won't it? Just the way to that.
life, celebrate people's lives, and funerals should be fun. They shouldn't be miserable. And
Well,
actually,
do
there's
you
often a lot of
crying at
jollity
other
at funerals.
times, you know.
I mean, going back to my family and their dark humour. So my mum, I know I've mentioned this before, but my mum and my brother are having this conversation. My mum is there saying, "Oh yeah, just get me burnt and have a party." My brother's like, "What makes you think I'm getting as far as the creme? I was going to fly tip you."
Yeah.
I tell you, my mum always wanted Bat Out of Hell
Yes.
for her funeral. But then, oh Christ, was it 4 months ago? She dropped it. She went, "No, fuck it, I'm changing it." I went, "Go on." She says, "You're always saying nobody's ever listening to your music." I went, "Yeah." She said, "You got to write a piece for my funeral." I went, "You bitch."
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll
get on
fucking
with
get
it.
you. Yeah. Oh, I'm in the process of writing it, but fucking cow.
I'd hurry up just in case. You never know.
Oh dear.
She keeps that up, I'll be fucking doing it.
Oh, I don't know. Sad tunes, they're easy to do. Right, a sad tune. Yeah, right, just write a tune.
I still think the best thing I can do is have one of my brothers put a phone in my casket and ring it just before the curtains close. You know? And even better, have it answered.
Yeah. It's dark and warm. Where am I?
Somebody
It's getting
did
a
that
bit
in Ireland,
toasty
didn't
in
they?
here.
Yeah. Let me out. Let me out. Somebody open the window.
Be brilliant. Having like speakerphone with your voice recorded on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's-
And then have it screaming as well when it goes in.
The sad thing is that, unfortunately, there are protocols that the crematoria have to abide by, and that would not
Don't tell 'em.
fit in.
but you don't tell them. That's
Don't
it.
tell them. Too late.
Yeah.
I've told my boy that when I'm cremated, when they take my metal hip out, he's got to have that converted into a gear lever for his car.
A friend of
That's
mine,
gross.
a friend of mine is an undertaker, and it's interesting because I mean, like a lot of people, they've got a really very, very positive view on death. But it's really interesting when you call the undertaker to arrange a funeral and you want this, and this. There are things that they just simply cannot do. There
Yeah.
are things that they cannot put into the casket. And
You're not meant to put
you-
lithium batteries in, but people do.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, well, people always try, but he tells me the tales, the way they find it, because they'll always check. He said, but you know, they are bound by all sorts of
Hang on,
regulations.
where do they check?
Well, exactly.
Well, they do actually. Yes.
Yes, they do. Yeah, we think of it as being very morbid, but again, the humour in it is. I mean, it's why actually he's one of the funniest people I know. He's just hilarious. You know, not at all morbid, not at all sort of. You know, it's not like some kind of Victorian or
No, it's part of life.
It's absolutely bleeding hilarious. It's great.
Yeah.
And the stories you can tell you about the things he's had to do. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, funerals are great. Give me a great funeral. Sorry,
They should do a
Chris
fly on the
said
wall.
he's dead funny. It's, it's
Dead foot,
very
yeah.
good.
Haha, badumtish, yeah.
I'm going to recommend a book if anyone's just interested in ideas about death. It's called Sum, S-U-M, Tales from the Afterlives, and by David Eagleman. And it's basically a collection of each chapter is a different scenario. It's often like sort of 2 or 3 pages long, and that's it. A different possible scenario of what an afterlife might be like. And it's just fucking mind-blowing. It's just like, whoa. And it really makes you appreciate how life actually is. It's really
I
cool.
can recommend another book as well, by I think they call them morticians in America. There's an undertaker stroke mortician in the States called Caitlin Doherty, and she's actually got a YouTube channel where she discusses death and burials and cremation and all this sort of stuff. And she's an absolute riot. I saw her at a book festival, and she wrote a book called Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. It is a fantastic read, and it demystifies a lot of stuff. And she, if you look her up on YouTube, her YouTube channel is fantastic.
It's very funny, isn't she?
I just think, it's just worth reading. I'll put a link into the post for Waterstones so people can see. But Caitlin Doherty, her YouTube channel, and it just demystifies the whole thing, and it's great. And she's got such a sense of humour. So I would recommend it to anyone, and certainly buy it for your parents if they're still alive. Because they said you got to laugh at it.
I mean, my mum is so like irreverent towards death. I mean, she was really annoyed about. She wanted to do a wing walk. I mean, she's 83, and I think it was just something to do with insurance or something, or whatever medical stuff. It's just like so she ended up not doing it, but I should happily do anything that risks life and limb.
Bloody good for her. Bloody good for her.
Well.
So how was the gig, Jim?
It was
Start
really
again,
good. Jamie's got some awesome. Oh, am I catching up? Or
No, I
No,
meant tell us all again.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Ian.
Apologies.
yeah,
I tell you what, don't bother,
Yeah.
Jim. I'll watch it back.
just rewind a bit.
It's
Jamie's
really
got some
good.
footage.
Jamie's got some good footage. There was some
Yeah.
really funny bloke who talked about for cat flaps, and sang about
amazing,
cat
Jim.
flaps. Yeah.
You've
You
sold
sounded
it to
just
me
like
now.
Sassy when you were telling us that. That's amazing. That's really
I know.
clever. How
It's
did you do
amazing.
that?
I know.
Just tried to
Yeah, I
give
saw
an
a
accurate
couple of
praise.
pictures.
It
Saw a
was
couple of
very good.
pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a good do, definitely. So, but yeah,
Life is
James
like
got
a
some
cat flap
excellent
of opportunity.
footage, like,
That's a Facebook status if ever I saw one.
Isn't it? It is, isn't it?
Should have put it up. That was
I'm still trying to work out
baffled
all
someone.
of the connotations of it, to be honest. Love is like a cat flap of opportunity.
I know
They did
lots
this
of
action as well as he
lots
sang
of
it.
things.
It's like,
Lots of things came into mind that I really
Yeah.
shouldn't say on this channel.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
well, if you can't say it here,
You can't say anything. Yeah, exactly.
well,
We've let you say all sorts of things that you really shouldn't have said anywhere,
Yeah.
but you're still saying it. So you might as well just say
That's
what you're thinking,
true.
Sassy.
yeah,
And it's out there on the internet, so we've all heard it.
well,
No
yeah,
taking
true,
it back.
True.
Well, unless
yeah.
Kevin decides to take all his channel down.
Well, well, actually, yes, we haven't actually had any videos struck yet, have we?
Mate,
Possibly,
As hard as
because
we've tried.
the algorithm gave up after 6 hours, I think.
Yeah, the algorithm got to my channel and went, "What the fuck is this? I'm not having anything to do with this."
I'll tell you what, though, these don't give a shit pills really do work.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I have it intravenously fed into me like 24/7.
Hello, baby. Hey.
Ah,
Eventually, it just becomes a state of mind.
yeah. Well, depends on what state your mind's in.
Like Tetris.
Oh, God.
You can beg all you want, missus.
Can anybody else get really addicted to Tetris and they started applying it to everything else, like how you put tins in the cupboard or how you put clothes in a drawer?
What,
And things
dropping
like
No,
them?
that's called OCD.
No,
I'm
Andy,
all
that's
about-
only
I
you,
never
mate.
used to be like that, and suddenly it was only after playing Tetris and being addicted to that I started.
Andy, have you seen my live rig that I put together? That's like 3D Tetris. It's got fucking layers in underneath, like of different layers of foam and stuff, and it's all like.
Ah, yeah.
Fucking
But if
hell.
you do a cupboard like that, if you get something wrong and it doesn't fit, you just fucking leave it and then start putting loads of stuff on top of it and keep going.
Packing the dishwasher efficiently, Wagger. Absolutely dead right now. I've got to put that cup there because if I put that cup there, the other one won't fit in. So I've got to put that there. And then this one's this. Why is this
That's the
plate
source of so
oval
much
shaped?
domestic
Who
argument.
makes oval shaped plates? They're just wrong. 'Cause
Oh,
they
no,
just don't fit
no.
properly.
Oval plates I can cope with. Square plates, now they do my head in.
Well, that's just. That's,
Well, this is why we don't
It's
have a
just
dishwasher.
no,
Because I don't want to be spending every evening arguing with Fiona about how the dishwasher got bloody stocked up. Like, really?
But
Like,
do you not
cutlery
argue about
up
who
or down in the basket?
Right.
Up
it
or
depends
down?
on what kind of
It's
thing?
meant- it's meant to be
Sharp
down, isn't it?
knives down, other
Yeah.
things up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Right.
I can't be doing with it. I'd rather be honking breasts. What can I say?
So, but Kent, do you not argue about about who does the washing up?
nowhere.
No. No, never. She does it. We have
If it
a-
works,
yeah.
you know. Yeah.
We have a democracy here. I pick up the dog shit. She does the washing up.
She's got
I
the
would
better
be doing
deal.
the washing up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a better deal, isn't it? Really.
What?
Yeah.
No, see, what I
At least
didn't-
you can guarantee your hands are clean afterwards.
Thing
Anyway.
is- the dogs all crap in.
You don't want to mix those roles, do you?
No, you don't get mixed up. No, that's going back to my mum again.
Manny's saying Kent likes hands-on activities.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, I go, that's an easy gig. Where she's going, oh no, I can't, like that, and go, no, for me that's an easy gig. So she went, oh, fine. Oh well, I'll do the washing up because it's only two of us, and you do the dog shit. What I didn't take into account is they crap twice a day.
At least.
However,
yeah.
They crap in exactly the same place in the garden. Each dog has their own little
I
spot.
wish mine did.
Right.
Bloody
Well, apart
hell.
from Charlie, who likes to walk along as he does it, but he always does exactly 6 craps, and in a semicircle. So once you find the first one, you can find the others. What makes it difficult is in the mornings when you go out there and it's hot and sunny.
And you got 7 dogs.
There's a tree in next door's garden, and it drops leaves on the grass, and they are exactly the same colour as dog crap. And it's literally like, where's Wally? No, that's a leaf. That's a leaf. Oh, there's a crap. Yeah, cool. That's a leaf. That's a leaf.
It's a new plot for the next Saw movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, love it.
So he goes. So she does the washing up. I pick up the poo. Isn't that right, Mrs.?
Oh,
Yeah?
God, no.
Yeah.
My breakfast to be on the ground
Yeah.
as well. Just,
No, it's piss. I know, it's piss
Well,
poo.
it's not.
So, and it doesn't really smell. That's the weird thing. Not really, because
Well,
they dry really quickly. When they're dry, they don't smell. But when you have it in a bag after a week, holy crap! Oh, yeah, don't go near the bag. Stay away from the bag.
This is
'Cause
another
it's
reason
like-
for us not having dogs.
Oh, you got to have
I mean,
dogs,
actually,
man.
to be fair, I'm allergic to dogs and cats, but
Yeah,
I would
don't
always
eat them.
prefer.
Stop
No.
eating them. You're supposed to stroke them, not eat them.
Yeah, I would prefer to have a cat. But,
Yeah. Well, they don't like the hair.
yeah,
Allergic to the hair, yeah.
that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Essence of cat.
Mm.
We've put the cat out, you'll be all right. What do you mean you've put the cat out, I'll be all right? The cat's been in there forever, and it's left essence of cat everywhere, and I will just be ill. Full stop.
Yeah.
Ugh, cats.
Yeah, hair gets everywhere.
Cats just do it. Yeah.
Yeah, hair
it's
would
not
do
the
you
hair.
in.
It's something. It's just that they give something off, which just.
Normally
It's
disdain.
That's his garden.
I'm allergic to their disdain.
Yeah. Because they just stare at you and judge you. And they find you wanting.
But they're a superior being, so
They are, yeah. They're the opposable thumbs. We're all fucked, you know.
yeah.
Rise of the cats.
Yeah.
Well, the Egyptians used to worship them, and they probably got their complex from that, haven't
Well, yeah.
they? We used to be fucking gods.
Yes.
Yeah.
You all right, fella? No, you're not
Actually,
having
black
any.
cats are worse for allergies.
Yeah?
Oh, you've
Yeah,
got
yeah,
all crunchy,
exactly.
Jim.
Oh.
I wonder whether that was me, but no, it's
Jim's turned into a Minecraft meme.
Jim.
Yeah.
Jim's gone gold. He's gone all Dalek.
Oh, no. He's gone
Where's that-
all
that
damp string
Broadband
broadband. Oh, bless me.
Oh, well,
Good evening, Robert.
Hello.
Hi, Robert.
Bonsoir.
Right, that's it.
all.
I'm going.
Well, eventually, after you caught up.
Yeah.
Or you
But
left
it-
5 minutes ago.
It's all relative.
Yeah, it's all relative, exactly.
Sadly, I don't have an accordion.
Oh,
Good.
what about banjo?
Nah, I don't have that either.
Oh, good grief.
I mean, I think I would be kicked out of this place.
Oh, I don't know.
No.
Bagpipes.
Get
Loot.
kicked out of here.
Get a loot. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, I
What are you up
quite
to?
like a loot.
Yeah.
I mean,
like a loot.
a loot, yeah, but a loot doesn't sound like torture.
It's all tight trousers and socks, isn't it? Loots.
No, a child with a violin. Now that's torture.
Oh, yeah.
Me with a
Especially-
violin.
Got one
Yes.
of those.
3 by mice. That's a tricky piece. Yeah, he never got fucking past it after 6 hours.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's amazing how an instrument that can sound so beautiful to start with, when you start out with them, sounds so awful, aren't they, in the hands of a beginner? It might-
No, I mean, if I play open strings and they're tuned properly, then it doesn't sound too terrible. But it sounds better
It
than
can sound scratchy and
it sounds better
horrible
than the alternative of trying to play scales.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's like you're
It's
actually
got to
extracting the
have
cat's guts before
one of the
putting them
most
on the
difficult
instrument.
learning curves.
Before playing them, yeah.
This is why keyboards are so popular.
The violin,
Well,
all the stringed instruments like that, the fretless stringed instruments, that they are going to take ages before you can become even halfway decent, and that's why I think a lot of people just give up, because you want to feel
Although-
like you're making some progress, and yet.
Al-
your
Although
own
a
ears
double
tell you
a
it sounds
fretless
awful.
double bass actually isn't as hard to play as something like a violin.
Well, that's only because pitch is harder to discern at
Or
those
cello.
frequencies.
Mm.
In
Well,
a
cello is
violin
quite
at those
hard.
higher frequencies, it's really quite tough.
I mean,
Yeah,
double bass, you have a lot of space, and you can also, most of the time, it's easy enough to then slide along.
Error correct.
Yeah, it's easy enough to approximate on a double bass, whereas if you have a bowed instrument, you then have the ability to fuck up with both hands.
In most orchestras that I've seen, most double basses were played bowed rather than
Yeah.
plucked.
Yeah.
I like plucked rather than bowed.
Well, that's jazz, Sassy.
I
That's jazz.
I
Yeah,
prefer
there's nothing
Nice.
wrong with jazz.
excuse me, in jazz, it's struck.
And
it's not
therefore
plucked.
pitch doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm being
No, but
controversial.
importantly, they're struck. They're not plugged in gas.
Well,
A very important difference.
just grab it and twang it, as Kent knows.
Yeah, I do often. Got me arrested
We
4
do
times
need that
now.
badum-tish, don't we? We're missing that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need Robbie.
Grab it,
We need Robbie.
But
grab it and twang it.
But
This was
yeah.
that would be a show title.
oh yeah.
Manny says the only thing worse than an accordion is a MIDI accordion. I actually quite like some accordion playing.
I have 2 accordions, and they're both really good instruments.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's a versatility about them that.
There was a paradox.
My granddad used to play a really decent
Surprising.
squeeze box. You know, the little thingies.
Harmonium.
Yeah. No, it's not a harmonium.
Nope.
No, it's
Concertina?
the harmonium you blow.
Concertina.
Concertina, yeah.
Concertina.
There is another name though
It's a
for them.
harmonium. Oh,
That's
Harmonium
the
is-
little, that's the organ thing
No,
with the pump on the side, isn't it?
Yeah, harmonium is the reed organ.
Reed organ.
Harmonium,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they used to sing these old, Irish folk songs, with all doom and gloom and everybody's starving and
Yeah.
can't afford the chips and
Harmonium, Martin Gore wrote Enjoy the Silence on.
there you go.
Yeah. That's
The
right.
original, wasn't it?
No. It was used in Everything Counts, wasn't it?
No, but he actually did the demo for Enjoy the Silence on harmonium.
Did he?
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's on one of the extended editions. There's even the harmonium version on it.
Yeah. I think it's on
Was-
one of the
I was
one of the
reading that-
12-inch remix as well. It's on there somewhere.
Ow.
Ah. That'll never iron out. I read an article last week that made me question everything, which was they're talking about this lovely beach in Surrey that I've got to visit.
Beach in Surrey?
Beach in
An
Surrey?
artificial beach. Oh,
No,
just
real
died.
beach, real beach.
Sorry, Glenn.
I've never heard of anything so
A
weird.
river beach?
It's got to be, isn't it? Because we're too far away from the fucking sea to have a beach, surely. What the hell are they on about? Surrey Tourist Board.
Beach.
But probably where a skip of sand tipped over somewhere in a field. Yeah, put some fucking deck chairs on it. Lovely.
I've seen artificial beaches in city centres.
Apparently it's a
Paris.
natural beach, but
Surrey is sand. It has to be said. There's the great tracts of Surrey. All those heathland golf courses like Wentworth and Sunningdale and all those places, they're all built
Yeah.
on sand.
yeah.
It's
The
all
rest of it's
sand
on
underneath.
chalk.
Yeah, so sand and chalk. So just like Sussex, really, but just a bit further north. So yeah, they could scrape it.
It's actually, I think this.
Sorry, hang on.
Time
Robert,
was bloody right,
can you
wasn't it?
just turn the synth down, the synth
Shut
volume
up.
down a touch?
Not Tyson's here yet. I still haven't summoned him.
I like the background music. It's just
Robert, it's
not
beautiful.
when I
It
can't hear
sounds
other people.
Gorgeous. But we were talking about sand in bloody Surrey.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know what is worse at this point.
And the lime. Yeah. And the lime in the water. Wow.
Yeah, Manny, the artificial things on SoCal beaches tend to be human, though. That's the only problem.
The artificial things tend to be human.
You know, shark logs.
Manny says there's lots of artificial things on SoCal. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
It's fucked off.
Giving up. He's giving up.
Be like that, then.
Go on then. I'm going to give you a little bit of this, and you tell her that I've given you any of
Yeah, I've watched enough Baywatch. I understand these things.
There you go. Well, then get all of it.
Very tomato.
Robert's in a Bugler phase.
Yes, can't you hear?
Yeah, but to me it was having a sneaky wank in the studio somewhere. Don't do it up against the modulars. Stop that. Sorry, tomato mate. Sorry.
Oh God! If only he could hear us. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Sorry, Azia had say, "Yeah, Robert, no one likes synths in here."
Yes, I saw that.
Ay, 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 ay.
This reminds me of sort of listening to an early either Open University or
Yes,
or
yes, that's it,
BBC
thank you.
Two
Yeah.
documentary on electronic music.
Yeah.
And there's someone standing there with a bow tie and a pipe in his mouth.
Yeah, and it cuts to a bit of footage, doesn't it, of amoebas separating. The amoebas separating in the fluid. And he goes,
Or who was that chap who first did a synthesizer on a PDP-10? I think it was. No, PDP-1, wasn't it?
No, you mean? I mean, that's the footage of was the Tristan Carey's compositions with the original EMS stuff. David Cockrell built.
There was a thing done at the
original,
barbecue, and they
yes,
just had the computer on stage.
I think that was either a Tristan Carey or a Peter Zinoviev composition with the early system from Zinoviev and David Cockrell.
There is.
So when
There's an album. There's a double album of Peter Zinoviev stuff, and it sort of sounds a bit like that. To be fair.
Yeah, I mean the early stuff, the earliest incarnation was the PDP. I would hope it wasn't 8 or 11, but it probably must have been earlier. With 12 sine oscillators, apparently, and then they would type in the program and leave it running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave the stage and then come back eventually and turn it off.
Pseudo-random.
Pseudo-random, yeah, because you start to see patterns after a while with that sort of stuff.
But I can't imagine how
Great
pleased
Pond. Yeah, thanks,
attending
Andre.
crowd must have
That's
been.
probably what it was. That's where that hidden beach is, Farnham. Farnham Great Pond. Oh, it's a
Fensham.
pond. Yeah.
Fensham Great Pond.
Is it Fensham? I can't see.
Fensham
beg
Great
your
Pond.
Fensham, not Farnham. The N looked like an R. What? Oh, I'm going to put you out of your misery. I'm taking them downstairs because you can't sit there just staring at them like that for the next 2 hours. Hey, you get a crick in your neck. Right, let's take this down.
Kent's just told us how long the show's going to be on for.
Yeah. I thought he was about to murder the dog.
Yeah. Well, old chap, I guess it's time.
Fensham Great Pond in Farnham. Well, that's just gone confusing, isn't it? Fensham Great Pond in Farnham.
Reference doesn't make sense. Why are you all listening?
There is the beach in Farnham. There's also Guildford Beach, and there's Palace Beach.
So many things I didn't want to know
A lot
about.
of beaches.
And there's a sandy beach in Frensham Common as well. So yes, there are beaches in Surrey.
How terrible.
There are 26 beaches in Surrey.
26 more than there should be.
Best beaches in Surrey. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, how bizarre. It is. The noises emanating from that are very reminiscent of.
I have just landed on Forbidden Planet, haven't I?
Yeah.
And I know I shouldn't be here. Because it's forbidden.
Yes, where is Echo Beach? Yes.
It's not in
It's
Surrey.
It's in Los Angeles, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think it's in
It's
Los
far
Angeles.
away in time. That's where it is.
Oh,
Spot on, Andy.
brilliant.
Bang.
Sometimes my razor sharp wit just has to be slashed.
And Manny's saying the beat for the sound is like a grade school orchestra trying to tune up.
What?
Has anybody got any bleach that you can throw into the bottom left-hand corner right now? Just asking. Just asking.
Yeah,
I don't mean
you
anything
see,
by it really, but
when some of
Robert,
us
it's
talk
lovely.
about modular and we talk about bleeps and bloops,
yeah.
Robert is faithfully recreating that for
Don't
us.
go modular. It's just not worth it. It's just save your money. Just buy a DX7 or something. That's going to be nice. Be lovely. You can make music on. Because we've got a really lovely example. Fuck off, Robert.
popcorn.
Now, just stop it. Do you know?
I've got.
I'll tell you what, if Keith
sorry, I've
Emerson
got
was
to
here,
say,
he'd find a really good place to stick his bleeding knives, I'll tell you that.
I like popcorn as a track. I'm sorry,
So do I love it.
it just works.
I like Space by Magic Fly too.
Yes, so do I.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah. You may well look askance at the camera.
But I you know, the early synth tunes were, I don't know, they do tend to stick in my head. I don't know about everyone else's, but
Look at our 3 words and they're so funny. Oh, a melody! Exclamation mark.
Oh, you want a melody, not a melody.
No, very funny, man.
but it's like, dare I say, you know, listening to early Alison Moyet and Gary Newman and such like. They're just these iconic synth tracks that stand out. Even today, they work really, really well.
I don't know, Gesang Jungling from Stockhausen still works very well if you need to get rid of people.
Stockhausen, really? Does
Yeah,
anyone
if
actually
you-
like that without being pretentious?
Actually, some of his later stuff is really boring. It's quite listenable. But then again, back first when he completely went into his madness. Well, yeah, his later church music is boring but fine. And I mean, again, the Gesang is great if you need to get people out of your house.
I do think some of the pioneers were, if they'd perhaps taken their heads out of their backsides, they could have actually been really quite commercial. But
Well, that's what Jean-Michel Jarre did, and he was working with these early people like Pierre
Yes.
Schaeffer, who were coming at it from a purely academic point of view, as was Stockhausen. He wasn't doing it to be famous or well known or he was
musical.
doing his thing. He was being. This is what I want to explore, and what can I do? How far can I take it? You know, they were really cutting edge stuff, and yet, you know, Pierre Schaeffer absolutely hated what Jean-Michel Jarre came out with when he released Oxygen. He just thought Oxygen. He really didn't like it. He was like, all that stuff I've taught you, and you've come out with this basically music. And yet we know that actually what he'd done is he distilled all these ideas down and come up with something that was actually fantastic. So
Yes.
the essence of the heads up your own bums in academic nonsense comes out through Jean-Michel Jarre. Oddly enough, I really do believe that he's a distillation of of the academia of music concrete and Erkam and all of those places, and it comes out with Oxygen, and that's the result of it. And I think it's wonderful because
I mean, you can, in my opinion, go even further back. Like when Schoenberg sort of started publishing his ideas on serialism, and some people took it a bit too seriously, like Karl Maria von Webern or Alban Berg.
yeah,
I mean, but yeah,
Berg.
von Webern particularly, who just seemed to have. These are the rules I cannot change. But Schoenberg, of course, always betrayed his own rules to make the piece somewhat sound nice. So I mean, this whole problem with music academia in the 20th century is just, well, no idea where it came from, but it clearly destroyed everything.
No, it didn't.
No, but it
changed. It was destroyed. It was changed.
No, but
because people were still making tunes using standard scales. I mean, don't forget, Elgar's greatest stuff was done.
Yes,
well,
but
after,
that's why you have the neoclassical or neo-romanticism, just because the idea of serialism getting nowhere, but then the posh music crowd split into the ones looking at romanticism and neoclassicism, and the ones looking further into their own world and boxing themselves in.
How many people walking down the street in this country have heard of Elgar, and how many of them have heard of Karl Maria von Webern? Right, I mean, most of them will go, oh, did Elgar do that? Yeah, Land of Hope and Glory.
Yeah,
They'll know that. They'll not know cockle from Karl Maria von Webern or any of those.
Probably for the better.
And, yeah, mate, yeah, true, but it's still then. It was still really important and still really influential stuff on other things that can. But I mean, the thing is, that idea of shifting away from standard scales and tonality, had already been well explored by Wagner and Stravinsky before they got their paws on it.
Schoenberg really, I would say, is the one who really went for it. I mean, Wagner just liked his chromaticism and avoiding resolution.
Yes.
Whereas Schoenberg actually no longer cared with atonality. Harmonic resolution is no longer a thing, really. Whereas Wagner was all about harmonic resolution, but trying to avoid it as long as possible.
But all
until he had
these,
to finish it so the audience could go on.
None of these ideas are new when you look at music that has been produced all around the world for centuries.
Oh, go on, elaborate.
Well, just listen to Indian music, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Completely different scales, different tonality, harmonics, occasionally.
But which Indian, do you mean North Indian classical music or South Indian classical music? Because they're very distinctly different.
Well, it doesn't matter, because
But
then
to
you
what
can
extent
contrast, music that came out of the Middle East. You can contrast that with music that comes out of Africa, or parts of Africa, rather. That people have, depending what you're brought up with, people have different ideas of what musicality is, and none of it is wrong. It's just, if your ears are attuned to a certain scale, that is what they are. That's what you sort of almost naturally find pleasing. Rhythm, however, tends to be more a biological sensation rather than a musical thing.
But to go back to the example, Indian music, that's all about, it's all about improvisation in a scale, and rhythmic improvisation with a tal that go with that raga. So I mean, and that's all about mathematics behind it. I mean, the rhythmic complexity and all the tuplets are bloody exciting.
Yeah, but
if you like to count.
But people who play these styles don't necessarily have a deep understanding of the mathematical principles behind them, because actually they're irrelevant to someone who is just enjoying playing in a style.
No, I mean, from what I know from Indian classical tradition, it's definitely very much a very disciplined approach that is taken to learning it properly.
Yeah, but not everyone necessarily does that. So we always talk about music and emotion, and whilst you can deduct the science behind all musical styles, it doesn't A, necessarily matter to the listener, and B, doesn't necessarily matter to the performer, because you can learn something without understanding the system behind it. It's almost, dare I say, we don't need to add any more complexity. It's if you like the sound of something and can recreate it, you don't need to know what led to the initial creation of that style.
Uh-huh.
And silence.
But that's certainly true. But it just makes you, as a musician, just more whole, doesn't it? If you do know more about the background.
Yes, it can, but I will call myself a non-musician, so to speak, even though obviously I do understand a little bit.
Uh-huh.
The being able to incorporate things like microtonality, you don't need to understand in order to make something that can sound pleasing to the eye. The ear.
I mean, if it sounds pleasing to the eye, you maybe should back up your synesthesia.
Well, yes.
Yeah, that new kind of eye music.
Yes.
You need an iPod.
Or taste the music, yeah. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's sort of, you can incorporate lots of stuff. Well, I mean, Peter Gabriel, for example, although I have no doubt that he understands the mathematical principles behind everything he's done, but, incorporating lots of different styles and genres of music, even into a single track, can still sound very good, even though it goes off in directions that you wouldn't necessarily have thought of in the first place.
Yeah.
But and someone can recreate something similar to that, again, without understanding the mathematical fundamentals behind whichever scales are being used.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
We don't have to intellectualize music.
Well, I play stuff and I don't even know what the notes are. I don't even know what the notes are I'm playing. Do you know what I mean? So it's... And I go, say, what chord's that? Well, it's that shape.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah.
It just sounds good.
I can recognise a few chords. C major. I think I know what that looks like. And minor.
Then the piano isn't really the right instrument for you if it's by shapes. But then, like the accordion layout, the button layout is then far more intelligent because there you actually just push shapes around rather than having to adjust your shapes because some people, in whatever century, when they eventually got to this keyboard layout and started to stick with it, made some compromises all along the way.
Mm. I mean, I'm not that bad. I mean, going from C minor to F isn't triangle, rectangle, or anything like that, but it's not far off that, because I do know the notes to those two, but that's about it. So it's triangle, rectangle. But some of the stuff I play, I don't know. I just remember the notes in the order that they come in, and not. Uber?
Ian's muted.
Is he?
He's talking and I can't hear him.
Anyway,
you're muted.
I got to
Yeah.
quickly go and have din-dins, so I
Bye,
shall see
buddy.
you in a short
Okay.
time.
Catch you
All
later,
right, mate.
Robert.
I think Ian's having Apple issues.
Yes. Has he pressed the mute button on his headset, or?
Don't know, does he even have one?
Speak. No, can't hear you.
Broken it.
It's died.
It's funny how it's always Apple users that seem to have problems with audio.
No, it's
No, it
not.
ain't.
No, it's fucking not.
I think that was a C.
I've got to say, Kent, whatever instrument it is you're playing just sounds really, really nice.
Well, it's Hydra, Stage 73V, something else. Oh, OBE
Ah,
as a pad underneath. Yeah. I love my Rolly Rise.
yeah.
And when that Rise 2 eventually hits, whenever that is, I'm
Is that
learn
going to
how-
be before or after the deluge?
Oh, do you know what? I think dinosaurs will return by the time it comes back. But when it does, I'm going to try playing 2 Rollies at the same time. I'm really looking forward to trying that out. That should be a giggle.
Wow.
Yeah. Or nail a bit of wood to it and make it into a keytar. For a
How do I
laugh.
mute you lot?
Why?
How do you mute us?
Yeah, because I want to not be able to hear you because Grace is.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, not deluge. Osmos. Yes. Sorry, Steve. Yeah. I was corrected. Osmos. Deluge.
I don't know.
Maybe I
Andy.
just have to fuck off. and come back
Take your
in.
headphones off.
Yeah.
That mutes us, I think. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Is that what within SteamYard or what?
Right, now you're
Yeah.
saying, Ian, that you're muted. Your indicator is muted in StreamYard.
Right, I'll be
Ian.
back in a bit. Bye.
Oh,
See you later,
no.
bub.
So is that any better?
Way.
Yeah, you've just got a
I'm back. I'm
massive
back.
delay now.
Have I?
Oh no, it's me. I'm on the wrong-
Yeah. Better a second.
Have I? Really? I've got got a massive delay.
No, you
No,
can't.
you're no, all right.
Oh,
It's all right.
We can hear you. It's just when your mouth moves, we can't, and then we hear it later. Yeah,
Hello?
exactly.
oh, don't you love technology when it doesn't work?
Yeah, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, yeah. No, what I was asking, Kent, was do you play things like sevenths and ninths and stuff like that? Or do you
I don't know,
just...
what are they?
No, right, yeah.
And
You probably-
diminished
Is it
and
so-
augmented.
Do you mean like that? Is that a something
Yeah.
as opposed to that?
My hearing's not good enough to tell you the difference. Not through YouTube, anyway.
Yeah.
But it sounds lovely.
But again, I don't think that you need to necessarily know.
No, because I don't know what that chord was. I have no idea what that was.
Yeah. And one of the great things about giving an instrument to a kid, whether it's a keyboard or dare I even say a recorder, but that takes a bit of practice. But they can find notes that are pleasing to them, and generally pleasing to the majority of people, and they can pick out a tune, even if it's just single note, without that much difficulty. And actually, one of the things that I found was that you can really turn children off music by actually teaching them, rather than actually letting them learn for themselves.
Yeah, an
in
experiment.
many ways.
Give them
Yeah.
free rein, yeah.
Yeah, it's experiential learning, which is what kids are really, really good at, as opposed to as you become a jaded old twat like me, where learning something new is actually a little bit harder.
Yeah,
but actually, when you stop trying to learn and you just then start experimenting and playing, actually you can make stuff that sounds good without actually knowing what notes you're playing.
Well, case in point.
Yeah.
But
I just think that people in the music business do occasionally get a little bit hung up on the technicalities of music as opposed to, does it sound okay?
Well, but to some musicians, it's a subject that they want to know as much as there is to learn. I think it's down to the individual. If you were pumping that into somebody, like you have to learn all this stuff, and they're not really wanting to receive it, it will have a very adverse effect. Although, like you were saying about, with kids, like pumping, getting them to learn music rather than letting them experiment, it's a thorny subject simply because it's a child.
Yes.
Kids essentially, as a rule, don't want to learn.
Yeah.
Although it is important that, if I had the opportunity now to go back, I'd love to learn about, all the music theory and all of that. Now it's just too damn late for me. I'm done.
I don't think it's too done. It's not too late, but there is I'm getting more interested in graphical scores because the idea of you can look at a graphical score and then you listen to, say, a piece by John Cage and actually you can't see actually where the interpretation is, but that's the beauty of it. The fact is, if I give you a piece of a musical score and I give a piece to Sasha and I give a piece to Matt, and then you'd all come up with different pieces of music, and they're all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to spend a bit more time sort of doing that sort of stuff because I haven't done enough of it. I did do it probably 10 years ago, but
I do wonder whether, was it Azia had said that everyone learns in different ways, and I think that with some kids in particular, but also with adults, actually, the formal theory behind music actually detracts from the enjoyment. And certainly when I was doing woodwind, actually I learned to play by ear much better than I did by reading from music.
Yeah, I learned to play by ear first. Yeah,
and I would just, and then I could start to create music in my head rather than listening by ear. And we've all been in the situation where you're standing having a shower and a tune appears in your head rather than actually sitting down and writing the notes out. And I would love to be like Ty Unwin, who can probably listen to a tune and tell you every note and chord that's being played. But actually it's for me it's easier listening to something and going, can I work out the shape? Can I create this without actually knowing what it is that I'm doing?
I was always amazed. I've got a friend who is a piano player, and he has got perfect pitch, so he can listen to a record and tell you exactly what the chord is, what the notes are playing. That's
it's a hell of a skill.
I can't learn that. Absolutely no chance. That's a gift. He didn't learn that. He just was able to do that. And yes, it's helped his career, but not the rest of us can't do that.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'm ducking out.
Yeah, I'm gonna duck out too. So
I will catch up with you all very soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers, Matt. Good to see you.
No,
Good
Bye.
to
See
see
you.
you, Matt. Yeah.
Take it easy.
and
Thank you.
Good night. Good night, guys. See you later.
Take
Bye
care.
in the
See
chat
you.
room. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. It's just thee and me.
Aye, sir. Aye. Some may return.
Yeah.
Interesting how there is sometimes the initial doesn't seem to kick in. Weirdly, there's no reason for it not to.
So can you use? Are you using the Hydra to then trigger 2 or 3 soft synths
As well as, yeah,
simultaneously, as well as the Hydra?
yeah. So that's just CS80 at the moment, the CS80 plug-in. So you can put Hydra on underneath. And then on the pedal, actually, while we set this up while we're doing it, so going on the pedal, which is on here, which you can bring in. You can bring in the Fender and the OBE on the pedal. And then just by applying different amounts of aftertouch and what have you,
Yeah.
accentuate whichever instrument it is
Yeah.
that you wanted accentuated, as it were.
Yeah.
Right, dear.
Hello. Sorry, I just had to download the video and track and
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Grace has just uploaded the
Yeah, it's
the latest
uploaded.
track.
yeah. Can you? I mean, I don't know. Can you do a share? Can you embed it and play it?
Well,
I mean,
Go for it.
Can I can post the link, but
Right,
I can't actually show the video.
I can stick it in the chat. I think. Let me just go into here. Can I put that in?
Well, if you put it in the private chat, I'll
I pressed the wrong button. I pressed print. I didn't want that.
Oops.
Right.
stick it in the private chat, and I'll post it.
How do I? Oh, right, okay.
Oh, it's okay. I've got it. Grace Griffin,
Stick
Four
it in
Freedoms.
there. Stick it in for free.
Do you want me to post Grace's or yours?
Oh, there is only Grace's. I've only just
Oh,
got it,
okay.
so I've not uploaded it. I've not uploaded yet. Probably won't be doing it until tomorrow morning.
Okay,
So-
I'll post it. Four Freedoms. Or Four Freedom.
For I don't know if you want to stick it up. It's lush. I'll tell you, it's lush. It's really
cool.
lush. She's done a grand job on the video.
Right,
So
stuck
from
it
the
in stuck
bleached
it in the
out
chat.
from the bleached out summer holidays of last week, it's
That's better.
glorious Technicolor. Blimey.
That's better. That's
You see, I do the same thing, but in hardware. So I because the Curse has the 4 MIDI channels,
yeah.
I can output those to different synths as well as using the internal sound on the Curse. So I can get
Yeah.
5.
Well, it's
5
whatever
layers
you
of
feel
hardware.
comfortable with, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's whatever works.
But that CS80 sound is really, really nice.
Is it? That's better. Yeah. It's playing that bit. I'll have to practice that. Right, where's this link? Where's
know
this
what?
link?
I've
Do you know what, Kent?
posted
You're
it.
such a crap
It's in
musician.
the.
you know.
It's in the.
I can't help it, mate. I'm just shit, and
Oh,
I'm good
do you
at
know?
being shit.
How you pick that out by ear? It's just stunning to me. I mean, I've done that all my life. Just heard tunes and played them out. But to do it so beautifully well and to then be able to program yourself,
no,
so
no.
it just sounds.
Here's the trick. Here's the trick. You learn a Vangelis track and learn it well, and then you can play every other Vangelis track.
Ah, okay.
There's a a theme that runs through all of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just you know when you go, oh yeah, it's just Vangelis track because of the CS80. There's that, and a large part of it is that. But there's also there's a
That's the
path that he always follows.
The intonation, the timing.
Yeah.
That
It's always kind of there, and even when he's doing his hard and fast stuff, same thing again. Right, let's see if we can find it.
Yeah.
Bonsoir.
Good evening, David.
Hey.
Or good afternoon, whatever time it is where you are.
Good.
Oh, hold on. I'm doing the
Just good something. What? Who's that luscious baby in the background? Is that
Savalas, baby.
Telly Savalas, baby. Yeah, Kojak Lollies. Yeah.
This is where we left off last time. It was just like this. I was like, hey, that's pretty cool, man. Keep that. I dig it. I might be able to find a lollipop. Hold on a second.
Yeah. Mentioned lollipop and the kids go
One
mad.
second.
Lollipop, yay!
No worries.
Oh, it has to be. What? No.
Yeah. So the links in the private chat.
Yeah.
I think you share. You can share your share screen or video file. I think.
Yeah, but it goes to when I go share and video file, it gives me the drive window. And
Oh right, so it have to be share window, and then you open
leave
the
you to sort it.
YouTube window
Okay, let me have a look.
in the
Share.
browser.
Oh,
Oh, hang on.
That's Kojak, just with a bit more hair.
yeah. I got it.
Right,
Go on.
Evening.
afternoon.
Hi
You
again,
need to
Robert.
shave, though, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're growing the old face out.
I'm not really. Yeah, I just get lazy.
You just could be asked. I know the feeling. Yeah.
Can't be bothered.
Oh, that doesn't work either. Arse.
Kevin Green is saying, hi Kent, I heard you mention the Mac Studio the other day and the Mac Mini tonight. On single core performance they give the same performance, but the Mini has 4 performance cores and the Studio has 8. Owners are reporting a vast difference in performance, so I'm not really sure about the information you mentioned earlier.
Interesting.
I think it was predominantly with regard to video editing that the Mac Studio is much better, but not necessarily
Right.
with
Yeah.
audio.
Well, but it's also you can have more RAM over the studio, right? So if you
I
need
I think
something
it's
that
also
relies
single threading versus multi-threading applications, etc. You know.
Also, more importantly, there's more USBs available on the studio. Because I do worry about the I've run out of USBs, even with hubs, because there's some stuff that doesn't like running on hubs as well.
I've said it before. I do find it perverse that Apple, when they're making something and they know that so many people in the music industry use Apple, that they build products that have so few ports. I just think it's fucked up. It's weird.
Well, how else can you sell all the accessories that you need?
But yes, I understand the business side, but you've got to really weigh that against pissing off your customer base.
I mean, but you so bought into their range or into their product that you have no choice, right?
Their ecosystem.
Yeah. Is music's really a big thing
Yes.
for Apple, or
Yes.
is it? I mean, there are Apple users
Most producers use Apple.
Yeah, I know. But we know it's big for musicians. That's not why I asked.
I mean, compared to the compared to the rest of Apple's income, it's probably insignificant, considering how much they make on iPhones.
Yeah, it's probably virtually irrelevant in the big scheme of their business.
I mean, in their computer division for the higher end products, it's slightly
It
more.
may well be high end, but
again,
they're going to have more USB ports on them, aren't they?
well,
Is
the
this
studio
visible?
doesn't.
Is this visible, guys?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to do it from the. Oh, for feck's sake, you have to do it from the tab. Hang on. There we go. It's running. I think.
It's the glitter ball just for me, Andy.
Not just for you, Sass.
That was really good.
Thank you.
Really
for
impressive.
showing it, Kent. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure, mate.
Yeah. We enjoyed that one. I mean, oddly enough, the theme of just bit freedom. Okay. Sod it. No drums.
Sounded really, really.
How many? All right, dear.
Yeah,
How
it was
much
just a
wine have you
beard wearing
had,
a
young lady?
bikini.
Not enough.
Not enough. Just been listening to Andy and Grace's latest track.
Sounded good.
Yeah. What do you mean sounded good? Were you watching it downstairs?
I heard.
Oh, what, leaking out my headphones?
Yeah,
Your leaky headphones.
yeah, that's what we heard too. We're like, yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go with that, Grace.
I've got to say, I'm also really impressed by the speed that Grace managed to put that video together.
Oh,
That's as impressive as the music, I've got to say.
I have to be honest. It amazes me. I mean, we've done the last few videos together. Me sitting there, I've no idea really what Grace is doing. She sort of talks me through it and says, "Oh, I'm just doing a colour transition or." And I go, what? I don't really. I don't really understand. I go, yes. Oh, yeah, no, stop there. That's lovely. Just no, leave it. That's it. Yeah, good. Now.
But you've got what, 3 cameras there?
Oh, something like that. I mean, Grace has got a very very nice,
Setup.
quite expensive camera, which she was, I think, had bought for her for doing a particular piece of work. And then one is just an iPhone, and then there's a webcam.
Wow.
We sometimes have this thing that between Grace and myself we call the nose cam, because it's a very thin thing that apparently you stick up people's noses to see or other parts of their anatomy.
Yeah, endoscope style. Yes.
Yeah, which can do really close up. So I mean, Grace has got that stuff. I mean, it amazes me. She just, I would do that to or get set up, because she's really slick and she knows that stuff. And then, as far as the video editing, that the software DaVinci Resolve, well, it just flies around it and has all these things, and she lines them up.
Yeah.
I mean, in some ways,
incredible talent.
It
Absolutely
takes,
incredible talent.
It takes. Oh yes, definitely. I mean, I actually think that Grace will probably say incredible hard work. That she's actually put in a lot of hard work to learn how that works and to make it work how she wants it to. And that's, I just think, oh, can you make it more sepia? That'd be nice. You know, that's my input. You know, I sometimes sort of chuck suggestions over the shoulder. I mean, tonight I've done nothing. I had nothing to do with the input of the video, because by the time we'd done the jam, I was like going, "I'm sorry, Grace, I'm fucked now. That's me done. I'm sorry." So I unceremoniously packed my bags and cleared off back here, so I could just. I mean, I'm just sitting here talking crap. I mean, when Grace has been working hard. Grace, thank you for doing that. I'm seriously, thank you so much for your hard work with that.
Lovely.
It looks amazing. It sounds great.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm so lucky to know somebody as amazing as Grace.
I'd be surprised if you guys don't win.
We won't win. There's no way that track is a winning track at Hardware Jams tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Monday night. There's no way.
I like them. Oh, go ahead.
They like. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it's. They do like it. When we did the full on one, we did the track called 40 Winks, when it was full on and acidy. Yeah. That won. I mean, yeah, okay, that was nice, and thank you very much for doing. Now, I mean, I understand, but the point is, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're not bothered whether we win it or not. I mean, it's nice. We like that. We appreciate the feedback that we get. But actually, ultimately, that doesn't matter really too much. It's all about just getting involved, and that's where I'm actually really, really grateful to Inky for giving us completely giving us an ear bending and continuing to give me an ear bending. And actually,
She's done that to a lot of people.
And
I've
Grace
gotta
has.
say.
She has. And what a mover and shaker in it, because it's actually really great. If you haven't actually gone and watched one of the stream throughs on a Monday night where they're going through all the different videos, I mean, there comes a point where you think, right, my brain's full, I've had enough.
And then you hear another track, and
you go, oh, this is interesting. Oh, what they do? It's great. It's really good.
Staring lovingly up at
David. I was going to say that I guess it's Grown in the chat said that reminded me of a better era of Tangerine Dream, and I thought, what a great way to describe it. What Tangerine Dream could have been.
Don't think we weren't discussing Tangerine Dream when we did that, but we also were discussing things that we used to do when we were
pulled my t-shirt off my
Chillage
shoulder.
people way back when. And it was the idea of definitely avoiding an obvious straight 4-4.
Show your tits.
4-4. That was. Sorry, Fiona, I'm not showing my.
Show
tits.
yours, Fiona.
You first.
Unless there's a nipple, right? Okay. I've done it now.
On camera.
Can we have a bit more of the left one?
I wouldn't wave them about like that. You'd not the light switch on.
Why is the left one more sensitive than the right one? That's what I want to know. That's always been a mystery to me.
It's half asleep and
I
got
can't
laying
feel
on it.
cock all on this one, but this one, oh my God, just leave that alone.
I can see Grace's point that the track could be a backbone for a live set. Yes.
Oh yeah, we talked about that too.
Very evolving.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
it moves
right.
forward because the rhythm is not a standard 4/4, and therefore you can lead off it.
If we're honest,
it's really good.
Hardware Jams was 5 minutes, and we were both aware that this was going to go, and we go, and now, because what they'll be annoyed about is that there isn't a point where it goes kick.
Yeah.
And that's we were both talking about this. Yeah. But that's actually what we're doing is we're breaking away from that and we're avoiding it. But actually, in terms of a live set, that's where we start. You can do 5 minutes. You can piss people off for 5 minutes because they're going it's there, the tension's there, and then you go right. Let's bring in the kick then and go boom boom, and it was 120 BPM, so it's not stupid fast side trance or
but you could hear precisely where it would have been if you were going to do it.
Yeah.
Yes. It was there, just like build up, and then it carried on.
The 4 pulls is underneath it all.
Yeah.
But all the patterns are different pattern lengths, and they interweave and they never repeat. And that was actually something that we discussed and we talked about. So that's what we're going to do.
As David said, Tangerine Dream.
Yeah.
At the good times,
But we talked about this sort of stuff years ago. I mean, we're talking 20 plus years ago when we were in Chillage People. We had these very discussions.
Well, that's why you went into modular, isn't it? Because you wanted the Tangerine Dream sound.
Yeah, but interestingly, that all the real core of the polymeter in that track didn't come from me and the modular. It came from Grace and the model cycles.
Wow.
That machine from Electron, that model cycles, where you can set these different absolutely phenomenal. And I go, Grace, that's just it. In fact, there was one point I said to Grace, we did a take and it just said to Grace, that's not there. That model cycles needs to be right at the front where you can hear all of these things. And it was it's fascinating. That more than anything else makes me think that's a fabulous machine.
Yeah.
It really is great.
And welcome back, Rob. Are you suitably wind up?
Sorry, hi, Robbie.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yes.
you missed. You would have been proud. I managed to play a video.
Wow.
Yep. and actually shared the video, not the browser window. It was,
Can I also say, Rob, you'd also been proud that in spite of it all, regardless of whether you watched the video or not, I was wearing a Pro Synth Network T-shirt just for the event, and you can't tell anywhere. So I'm ever so sorry about that, but I was wearing it.
That's the one that'll get 1 million hits.
Yeah.
I did it just for you, Bobby.
Well, I
But
appreciate it.
also, what I'd say is, if everyone in the chat can actually go onto Grace's channel and click on the link for
Click
it
a like,
as well,
subscribe to Grace, please do.
just to make sure that that you get the Grace
You can
gets the
see-
clicks and
Grace
the
says you can
views
see network.
and the subscriptions, because everything that
Yeah.
Andy and Grace do is posted both on Andy's channel and Grace's channel, and everyone needs the subs and the clicks.
Yeah. Grace has been doing some really interesting analytical, statistical analysis. So I don't understand statistics or analysis, so I'll be going, oh yes, that's really interesting. Well, actually, it really has been interesting when Grace has actually explained what these things mean, and where the click-throughs come from, and how many people have come from here, and what it means. It's actually been really quite fascinating, but it is noticeably different. I mean, I've got 230 subscribers or whatever, and I get more click-throughs than Grace does. So, I mean, I've not uploaded it to my channel yet, so people will just go on and click on it, and just click a like and that sort of thing. I know it's naff, but it's one of those things that it helps with the YouTube thing. I mean, we're not interested in making millions from YouTube, because that doesn't happen, does it? No matter how many subscribers you've got, because we're not putting Lippy
Oh, I
on.
know. Ben and I are fucking off to the Bahamas next week, so no.
Right, well,
If only.
And my bank account is strangely empty.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, all those YouTube analytics are. I had a very long conversation with someone about all of that stuff and monitoring, and where it comes from, where click-throughs, and oh Jesus, and it culminated in me just going,
I don't give a shit. I can understand that. I really can understand that.
we
Robbie.
just do what we're going to do, and we're going to tell
People
people
like
that we're
it.
doing it, and if they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. If they want to see more, they'll pay us. Job done. And
Yeah, I mean, statisticians will absolutely love it, and they will get off on it. People who are not statisticians, that's people like me, I'll just go, oh, it's really interesting. When we're doing the next one. Yeah, I mean, and that's because I can't. I've got a lovely sample that says numbers cannot know people, but I do understand. There are those out there who understand how the YouTube algorithm works, and can tweak it to make their videos more algorithm friendly and get more clicks, and therefore. But I'm not making bread or soup or putting lipstick on or trying to get my hair to part in a straight line, or how to clean a car properly, or how to cut a lawn, or those other things that people watch ad nauseam on YouTube, because they're the sort of things that people want to know about. We're really niche. We're minuscule
niche. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Embarrassingly niche.
praiseworthy niche.
The thing is with YouTube, and to be honest, I would recommend that anyone posting videos to YouTube, if they want to build a channel, should also actually post them to Rumble and possibly Odyssey as well.
What are those? I've never heard of those.
I've
heard of the Odyssey, of course, but I've never in that.
Well, yes, Homer. Yeah, the Rumble and Odyssey. Rumble is now going to really sort of push itself more as a YouTube alternative. They're both video sharing platforms, but it's actually sometimes easier to grow a channel on a platform which in itself is growing, whereas YouTube is really very saturated.
Well, it's overpopulated, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So I you and Grace should both perhaps look at doing Rumble and Odyssey channels,
but
and reposting the stuff. It's not going to cost you anything.
Poor guys.
No, you're right.
It's free.
Exactly.
Yeah, BitChute's there as well, but I personally find BitChute a bit.
I think the BitChute is just like, what, really?
No,
it's too much like poop shoot. I'm sorry.
I can't even say
I
it.
don't
Sounds
think
like bitch-
either Grace or me
BitChute.
will be going anywhere near
BitChute.
something called BitChute.
Poop shoot, on the other hand.
Bitch.
There is a certain.
They could do better.
I'm sorry. What was the word?
No.
Bitch.
No.
Oh.
We can't still live on 12 now.
That's wrong on so many levels. I'm even amazed it exists.
Good evening, Andy Synthetic.
Hey,
Ken.
Andy.
Yeah, hi Andy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello, mate.
Pint shite.
Had to join the fun. I'm actually working in tandem here, but I had to have some fun
Oh,
here.
man.
Must be difficult to work on a tandem.
Sorry, isn't it Saturday where you are as well?
IT maintenance weekend. Good times.
Oh, Jesus.
Same reason why I had a meeting last night till after midnight almost. So
Now is the time to install those viruses.
So, have they shifted release Tuesdays then?
no, that's Microsoft. We just deal with what we have to, but we have a process, a system called Tanium that does a much better job than SCCM and some other shit that's out there by Microsoft.
Right.
To manage all your patches and reboot systems, and but it's like anything else, it still needs hand holding and kid gloves and all that shit. So good times.
One word in 10.
Well, you're getting paid to listen to us, so you know.
Well,
good on
exactly.
you.
So
Yeah.
it's thanks for helping me through this shitty day. So
Yeah, we can make it much shittier for you, don't worry.
no, you couldn't possibly.
Ugh, I don't know.
Remember, we're talking about
Sass?
Microsoft here.
Challenge
We
accepted.
could try. I mean,
Let's go.
I mean, I can turn for Booklet on again.
You could do a goatsy right now on camera, and it still wouldn't. Be
I am.
That's a word I haven't heard in a long
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
time.
Wow. Fiona?
I had to go there. That's a classic.
Yeah, well.
Right, Kev Green earlier said that he's getting a Mac Studio to run two Motu 16A units at 192 kilohertz. The main issue is the SSD failing due to overwriting. So he's getting 64 gig of RAM and a 1 terabyte SSD. Ouch. There'll be less RAM swapping with more RAM and more memory to degrade with 1 terabyte. Less memory, I think, to degrade with 1 terabyte. Costs 600 extra on a studio.
Ooh, 600 extra.
Yeah.
So that's what that takes her up to what?
Or 2.5?
25? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about it going.
Gonna need a few more CS80s for that, Ken.
Mm.
What do you charge 12 grand for a CS80 service?
Gonna now. Actually, that one that's coming up, definitely. The mouldy one.
Is that a mod? The mouldy mod?
Yeah, it's the mouldy mod.
So you just leave it in the garden in the sun for like a week, and then the mold should be dead, right?
Oh, mate. They shipped it here in a van upside down. So the keyboard has, I know for a fact, without opening it, has completely destroyed all the key contact system. And that's before we've even taken the lid off.
Ka-ching.
Yeah.
Which one?
Do you know what a goat sea is?
Just Google it!
Google it. And then come up and do one. Was it a goat sea?
Goatsy. It's probably
Robert's
you.
trippy sequence is sending me to sleep, so
Yeah.
I'm going to say
Yeah, we got to put a little ring apart.
thanks all for the kind comments about our video. It was really
Well,
appreciated.
cheers, Andy.
I'm going to go
Yeah, it
to
was
bed
sweet,
now.
mate. It was nice.
I
We enjoyed that.
am totally shagged out. So yeah, thanks for showing it, Kent. I do appreciate it.
Oh,
And I'm
absolute
sure
pleasure,
Grace
mate.
does.
Loved it.
So I will see you all soon at sometime the next time the pub opens, I dare say.
Blue
but-
Brooksy.
Right, yeah. Cheers, cheers, Andy.
Yeah.
Cheers,
See you later,
Dave.
Andy.
Stay
Cheers,
well.
Weasel, Weasel.
When you
Yeah,
ask
lovely trippy tunes. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, mate.
in reverse.
Right, more SSD memory means more memory to overwrite, hence longer life. Yes, okay, yeah. We'll get that. So, did you watch anything interesting whilst you were imbibing your bottle, Rob?
Yeah, we watched the first episode of For All Mankind Season 3, which was okay. Maybe not quite as good as 1 and 2 yet, but it's... And the episode of Casualty that got postponed because it coincided with the events that happened in Uvalde, and so the BBC, in its infinite wisdom, decided to postpone it, which I suppose is the right thing to do. But
I mean, the fact that the police did nothing in that town?
No, it was basically Casualty is like the British version of ER, except it's better and been going longer. And it's been going since like 80 something.
Wounds.
Oh no! There was plenty of gunshot wounds tonight, but the episode was about a school shooting in the UK, which of course is something we haven't had since '96.
So fiction then.
Fiction, yeah. But no, it was, to be fair, it was done. It was the culmination of a character's storyline that ended, and thankfully it ended because he was really fucking annoying. And so there was like a double episode that they postponed because they couldn't show it at the same time as Uvalde was kicking off. So that was about it, really. Yeah. We had a massive thunderstorm for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, saw it. Heading your way.
Yeah, it just all of a sudden it was just like rain, thunder, lightning, and then it stopped.
Very, very
and then
frightening.
10 minutes later it was like all again, and then it stopped, and now it's fine. So yeah, it's all good. So. And I thought I'd come up here. I thought I'd just check, make sure. I know the fuckers are still on.
Of course, nothing else to do, is there?
Those fuckers. Sorry,
fuckers
we're
are
the
still
audience for your show, Rob.
No, well, what can I say?
Okay, it's an apt description. What can I,
what's this?
So, what have you been up to, David?
Oh, I went to a big, not big, well, for synth people, like a swap meet. First time we got our local group. So, we had about
Did you
25,
see
30
Mike?
people. Yeah. Oh, Mike had a big old pile of crap.
Yep, that's
And
Mike.
he didn't buy it.
Then he left for a while because he forgot his book. So then he had to go back and get his books and everything. I wouldn't go over there though. I think Mike, I'm not getting that stuff. No, we had a good time though. I did end up swapping my Pro 3. Gave it to
For what?
Yeah, and I gave away a 19-inch rack. Sorry, Wagyu. And cool synth table and some other stuff. So
what did you swap your Pro 3 for?
What's that? Oh, some modules. Yeah, one of the guys that works at WMD.
Man down.
I know it was a tough decision, but it really wasn't. But, I had to go, so it was pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
I kind of. Yeah, I get it.
I like it a lot. I just don't have space for it. And the super cool dude bought it, so I gave him a good deal, and he's going to swap some modules. So I felt real good about it. It wasn't like
Fair dues.
twat,
Fair dues.
But yeah. So that was most of the day, kind of catching up with everybody.
Wow.
Not buying anything, thank God. I wouldn't even walk around for a while. I was like, I'm not even.
But you're really committing to this modular route now, then?
Well, I tell you what, it's like, if nothing else, it doesn't take up a lot of space. So.
Well, it does take a lot of money.
Yeah, it does. Everything takes money.
Yeah, that's true enough.
I hear Mustangs are expensive.
Rubbish, mate. Rubbish.
Actually, that Mustang was probably cheaper in the UK than it would be in the US at the moment.
Probably.
Yeah.
That thing is probably worth it. Yeah, if you probably got it here, I can't imagine what that's worth. But,
yeah, but mind you, it's not a 66 or to 69 one, which is where the
that's
where the real money comes into it. So.
but people are
growing
paying
up, that's everybody.
50 or 60 grand for a 10-year-old Escalade these days. You know, it's
Wow.
the American car market's just gone absolutely barking mad.
Yeah, thank God I don't need a car. I did not want to do it.
I was quite surprised to actually see my Chrysler Estates are becoming extremely popular again out of States.
Yeah.
And really starting to fetch big money again.
I've just seen this up for sale on eBay.
I think it could do with a bit of retro bride.
Yeah.
I think the
Or
best
Dettol.
the best offer would be about
Shotgun.
20 quid just for the keycaps, and they need cleaning as well.
Yeah.
How can someone treat a
What
pet
is
like
it,
that?
Well, to be fair, if it's the early pads, they were solid metal, so it might be worth that in metal in a few weeks' time.
But well, yes. But I mean, you know, the pet was a beautifully designed 8-bit.
Well, have you tried to type on that bloody keyboard? I mean,
Yes.
that thing wasn't beautifully designed. I mean, the rest of it is quite nice and well designed, but that keyboard that was designed by some very sadistic person.
But compared to what was available at the time, that was a bloody good personal computer.
I was using one of those in 1982.
I spent many a month on one of those.
That and the Research Machines 380Z.
Atari 800
yes.
had a proper keyboard.
What the?
Well, no, that was way before. The pet was way before the 800. The pet was 1978, I think.
800 was around that time.
77.
wasn't even born.
Apple II was around that time.
Computer for pets?
No, the pet was out before the 77 Commodore pet. That
When was the Apple II? Was that 78?
The Apple II was 78, 79.
Or no, 77 according to Wikipedia. We always know that.
Not in the UK, it wasn't.
Oh, it's Google versus Wikipedia, everyone. Take your seats.
We had a pet, then we got an Apple II.
What the hell? What the fuck?
Why would you
is
replace
this?
a pet with an apple?
Well, it was a business. It wasn't. They weren't. I played with them, but for my dad, it was business. So I used to do stupid shit like database software because there wasn't any available at the time, and the equivalent of spreadsheets and shit like that.
Well, what happened to the pet computer?
It's
Got out of its cage.
20.
My dad gave it to
It looked like that one in the picture, right?
No, it wasn't. It didn't look quite that bad. But no, the pets were fantastic. I wish I had one now, actually. Just because they looked so damn good.
Well, actually, on that subject, I'll put something in the private chat that you might enjoy.
That's pornography again, isn't it? Yeah.
Bloody better be.
Oh, yes, it is definitely porn. Yeah.
If you've seen one of those shows, then
looks cool.
I saw it in the Barbican, and it's like so it's Robert Henke, the co-founder of Ableton, one of his many half art, half music projects.
I like the look.
And it sounded bloody awesome.
Looks cool though, kind of. Very green. System 1 would have been nice in there.
Vegas mode.
Yeah.
The only appropriate mode.
Well, you want to come down to the Centre for Computing History next weekend? There's all of those and more.
Yeah, I've been to other computer history museums, but just the idea of going to such a shitty place like Cambridge just turns me off.
It still does it.
You know, it's funny, we have a great computer
They
history
don't
museum
allow
here.
conservatives to enter the city. I'm sorry,
What? Have you ever been on the university grounds?
Yes, I know. Cambridge is beautiful, but it's a pain in the arse just to go for a day, and the hotels are bloody expensive there.
We have a really good computer history museum here in the former Silicon Graphics headquarters building. Actually, a beautiful
SGI,
museum.
now
Too.
that is porn.
Yeah.
Those workstations were outstanding at the time. But
I almost bought an indie when they were about $4,000, but then I saw how much the software was. Alias Power Animator was $10,000 a license. I said, yeah, no thanks.
I would quite like an Indigo to just for case, and then put something modern inside it. Just for that lovely purple Indigo 2 look.
We had the Iris graphics workstations at junior college for doing the graphics stuff at the time. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Cray 1. The case design for the Cray 1 was absolutely iconic, and it's the sort of thing that if you had a house big enough, sod the contents, you just like the case as a display. It was beautiful. I mean, you needed a power station and a whole cooling plant to run the damn thing.
Well, it even had that cool bench you could sit on next to it, right? So
yeah,
it's furniture.
Yeah, there was.
Wasn't it used in some films as well as a set? Sneakers, I think. But there it is used as a set piece, just in the background because it looks so cool.
Yeah. And it's like the old IBM tape drives from.
That use air rather than rollers at the bottom.
Yeah, they had the vacuum chute for holding the tape, so they didn't snap it when it was taken up on the spools.
Yeah, it was wound back at stupid speeds.
Yeah. Well, again, that's a video on the Curious Mark channel on YouTube where they replace the clutches and one of the motors from one of the old IBM drives, tape drives. And my God, the engineering that went into that stuff. There was some very, very clever people at IBM at the time. Shame I geeked in there. Now, Pullotel is saying at school they replaced Suns with SGI for programming. Christ. Sun workstations.
One of the funny things at Silicon Graphics for a while was, they wanted to be proud using their own computers as workstations, even though they weren't meant for office use. They were running the virtual Windows on them to run Windows programs.
Yeah.
And, slow as hell, just stupid, just so they could show that they're using their own computers all over the place. What a silly idea that was. And then they started making Windows NT boxes.
Well, I mean, clearly they should have just used them as dumb terminals. Although probably with Windows at the time, that wasn't too much of an option.
Yeah,
once they ported soft homage to Windows NT, it was all over. So they
I mean, if they're just using it as virtual PC, then it doesn't matter. Even if your expensive floating point hardware was quite good at the time, as a virtual PC, it was still worse than running a real PC.
It wasn't a proper VM like it is now. Yeah, it's primitive stuff.
Well, with enough effort, you could probably make it a lot better than it was.
I tried running a National Geographic Mammal CD-ROM on a Mac, running virtual soft Windows or whatever it was once. It took 30 minutes just to get to like a splash screen.
I've got a laptop like that.
That was terrible.
Clearly need more RAM.
Well, this is, a Mac LC3, decent for the time, but that technology was just so primitive. Emulation stuff back then really sucked.
What's he found?
Well, I mean, perhaps as with synthesizers, we forget how primitive the machines were that we used way back when, and the massive leap forward we've seen since the 1980s. I mean, 40 years to where we are now, and the capabilities of the average phone are greater than any of the kit we had back in those days.
Little homage to Tangerine Dream here.
Just a tad, isn't it?
Turn it up.
With a little bit of hands in the back.
Hands trying to do Tangerine Dream.
Yeah.
I don't think he's been asked yet to do a score of in a Tangerine Dream style.
I don't think he has done anything like that yet.
Because I mean, that's how Phantom I had started out with Thief of Hearts, where he was told by Bruckheimer to imitate the Thief score and a good bit of Gorgo.
Does anybody have one of these?
The hell?
Little SQ64?
No, I got one of those pieces of crap.
It's on my list. I haven't tried it, but it looks pretty good.
It's shockingly heavy.
I'm still trying to figure out the squid.
It's just like solid metal. It's really odd how heavy it is.
Hmm.
Feels
Is
really
it easy
good.
to use?
I mean, it's nothing like the SQ. I mean, it's kind of like the SQ. I don't know yet. So far, it's easy because I haven't done anything. It feels really good, though. I'm actually pleasantly surprised.
So it's purely a sequencer.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 64.
Yeah, Nick Bat's review was pretty good. He said there are a few limitations, but it seemed pretty decent.
Yeah, they dropped the prices. Pretty,
So is it a single MIDI channel sequencer or a multi-MIDI channel sequencer with paging?
I feel like it's got 4.
I think it's 4 at once, right?
Yeah, it's 4. Dude, it's got like, I don't know if you can see all those holes. I mean, it's got like, I think it's got...
that's for modular shit. It's only the DIN that I'm concerned about.
I mean,
it's okay. Use a through box and you can use multiple pieces of equipment. So.
Right.
But it's basically based on the Beatstep Pro. It's sort of their attempt at doing something different than the Beatstep Pro, but still trying to stick to the specs that were set out by Arturia.
Or just a real souped up SQ.
I mean, I bought a Kenton 16-port through box just to use with my Squid whenever I figure out how to use it.
Yeah, Sasquatch, you could just get a CV to MIDI convert it back afterwards.
So it doesn't have DIN MIDI?
It does. It does.
Oh, okay. No, I think sequencers again a fantastic piece in the toolkit because you can just set something running and then play over
this
it.
kind of things. You spend a little time with them. They're immensely. It's just got the little the little 3.5 milliliter MIDI. So if you freak out about that, I don't care anymore. That doesn't bother me.
Well, it's Korg, so it'll be. Is it the B? Did Korg use the B 3.5 to DIN, or is it the A? I can never remember with Korg.
Yeah, I don't know. No, it's just like the little.
I know Arturia is A, but I forgot what Korg uses.
I thought Korg is incompatible.
The same, are they? So.
It feels good though. I'm surprised. I didn't expect it to be so weighty, and it doesn't feel cheap at all. So we'll see.
Cool.
I hope it works out.
So it's got multiple CV out.
Yeah, it's basically it's got 4 channels.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it's
So that's CV and gate per channel. Right.
They basically copied Beat Step and Key Step Pro with the 4 outs. So.
like Robert said. It may not be. We'll see. But
Oh yeah, you'll have to give us a demo of it then, David. At some point. Not tonight, obviously, but at some point.
I reset up my whole studio, and then I forgot we were getting the windows done, and then I had to undo the whole studio to give them enough room to do the windows. It was tragic because I have everything up against the window, and they're like, "Yeah, we need 5 feet." So then I was like,
literally, so you had to drag all the desks away from.
I had to pull it, because it's a relatively small room, typical smaller bedroom type size.
Yeah.
So I pulled everything out. So that's why when I went to the swap meet, I took one of the nice, kind of chunky tables that I don't think I'm going to use anymore, but it's good for live because you can fold it up. And I used it, when I was selling everything. And then I was like, "Who wants the table?" I'm like, "I gotta get rid of it."
I'm not going to take this home. No.
I'm like, it's the train wreck. But
and of course, in 2 weeks' time, you'll realise that you needed that table.
Where did that table go? No, I'm trying to get smaller pieces of these big synths are not working right now, bass wise. And I got I mentioned, I know it seems like I'm getting a lot of stuff, that Hawken Continue Mini, and I love that.
Oh yeah.
That the synth engine is really cool. People really, the little controller's a little weird, but this is cool. No, this is not my new studio room. It's not telly. That would be cool though.
It's the telly room.
Yeah.
With
the Hans room and the telly room. He looks so cool though. I tell you, it's kind of. Everybody likes it. No, that's why I'm not even in the studio. It's such a mess. It's just.
Also, having a beautiful husky in the background also helps.
He's great. She got a good swim today. Hey,
I missed it. Why is Telly Savalas there?
I don't know. We were talking about.
Why not?
Because he loves you, baby.
Exactly. Yeah. I just had to ask. I missed the reference.
If you gotta ask that, baby. Yeah, you know.
Where's your lollipop?
Yeah, I had it.
He had the lolly earlier.
Yeah, I had it. It's right here. I still got it. Good baby. I should have shaved my head. I need to find some cool shades. I mean, all
you
you
heard his
gotta
albums? He had a singing thing for a while, like Shatner did.
I
He
do
did,
remember
yes.
that.
Yes.
Oh God.
I mean, if you look at Telly, if you can do that, you can get that vibe going. I think you're gonna do pretty good. Still pretty classic.
He actually didn't have that bad a voice. It's just the songs that he sang were a bit.
Well, he
It was
spoke
the
them,
talk
didn't he?
singing stuff, though. He wasn't really singing that much.
No, he's speaking.
Yeah.
What was it? What was If? That was it. Yes.
And no, I haven't tried the Sensal More, Paul Ortola. Sorry, I do see it now. Someone traded one today at the swap.
Kimai.
Yes.
Sensomorph is now a dead product, pretty much. They stopped
Yeah, I
making them, and
know. It's kind of a shame.
They're fun, but I don't use it very much. So.
Yeah, I know some people that are pretty good with it. Some of the people in our local group are really iPad, and they're really into a lot of stuff.
I ended up using it as a grandiose switcher. I basically made a template to switch things in like Premiere Pro and Photoshop and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cresshead saying Korg is type A, Arturia is type B. Right. Okay, that was a bit loud.
It was a bit, wasn't it?
But that Hawken synth is pretty cool. The Egan Matrix. That thing is really cool. I wonder if that guy's going to keep making stuff too. I'm wondering if he's going to bail.
Mike Egan or Leopold Hagen?
What's that?
Very careful too, because of course it's Mike Egan who.
Yeah, the Egan, right? The Egan Matrix, right? I'm more thinking of the Hawken guide, but yes, I know what you're saying. The two.
Well, as soon as Osmos comes out, it'll be more famous than ever. So.
I hope so. Yeah. I tell you, after I kind of want one of those, the Hawken things. After playing the little one, kind of. The synth engine's really good. I mean, it's really interesting.
The only reason I wouldn't get the big one is people complain about Rolly, this and that, but at least it has landmarks that you don't have to always stare at it. The Hawken has no touch landmarks. So the small one is fine because it's more of a ribbon, but the big one, you just have printed basically screened on key kind of things on there, and so you have to constantly stare at it.
It's a linear thing, unlike a piano keyboard. So in many ways, it is just shapes, but you need to move around.
Yeah.
So it actually, apart from the violin problem, once you get used to it, it's from the length. It's just like a double bass at that point.
It's certainly not stopping people from doing it. I mean, I heard Cuckoo play some great stuff on it. So.
No, it's pretty. Yeah, someone's saying the UI for the editor is a nightmare, and yeah, it looks terrible. But yeah, it's got its place though, for sure. I know the little one's a lot easier, and some of the patches are quantized, so you can't really screw it up, and then other ones aren't, so you can kind of mess around. Some of the percussion stuff though is really good sounding. It's really interesting. I'm a pretty big fan, even though I don't know how to, I think just that product alone is pretty good. It's pricey though, I know it's not. I guess like nowadays, really, maybe it's not that bad.
It would be interesting, and Rob, perhaps this is something to perhaps remember next time you speak to someone. Well, we have Sonicware coming up next week, don't we? Actually, on the PSN show. The UI,
yeah,
the UI of synths.
Yeah,
I'm quite critical because I
really
had to. Well, generally, yes, but I did an awful lot of software testing, not just UIs, but
it's fine.
Performance testing and pen testing, and I do wonder whether some companies forget to actually ask other people, about how a UI feels. Because I just think that some synths are...
No, but that's the same focus group every time.
It does, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's probably
because
true.
There are some really shitty UIs out there. And you do wonder how much testing they actually put into the UI for someone who isn't necessarily going to be spending 3 weeks learning the intricacies of how they have designed the UI. I've always believed, and certainly when I was dealing with the developers, if they're starting to be a bit dickish, I'd always haul them back and point out that simplicity is nearly always the key to success when it comes to how a user is going to interact with a hardware device and a software device. It's sort of it frustrates me that there are some really great synths that are just completely effed up by the interface. And actually, I would, even though I'm starting to get grips with it, the XFM from Sonicware is one of them that certainly for many, many months just pissed me off because it was not intuitive to me. Now, maybe that's the way my brain works.
No.
But, if you have to have a manual next to you, then there's something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Sometimes I guess maybe it's just budget and money. Some people have more means than others. I'll give Hawken and Vegan Matrix a little bit more of a pass at this point, because at least they came out with something interesting and different. Generally speaking.
Or like with the Egan Matrix being able to put, it being a matrix-based sense where you can put in functions as your matrix transformations. It approaches it from a different. Well, it comes first from a different mindset.
Mm-hmm.
It comes from people who are used to building their own stuff in Max MSP back in the 90s.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I mean, it being used by us boring people rather than people from that again more academic background is like it's us just complaining about something that is slightly less intuitive, but makes more sense to the people where it came from.
Yeah,
but please tell me if you think I'm wrong in saying
You're wrong.
that. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Goes without saying.
Well, I mean, that's normally the position I start from. But am I wrong in saying that the UIs are let down many synths?
There've been a few in the past. Yeah.
I don't know. Hadn't let down for DX7, even though it tried as hard as it could.
We seem to be
Oscar.
What do you mean, pressing the second function button and then trying to do something that doesn't quite work half the time? Because you need to really press the button because it's so terrible?
Yeah.
That's what we mean, Cleo. Yes.
Yeah, I've always found the Oscar to be a massive pain in the arse to use.
How are you supposed to generate the waveforms? Because that's the one thing, even with a manual on my phone, I stood there with an hour in front of it and then just decided, I can't be bothered anymore.
Oh, hello. I'll do it. Don't look like Robbie's going to do it.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm
No, it's just that every time we go to do it, Robbie does it as well.
Hey, Eddie, how are you?
Bonjour.
You can drop Steve's comment off as well. You're cutting off Eddie.
Oh, hey, what?
Oh.
If you put, thank you.
Oh, never mind. Just block me. It's okay. Nobody wants to watch me.
Good evening, Eddie.
Hi. Evening.
Oh,
What?
Morning.
Somewhere.
Did it move to another dimension?
Oh,
evening?
yes. Sorry, yes. It's good morning.
We're in
Eddie.
several dimensions.
Okay,
Eddie.
good. Yes, up to you. Yeah, I just came from a gig, so whatever. Yeah. Good morning to everyone. How's everybody? All good?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that didn't sound right.
Come see, come south.
Are you feeling down? A little bit.
No, well, I just think everyone's tired.
Yeah, I know. I just came for the last round.
Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Yes. Hardware
Go on.
interfaces. Yeah, what can I say? Well, the same with software interfaces. And when you're doing the V collection on the video last night, Rob, the MS-20 UI, I just wanted to throw my synth at the screen. I just thought that, yes, it was, sort of skeuomorphic reproduction of the MS-20, but that on a computer screen, it just didn't work for me.
And that's your inalienable right.
I wasn't alone. Other people did agree in the chat at the time, but
That's their inalienable right.
I mean, I've been using IMS-20 iPad for years, and it's awesome.
That's a good sounding one, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think touch interface is different to using a mouse. It really does make a big difference.
Touching a mouse.
Why do
Well, we know
elephants
that.
don't play computers?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Go on.
It's really different product.
Because they're scared of the mouse.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Why do elephants paint their toenails? Why
So
do
they
elephants
can-
paint their toenails red?
Oh, red. Sorry, I don't know red.
So they can hide in cherry trees.
Oh, I knew it. Why do they wear pink socks?
Go on.
To camouflage on the strawberry fields.
Mind you, have you ever seen an elephant in a cherry tree?
It's the same joke. It's just a different fruit.
It works. Yeah, see, it works.
How many elephants can you get in a Mini?
Two in the front, two in the back. Who's the one driving? Who drives? The one with the license.
One with the trunk.
How do you know when you've got an elephant in your fridge?
Because the steps on the butter.
Footprints on the back. How do you know when you've got 4 elephants in the fridge? There's Mini parked outside. See?
Yeah.
You set it up.
Boom! You set it up and then you run with it.
Yeah, man. I never knew that one.
Oh, Jesus. I'm fine.
How do you hunt a white elephant with a blue elephant shotgun?
Go on.
You just make a knot on his trunk till it goes blue because he can breathe.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll be here all night.
Yeah. You go, oh, my God.
Oh, my God. I knew a lot of those silly. Which other ones would translate properly?
Oh, I don't know. I think
Let me think. Give me 5 minutes.
Fucking.
What was that?
What should you do if you're walking about in the Serengeti and you come across an elephant? Apologise and wipe it off. Oh, Jesus, man, you're evil.
What?
You're evil.
Pretty good. I like that. That's up my end of the market.
Well, in your endo.
No, in your endo.
They'll trample your ass big time. So.
Well, they should.
Oh, God. God love him.
Off the shoulder again.
But I'm losing because so many people.
You're right, Dennis. Nosy. Wow. Your mate's fast asleep, Rob.
Sorry?
That's cool. What's
Recognise that?
Sounds like my alarm in the mornings. Can I join?
This is my friend of mine who's recreated the whole of the Dare album in Jupiter 8 V4.
That's pretty bloody hot. I like that.
It's got no effects on it at the moment, but
no, but you get the essence.
He's like pulling out the bass, man.
it's not bad, is it?
It's
just
not
one
bad.
shot.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, copyright claim.
Yeah.
Which one?
Not on this channel, mate.
And you can buy those for £19.99 on eBay. He sells the pack.
Per track?
No, per album. He's done Dare.
Yeah.
Upstairs at Eric's.
Cool.
So are
Speak
these
and Spell.
MIDI packs? Or?
You get the MIDI files. You get the patch files for Arturia. You also get audio stems as well, so you can like compare and make sure you can get the. And he's in Blackpool.
As Chris said, post a link.
I will. The guy is a freaking genius. We're going to try and get him on the show.
Yeah, I love
actually.
that.
Actually, Rob, you're not actually an admin in this channel. Post a link in the private chat, and I'll put it into the.
Let me just find the link first.
You should get him on
trying
the
to
show.
put Ben out of a job.
Well, what I've got plans for is to get him, and there's another guy in Germany who contacted me who's recreated a whole bunch of like classic patches in, is it Massive? Massive?
Oh yeah.
And there was somebody else I was going to try and get on. I was just trying to sort of like corral these people into one show and talk about recreating classic synth patches.
Yeah.
And how you don't actually need the real instrument. You just need to know how to program a synth.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Let's get Howard Scar at that point.
Not quite.
Yeah, it'd be cool to get Howard.
One Scar?
Howard Sky is like amazing at one of his tricks is always to in Zebra to use VEQ as the final thing to then once you have the sound approximately where it is to do the final 5% to get it to match exactly to what you're hearing, because really go into VEQ and make it match across the entire key range to sound how you want it to sound from the sound you hear on the record.
Mind you, we've got Mel on soon, haven't we?
Yeah, he's coming back in a few weeks.
He was telling me about how he created the bat sound.
And
Mel Wesson.
I'd completely forgotten he did all the warbly burbly bits on Bittersweet Symphony. If you listen to Bittersweet Symphony by The Verb, and there's all that after the opening, and there's all this burbly Moog stuff going on in the background.
I always thought it was a modular thing. A modular?
It's no, I think it's a mini Moog.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is technically
and then that's
little
what got
modular.
Him, yeah, basically it's like a modular.
And that's what then got him the job with Hands.
Yeah.
So Flood got him the job with Verve, and then that ended up with Hands. So
They had to pay for that track, right, because of the Rolling Stones bit.
Oh God, they made nothing from that. Yeah. But the ironic thing was, it wasn't a sample from the Rolling Stones. It was a sample of a really crappy cover.
Was it Andrew London?
It was. Yeah, it was. It was released on the MFP label, the Music for Pleasure label.
Yeah.
So it was one of these kind of cheesy orchestral cover versions of an old Rolling Stones track, and they sampled that. But of course, because it was a Rolling Stones track,
because it was a cover, that was only officially an arrangement, so all the songwriting still resides.
Exactly. So, but it got them noticed.
Oh yeah.
But
still, it was a good track as well, you know.
Yeah, it's a really good album.
But a track that's so omnipresent everywhere, and you get no money for it. Well, de facto no money. It must still be very painful.
What tune is Ken Lewis going on about? Which tune, Ken?
Don't know.
Is he talking about Love Action or?
Could imagine we use that to so like, hello and welcome to Sky gone blackout.
Yeah.
You do a 70s porn music of Love Action.
Okay, let me get my wah-wah.
Yeah. Need the wah-wah and I'll get the Pathfinder out.
It's gonna be hard to find a wah-wah sound inside a synthesizer. I think I got something like that. How loud is the guitar?
Too loud for a synth show.
Ken Lewis is referring to the.
Yeah.
It's a guitar synth, right?
How loud is the synth?
Not loud enough.
Ken's referring to the Love Action track that Rob played.
Oh right. Yeah.
Yeah. We'd be on the air for about 4 seconds.
Now, Eddie, your guitar's only coming through on the right.
I know, because it's too long. Just phantom
Guitars
power.
aren't stereo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries.
No, guitars are not stereo, but when you plug it in the synthesizer, which is a stereo, but it needs a DI to go into the mixer, which is a stereo, but it needs two phantom power feeds, but one of them is on the mic. So this is not a studio. This is just a hardware nightmare. I need to rewire stuff and get connectors and buy cables and stuff. One of these days, but at least it will bother. I can put it down. It bothers anybody. You know, I'm accommodating.
Where's the wah? We wanted some porn music. We need
Okay, give me a minute. Once again, I need to find a wah sound inside a synthesizer. Not that easy.
Are you sure about that?
We need our slanging.
Just get the yoy filter going. So.
Oi. I find it. Once
There's
again,
some serious husky smooching going on there. You lucky bastard.
Of all people.
You lucky
Saw your little
bastard.
love fest
Oh,
earlier.
God. I hug him for hours. Oh, it's beautiful.
The
Sweetheart.
dog kissed me.
Did you hear that? Take note.
Cleo's jealous.
I used to go to a store in Palo Alto just because they had a dog like that. I hated the store, but I loved the dog.
Yeah.
Did anyone see the photos Rich Hilton posted of the Paris gig?
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Just 90,000 people. Just
Oh, it looked amazing, didn't it?
wow.
That's more than I've ever had in all my gigs combined. Times 1,000. That was very cool.
Yeah, I was sort of just blown away by that. And just imagine what it will look like at Hyde Park.
Yup.
This thing's pretty cool.
Coming back, does it?
Not for fun.
It went wrong there.
Oh.
What is this?
It's another example of everything done on a Tubes are 8. Apart from the vocals, of course. He did this thing with some of his videos where he did like an A/B flip, so like every 10 seconds he would flip from the original to his version.
Right.
Wow.
And seriously, you can't. Yeah, if you just close your eyes, you can't tell when he's doing it. It's so good.
Clever. No, I like it.
Very clever.
It's interesting how that's the PPV on the original, isn't it? Leave in Silence.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the background stuff.
Mm-hmm. If you know how to program a synth, you know how to program a synth.
Yes. Yeah,
Well,
that
I mean,
sounds really good.
That's how Jamie and co make a living. It's people who can design patches for synths, and if you can program them, then
Yeah.
So between the keyboard, the guitar playing, and maybe mentioning Behringer, no tie yet, huh? What's going on?
We're trying.
I'm guessing Ty's probably under the hammer at the moment.
He's got
obviously
a tuba 4 strapped to his ass.
Yeah.
David's just got that one.
Yeah, no.
Took a while to cross the Atlantic, didn't it?
Oh, what a...
Hey, the Pacific got it before the Atlantic.
Oh yeah, that's it harder, baby.
Not that hole! Not that hole! Not that hole!
It depends on the movie.
It depends on the movie. I'm going in.
You won't get away with this.
Actually, Robert, you should contact Eddie because you two should be collaborating as well.
We're just taking the piss out of things. That seems to be going quite well.
Rob, really, we need to get together and make the opening tune for this show.
Something sexy.
Yeah. Sexy.
Yeah,
Something sexy for Kent.
Captain Brick.
Captain Brick, yeah. Kelly loves it, baby. He loves this stuff, baby. Good stuff, baby.
Synth Porn Network.
Yeah.
That's your next title.
Yeah.
Ken, that's your next title.
We'll have to put that one up. Hello, sweetie girl.
Well done, Chris Head.
Come here. Hello.
Okay, enough torture.
Hello.
Any other petitions?
It's like Alex Ball.
No, I wish I was that funny.
Sorry,
Alex
Gert von
Otherbull.
Schlager or whatever.
Von Schlager.
Yeah.
Gert von Schlenger.
Yeah, call it Alex's other ball.
Yes.
The unitivism.
Yes, the secret policeman's other ball, yes. Oh yes, get the smut synth out to help, yes.
Or the Monty Python reference, the man and policeman with the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I never liked Roland Wawas. They sound weird.
I still can't find out why the Hydra is in mono.
It's the Hydra in mono?
Yeah.
Is it haunted
There's
like
a-
the one that was on Ramsey's show? Remember the ad for the haunted one? Is that-
That's mono,
That's
believe it
not
or not.
mono.
Yeah. This
No,
is
it's not.
stereo.
Okay, yeah, I get it. But it's both are coming from both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like my guitar. My guitar
But
is
it's
actually
very,
mono in
it's
one
very,
side.
it's very
Yeah, it's central.
centralized, if you like what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, the sound is in the center, but the reverb and all the ambience is in both speakers.
It still sounds bloody good, I wouldn't complain.
Oh, for sure. You combine both, the stereo and the mono, and you make a wall of sound.
Yeah.
Look at that. My God. And next time you complain you can't play, I'm gonna throw my guitar at the screen.
Yeah, but I can only do chords and slowly.
Yes,
Yeah,
it sounds
but
really
that's way more
nice.
than we all can do together combined.
Yeah, it
They're
doesn't-
beautiful. You're playing the right chords in the right speed.
Yeah,
Yes.
you play the chords, Robert
Yes.
can do the
Sounds good, you're
chords
succeeding.
and melody. And
And I can do the lead. I can do the melody.
There you go. Sorted.
Let me just find a
Since Paul
Spyro
Network
patch.
Band.
yes.
No, Synthpole Network is only when we get the Wawa out.
But you know, Eddie has said that he'd like to collaborate. So if anyone
Always.
wants to collaborate with Eddie online, hit him up at Eduardo Garcia on Facebook.
Oh, it's amazing,
What were those 90s hand scored? Face Off, Broken Arrow, what else had guitar?
Going for Captain, actually.
Rob might hate this, but it's actually really nice hearing a guitar. Sorry.
And this is not a nice guitar. I'm just. The problem is the guitar side of the 55 is like 350 patches. Just to browse through them, takes me a week. I don't remember them all.
Wow.
Sadly, this is not actually the guitar.
Then, so.
Otherwise, I could make it smoother. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, you can't. You can't live without a guitar.
Down. He's playing on his phone. He heard a guitar and just.
Yeah, it's zoned out. It's automatic. Oh, you're falling asleep. Sorry for the keyboard. We will go God with your
So, you obviously play in a band, Eddie.
Yes, I convinced them to pay me for it. Yes, very little, but they still do.
So, you performing as a band and doing gigs, or are you performing as a band and doing weddings, bar mitzvahs, funerals, etc.?
Well, let me revindicate the corporate function profession, where they're both gigs. In fact, the second one pays better, way better. And we are trying to get to the second kind. We're at the moment we're still at pub level.
Right.
We're aiming and trying to make our way to bar mitzvahs and Greek weddings. I heard that one.
Well, that's... I mean, Ian is doing. He's just joined a corporate act, and is going to be doing the circuit in Cole.
Well, first of all, I'm already committed with this one because.
Oh no! I'm just saying that he's in that field, obviously doing keys, but.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that. Who are you talking about?
Ian Cole.
Ian J. Cole. Okay.
Yes.
Well, he said he is getting ready to do one corporate thing for what is it for?
Well, they're lining
a wedding,
right? Their first. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but what I understood is that it would be just a one-off.
No. I think it will be a regular thing.
Personally, yeah. The problem is, well, at least what we're seeing around down here is like there's not really much money. I'm coming through somebody's headphones. Probably mine.
When I think how much I paid for my 3-piece for my second wedding back in whatever it was,
just
20
out
years
of
ago,
just out of self-punishment, how much?
For a 3-piece, it was, I think I paid about 700.
Okay. How long? 3 hours?
2 hours, 3 hours, yeah.
Okay. That's on the cheap side.
Oh, it was 20 years ago.
Then it's not on the cheap side. It's the right amount. The thing is, before pandemic, we were hearing bells about a 4 or 5-piece full-on 3-hour set. They were charging anything between £15 to £2,000 for a wedding.
Oh, thank God for that! I thought for a minute it's a picture. I thought the dog was just watching the show.
It is watching the show.
What are they talking about?
Of course they are.
Oh, it's a picture.
So it's a pretty hard slog then, being a gigging musician then.
It is. It can destroy you basically, because if you're not successful, it's never gonna pay off, and if you're successful, it's gonna kill you.
Yeah.
The pays and if you are aiming to charge that the type of money I was talking about, you basically need to be ready to play the whole hit parade, the whole top 40, and extremely close.
Yeah.
And then you need to be agile enough to keep updating your set list at least every month with all the latest and greatest. My band.
I couldn't tell you, apart from Kate Bush, I couldn't tell you anyone who's in the charts at the moment.
I go one notch higher. I don't care. Because every time I try, I got traumatized.
Yeah.
It's like...
Which one's this?
he needs us to shut up.
Oh, yeah.
No, sorry. I need the lyrics. Oh, yeah, I got it. How many of him do you have?
Sorry, no, what? Sorry?
How many Prince tracks do you have?
What? Multi-tracks or...
No, MIDI tracks.
Oh, MIDI tracks? I haven't got any MIDI stuff, no.
And what are you playing?
That was
That's
Janet
not Prince,
Jackson.
that was Janet Jackson.
Oh, sorry.
Did you compare that with the OP?
Well, that's... So, yeah, that's... What is that I used on there? Can't remember which OB... Hang on. Because that's that steel drum patch, which...
Yeah.
Didn't Prince just use the same piano tone?
Well, it's not piano, it's...
But that sounds like a piano-ish.
It's a steel drum.
Really?
That's the patch D4 on an Oberheim OBX8.
I mean, it sounds as much like a steel drum like it sounds as a piano.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But the very same patch. But the very same patch is also.
It's like the CZ1 steel drum.
It's all the same patch.
I mean, Prince was a really big user of the OBSX anyway, so I mean. Oberheim presets are all through this early 80s stuff.
The confusion, I think, it comes. Yeah, sorry. The confusion, I think, it comes because it's using piano inversions, but still, it sounds like piano chords.
I'll tell you, he's done a bloody good job of doing that. Hats off to him.
That's very good. Very, very good. Come on, guys. MIDI's coming back. MIDI's the future.
That was me playing that. I recorded that. That was...
yeah, of course, Rob. Yeah.
No, he did.
There was.
No, seriously?
Yeah.
It's just... I mean...
That's not the MIDI track from your...
That's not a MIDI file. That's just me playing the bass line and the little chord patch.
I mean...
I just
copied live or Jimmy, or you recorded.
No. Jimmy Jam did this thing with the OBX.
That was really good.
Jimmy Jam he got hold of an OBX8, and he did his little video, and he said, "Not many people know that this particular song used an OBX patch for the bass and this," and he just played it, and I thought, oh, okay, yeah, I got those notes, and just ran it off, and then using the D4 steel drum preset.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry, I take my hat off, Rob.
No, I really don't. It wasn't hard. You look at where Jimmy Jam was putting his fingers on the keys. Oh yeah, those notes. That's it. There was nothing.
Yeah, as Ken Lewis said, if you're playing that, Robbie, you're good.
I love that sound. Just love that sound. Do you know, I listened to Chris Cross's first album, not Chris Cross, Christopher Cross, because obviously Chris Cross is a completely different thing.
Indeed it is.
Christopher Cross's first album the other day, for the first time in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
It's fucking good, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it's old, but
It'd be funny to see Christopher Cross with his pants backwards.
Yeah, funny enough, yes, that's a case in point. Those chords, yeah, and the one there. When I wrote that, I still to this day don't know what those chords are or what they're called. I just know their shape. Is it?
Yeah.
That's how I do stuff with shapes.
Yeah.
The chords.
Because we were talking about having to know music theory and the ins and outs.
Overcomplicating things. Yeah. And basically the discussion was, I thought that sometimes music theory can actually get in the way of creativity and learning. And that actually just playing, you can make good music without actually understanding what it is that you're playing, other than the sound good.
But it can also help you
yes,
get to a point.
Yes.
If you understand how things should work together.
Counter argument. From my point of view, theory only gets on your creative way when you're halfway on it.
Yeah.
If you've done the full way and finish and know and master your theory, it not only opens way more avenues and lanes for your creativity. It's when I mean halfway is when you only have learned what not to do. That is when it stops your creativity, because there's too many rules that say don't do that, don't do this, don't do it like this. The second half is the end of the road, is learning, yes, I cannot do this, but I also can do these other options, and I can break the first half of the least rules.
But for example, Kent wouldn't know whether he was playing a diminished or a seventh or a ninth.
Or even care.
Or even care, yeah, because if it sounds good...
Good is good. But that's the first rule on music teaching, for instance, in jazz. I love, for instance, Adam Neely. It's like, if it sounds good, it's good. Don't get hung up that is, you shouldn't put a diminished fifth in the middle of, I don't know where. Does it sound good? Does it bring the mood? Does it give the emotion that you want to bring with your music? Then it's good. Keep it. Keep doing it. And I love that sentence. I said, one wrong note is only a wrong note if you are not able to repeat it twice.
Which is what I said earlier. Yeah.
Exactly.
A lot of jammers figure that out really fast, right? You hit something, you go, man, I got to cover this up. And you try to keep it going and hope it's a pattern, you know?
Surely you meant to do that, right?
Yeah. Of course, yes.
On that line, did any of the American assistants have ever watched the reality show that Gene Simmons tried to do, trying to copy the Osbournes?
Yeah,
I never watched it. I know what you're talking about.
Don't even bother. It's vile. It's really bad. The Osbourne is bad, but
I'm
not surprised.
I watched it. So.
But in one of the one of the 3 episodes I watched, he was trying to make his son, who was in a garage band with some friends. First of all, the kid says, "Oh, Daddy, please don't intervene. Don't get in the way. I just want to have fun with my friends." The next thing that the kid knows is the father has hired a plane with a banner advertising the kid's son in the middle of Miami Beach, Venice Beach, right? And he's hired one of the second or third biggest venue in LA to put the gig there. And when he's basically coaching the kid 5 minutes before the gig, he says, well, first thing you need to know, there's no mistakes. If you play something you're not meant to, just
play it again.
Put your face like you meant it. That's what I've been doing for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
And that's just Simon from Kiss.
This is not playing keys. No. It really, it is funny when you jam, you kind of realize that. You kind of just naturally go, well, how can I make that work? I mean, that's your first, instinct is, maybe this actually can work, you know? And
first instinct, just play it faster.
And that's the one thing I always try to like. Just relax, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Just play, like just relax. It's okay.
And
we've
you
had
know
some
what's-
uptight. Yeah, we've had some uptight players like in bands I played in where they're really, you know, you can feel it. You're like, just like stop thinking about it so much. It's okay. Like none of us are theory experts. Like you're in a safe space. You know, just feel. But,
Well, it's good. It's a good thing that Ty isn't here because he is a theory expert.
well, it's different between composing for soundtracks and jamming, right? Totally two different forms of it, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're trying to recreate orchestra on keyboard,
Yeah, that's
you got to
totally-
know how an orchestra works and
Yeah.
all the nuts and bolts.
But
That's a different.
again, there's a
They're all-
totally different
yeah.
artistic approach, and they're both important. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
You know what's the hardest thing to do whenever jamming and trying to get ideas out, and when you're trying to create something on the spot on the go. There's only one thing that you have to do, and it's the hardest thing on earth. Listen.
Yeah.
But
Well, that-
not
yeah.
listen with your ears. Listen with your emotions. Listen with your heart. Listen
Yeah.
with your harmonic brain,
Right.
and
No,
try to find the notes that don't break that harmony.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard.
It's a skill too, and you can get people that can come in. That's why some of these younger folks that form these bands and they don't know what the hell they're doing, but they all listen to each other, the sonic use or whatever. Maybe they didn't know what they were doing, but they're listening. They're really listening, you know,
Yeah.
and they're loose. You know, they're relaxed. They trust each other. And that's
Unlike that band you were talking about, Good Charlotte, right?
not Good Charlotte. Definitely not Good Charlotte. The antithesis of Good Charlotte. Right. No, they seem actually like they might have been pretty cool guys, some of them, so I don't really like to slam them. But good people, you know what I mean, Joel and some of them. But it's a whole different thing, you know, than the theory and all that. And they're both really important, to be honest. You got to have both. You got to have both. You know. But that's what always survived me as a drummer, that I realized I didn't have to be technically brilliant. I just had to find the space to help the song, right? And if I couldn't do something, I just didn't do it. Let somebody else open that space.
Well, I've always joked when people have talked about drum machines. I've always said the best drum machine is paying a drummer, because there's something about the minute differences in timing that a real life drummer gives that you just don't get from a computer. And the ability of a drummer to read a room, to pick up on the other players, to understand what is happening, and to feel what is happening.
Is that all with the B collection again? What was
feed,
that with?
Feed that in.
No, but
Yes,
that's like I've joined
remember.
bands. I've joined bands where I joined one band. I saw them live. They had a drum machine. I got the guy's email. I said, "Look, I don't mind just helping out." But anyways, I ended up. We kept some of the drum machine parts, and I just filled in. I played around the drum machine, and then we swapped out the drum machine after a while. And you realize you just listen to the song very intently and say, "Look, the drum machine's doing a great job here. There's no reason for me to but I can accent and do some other stuff, And
And I
Hey,
I'm
Robbie, I
totally-
wasn't sure if that was what's love got to do with it, or we don't need another hero because they're so similar.
Very much.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
It was the first.
Let's look at to do. Yeah, I'm with Saz that the biggest capacity that a human drummer and that's why a machine will never equal unless we get to actual AIs is to bring things that were not meant to be played. As he said, read the room and create from the blue.
Yeah.
A machine cannot extrapolate, cannot make variations that will feed each other musicians in the room. If any, it can only create mathematical algorithms and aleatory patterns, but not based on what he is being input from the outside. At least I don't know any drum machine in the market who can do it yet.
There is very little that can challenge the power of a good drummer and bass player to drive a band.
Yeah, you're right.
In
bass player.
Any particular direction they want it to go to.
Yeah.
Because that's what I used to do. I still know the guy, but we haven't played together for years. But we used to just have this thing where he would just turn around and face me and put his foot on the riser and just look at me in the eye, and we would just do something, and the rest of the band had no other option. And they just followed what we did. It was great.
The other thing I learned
for two reasons.
I was going to say, the other thing I learned was that how much better a really interesting, great bass player can make my drumming. Like, if you really play with a really special bass player, like all of a sudden you
develop a groove.
Playing, it's like it enhances everything you're doing to such a level that.
As a drummer and a bassist,
it's.
Where are your drumsticks?
People really forget that.
Pull them out.
Yeah, it's a really special thing.
I got the bass.
If
the drums?
As a drummer and a bassist find each other, they should fucking marry each other. It should be a law, because once you like me and Spud, this guy, we had this thing, and it was just like an
unspoken.
We never sat down and said, hey, you know what we should do? We should try and do this. We never did that. It was just like at a gig, he would turn around, he'd look me in the eye, and he'd start doing something, and I would just follow that, and he would then follow me, and I would follow him, and he would follow me, and and the rest of the band had to go with that, and we owned it. You know, as soon as that happened, we owned that thing. And
do you know why?
Missed that terribly.
But is this what makes live gigs so very, very different?
So much work.
To listening to a record,
Totally
because you have that. You know, it's not quantized. It's not accurate. It's actually it is live.
Yeah, I mean,
and the audience do feel that.
Well, it depends on the gig.
There's a lot of bands out there that are two different things. There's the recording, and then there's the live show.
Yep.
And a lot of people never will understand that because they never get the live show. And that's just how a lot of bands, really good bands, approach things. They're like, we're not trying to do them. You know, they're doing the songs, but they don't. It's just something special that people that are in bands understand. You know?
Yeah.
I can talk about a very particular example that is touching my side, because it's something we're doing in my band. Don't tell the other guys in the band, because they're gonna get mad at me. But we play this cover of House of the Rising Sun, right? Yeah. Because we got a guitar player with a tendency to speed up. Our drummer is going on
you and every other band in the world.
Sorry.
You and every other band in the world has got a guitarist that speeds up.
No, I don't mean 20 beats up and down. I'm talking you 60 beats up.
Okay.
He used to do hard
There's somebody who's not listening to what they're playing.
Exactly. So, because of that, my drummer went into a crusade to write down every single tempo and to have the machine showing the tempo at every time to say, slow down. The problem is he's trying to play that song, House of the Rising Sun, by The Animals, on a flat one single tempo. The original recording is in 3 tempos.
Yeah.
Trust me. It's not worth it. It's even I feel it's wrong.
Yeah,
and I'm the bass player. That song
you learn
is
that
fluctuating.
Too. Well, a lot of courses speed up just a slight bit, right? A lot of punk music, post-punk music. That's just normal. Everybody just kind of pushes it, and you can't. You know what I mean? Like
anybody from the beginning of the recording civilization, the music recording civilization, everybody all the way up to the 90s fluctuated tempo. every single one. Is what they call fill. 5 beats up, 10 beats up, 10 beats down, 5 beats down. That's one way to also distinguish intro, bridge, chorus, middle eight.
Right.
Each one is slightly rushing or dragging, rushing, dragging, and that's what made songs alive.
Push and pull.
Yeah, push and pull.
That's what bands do naturally, and they don't even always, and it could be anybody that pushes it. It could be the guitar player pushes it. It could be the bass player that pushes it.
That's gonna be drums and bass for 2 reasons. Drums is gonna give the speed because it's giving the one.
Usually.
But bass is gonna give you the key, and it's gonna give you the pulse. If it's gonna be simple tempo, double tempo, and it's gonna move all the harmony towards him. Mm-hmm. That's why it's so amazing. The minute you have a solid rhythm section, I would love. It's not my case, but I would love to have also a guitar in the rhythm section. That triangle, it's the engine. If that engine is lubricated, just sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Yeah, stick a Hammond organ on top.
And you're right, though.
But that's just cream on the cake.
Oh, yeah,
it's not
that
really.
Cream is creamy.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean they're not required. They're not needed. Yes, they are. I would love to have a keyboard player on my band.
The other thing that's interesting, I think, is that some songs are better, and we kind of all know this. Some songs better translate better live than they do on tape. Like, I was a big Gang of Four fan.
Okay.
And when I saw Gang of Four live, when I listened, on tape it was really like compressed and really tight. And then I saw them live, and I went, holy cow, these songs are like...
How old is that band?
Oh, they're pretty old now, yeah.
When did they start recording?
Classic 70s, 80s, early 80s, post-punk.
Okay, because that what sounds to me. I mean, if you tell me 90s and beyond, that sounds to me many bands that get signed because, well, back when this used to happen, not anymore, because a talent scout went and saw them live, and they signed them. But once because of the band was accommodating, or because the studio became really adamant, once in the studio they turn on the click track. And they have to all record the songs to the click track.
Yeah,
and that, or even if they didn't, because they were so humanly fluctuating and making somebody behind the desk says, no, auto-tune, pitch correct, quantize.
Yeah, no, it got worse in the 90s, no doubt. It got really, Tool got really like...
And that's the disconnect between the album you buy and the band you watch live. Is like, wait a second, this song is way better live. Why is way better live?
That happened a lot in the 80s too, where bands it was really tight on the recordings, and you kind of saw them live and it was bigger, and you were like, whoa, this is nice. This is.
For instance, can you give me an example?
Oh God, a lot of those bands. I mean, I would even say even the Duran Durans. A lot of those, seeing them live, it just doesn't feel as tame, like I said, Gang of Four was not tame. A lot of the punk stuff, that I listened to, that on recordings it kind of low budget, it didn't feel that great. But when you saw it live, they played it different. They played it faster. First, a lot of them play it faster.
Yeah,
and
that's usual.
It's incredible how fast some of these bands can play it. I remember joining a band, and I literally couldn't keep up at first. I'd never played that fast, but after about 3 months, I was surprised how fast I could play. And then it was getting that backbeat, to keep that strength of the backbeat because I was playing so fast, but it's just training, it's practice 3-4 times a week.
Well,
all I'd say is that I know some people here aren't particularly fans, but listen to Dire Straits' Alchemy,
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfect example of how a band can sound so much more lively than they had fantastic records, but Alchemy, the album, just really adds polish to the music and the tracks.
Guitar tracks. Even Devo live was like.
live at the Budokan. Yeah.
Woo!
I saw them at the Fillmore once. It was great.
Yeah. Was that Devo?
That's Cheap Trick.
That was Cheap Trick.
That's the tape. I think we all had that growing up, and that was like the pinnacle of like live music, like doing a live recording, and when bands were doing live albums, and it was really, again, it's a kind of acquired taste. You learn to love that live sound. It's not
the imperfections make it.
Yeah,
the differences make it.
It's funny talking about playing fast. I saw the Ramones once in the late '80s, and they played most of the repertoire in more than double speed. It was hilarious.
Yeah,
and the music is already fast. So
okay, watch it, because I assume all of you know, but let me just remind you that when you're talking about live albums, very few, if not none of them, are 100% live recordings.
Of course, they're tweaked. Yeah, I mean, everyone.
I don't know. It depends at the time. I mean, up until the early 70s, it was mostly live. Up until it actually started to get to actual multi-tracks.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm with you probably up to the 70s because they couldn't. The tech wasn't there.
Well, it was there, but it was just it was only in the studios. You might have a.
That's what I mean.
If you're really lucky, you might have an A-track, but
the reel-to-reel in the 70s in a live.
It was too expensive to get a 16 or 20. Well, apart from Rolling Stones Mobile, which was 16 in the early 70s.
Yeah, but
there were companies that had vans with 24, 32 track.
Well, again,
in vans.
In the 70s?
Rolling Stones Mobile, that was 16 in the early 70s, but that was the exception. The rest was just using an old 4/8 track that was booted out of the main studio and used as a mobile rig.
But that's what I mean. The minute you're moving more than 4 tracks, chances are you're gonna overdub. You're gonna comp.
But honestly, if you're in a band and you're playing, practicing 3 times a week, 3-4 times a week, and you're gigging and you're really playing a lot, you get extraordinarily tight. It's you know what I mean?
I'm not doubting that at all for the slightest, but even the tightest band, for any reason whatsoever, gets 3 notes in a solo wrong, or 1 note in a solo wrong, or 1 bar weird.
I know what you're saying. They tweak it.
Or they bumped 1 microphone and the rhythm guitar went off for half a song.
No,
that's why when they plan to make a live album, they usually plan at least 3 nights in a row.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's true.
To get the best out of the 3 nights.
Yeah, but I won't criticise them for that.
No, I don't criticise them.
Each recording is made live.
Yes.
And yes, it might be tweaked, it might be edited, there might splice in parts of a song from one night to another or whatever. But at the end of the day, it still reflects a different atmosphere to a
very high level of musicianship. Yes, but sadly for anybody who doesn't know it, any new kid. Sorry, I'm going to show my age. Putting the needle on a vinyl, which now would be what? Pressing the button on the phone.
Put the needle on the record.
They believe that those bands were perfect, flawless, 100% flawless.
But when you're at a gig, you're not expecting perfection. You're expecting entertainment.
No, it depends. Some people expect perfection, and some bands want to deliver that.
Right? That's the problem with us always obsessing about perfection.
I don't.
No, I believe you don't. But and anybody that plays in a band doesn't. But the casual listener gets.
No. My point is, Saz, we know you don't, because you have the knowledge and you've gone through the whole evolution of it. But
it's not just that. When you go to see a performer,
yes,
you're going for the entertainment, not for the accuracy.
Exactly,
you're going for the fun,
and that's
for the atmosphere,
yes.
And if someone plays a bum note, you know what? They're playing another note next. It's
Yes.
gone. It's over. It's
Yes.
ephemeral. It doesn't matter.
Exactly, and that's the point I'm trying to make. First, the new generations, any kid under 20 at the moment, sadly, they've been fed with
Perfection.
beat detection, quantizing, and autotune. So they expect perfection, right?
Some of them, but I will tell you this: that
Let me finish.
Someone who has a good artistic and musical mind.
I'm
the
getting
really
to that.
Interesting ones are in the noise music. They kind of push away from that.
I'm
right?
trying to get to that.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
trying to
just to also fall in that you're assuming people listening to pop music. I mean, kids who listen to contemporary jazz or the modern fake jazz, that's quite popular.
Yes, I'm talking about the mass, about the average. So they cannot expect perfection because that's what they've been fed. That's all they know. But at the same time, they don't have the training to tell good from bad. That bum note that is so fast goes over the heads. They can tell. Yes, they can tell that it doesn't sound exactly like the record. They feel a little, but in the other hand, the volume rise and the experience, what Sas was saying, the communal experience of experiencing their band happening live in the spot washes over. If they can tell the difference between perfect and non-perfect, even if the band is going out of tune or out of pitch, most of them can even tell. Right.
But like I have the same thing. Like at work, if I miss a line on a radio mic, most people in the audience probably won't notice. It might not even. Whether the director or the writer might not even notice.
Definitely, the writer won't. The director might.
But seriously, it gets to the point where you're like asked afterwards. So how was that? Because missed the same line again. Because what? Really?
Exactly. Because we care more about the end result than the details when it's live, when it's happening.
Also, when there's if there's some small fuck up, but you still know the end product. But when your brain fills in the gaps and you have your rose-tinted spectacles.
Exactly.
Because, well, if everything else was great, then nothing can possibly have been bad there.
Exactly. We assume perfection because of the average fulfillment and good vibration, emotion we get from it.
But also, who can remember it? If you had a 3-hour gig,
yeah.
What are you going to remember from it? Nothing, effectively.
Yeah, how can you remember that the drummer forgot to hit the charge twice in the third part of the fourth song?
Yeah, or you're like, it dropped the stick there, really?
Exactly.
Don't notice. I mean, you might notice when the stick breaks and it's a bit exciting. Oh, stick broke, fun.
Yeah,
mostly if you see the tip flying over to the audience. those are funny.
Or when it hits the bass player on the head.
Go, David.
No.
Go. Get in there.
No,
You
I was
got
going to say
go.
that there's different. I think the one thing we got to keep in mind is there's different types of kind of listeners. There's people that like to control their environment, right? And they like things very tight, right? They like it very. They like to understand it. And then there's people that play, and it goes for artists too that are. They are a little more jammers. They're imperfections to them. They view them very differently, right? Whereas someone who's more, and I don't think there's one that's better than the other, because I think we could make good cases for both. There's some that are the leaders that have this vision.
My opinion.
They try to rein it in, and those imperfections drive them mad.
My opinion, the second kind, the one who rolls with the punches and makes juice out of the lemon, is the best kind. Because
I tend to agree. It's definitely the happy.
I am the first group.
Yeah.
And I hate myself. I lose all the enjoyment the minute that the EQ is not right. My head goes all places but in the moment. I hate myself. I think that's the wrong thing to be and do.
But the first group, Eddie, I think, boy, they tend to really make some spectacular stuff. The second group seems to be a little happier, and it's like Simon and Garfunkel. I always try to, in my mind, I see Garfunkel as the group that's kind of the X Factor, you know what I mean? And then there's Simon, who was like, dude, this is it, right? This is what we have to do. But then there's this wild dude who's like, I'm going to push it a little bit away from what you wanted. Then when you walk away from it, it's more of an analogy for me than reality. And I think, well, I'm Garfunkel. I'm Garfunkel. Simon?
That's Lennon and McCartney as well, isn't it?
Yeah, somewhat. And
Okay, which one is which in Lennon and McCartney?
I think Lennon's
Lennon's the wild one. McCartney is the one who's churning out one thing after the other, very disciplined.
Okay, then I'm McCartney. I'm definitely McCartney.
I'm definitely Lennon. But I love him.
Good for you, mate. You're gonna enjoy life way better than I do.
I'm Harrison. That's an easy choice out of the two.
I'm actually Ringo Starr, but
God, Ringo was a good drummer. God, he was
just
good.
Trying to get everybody to get along. You know what I mean? Like, how can I help you? You freaking.
I'm Billy Shears, mate.
Who's Billy Shears?
Really?
By the name, yes, really.
Sergeant Pepper?
I thought that was Ringo.
No.
So Billy Shears is the former drummer for the Beatles?
No, that was Pete Best.
Listen to Sergeant Pepper, then you'll realise who Billy Shears is.
Oh, I never knew that Ringo didn't do that one.
There's a lot of rumor that
Billy Shears is Billy Shears is the character that they sing about in Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Okay, but Ringo recorded that.
You, the one and only Billy Shears.
Oh yeah.
They're such a fascinating band, aren't they? Like they're like an art.
I was watching For All Mankind.
Bollocks! I can't get it.
The first episode of season 3 of For All Mankind, which is based on what would happen if the Russians got to the moon first. And then the whole world, their whole universe, their environment is this kind of alternate reality. So some things are the same, some things are different. And the beginning of episode 1 of season 3 is kind of catching you up to the mid-90s, because the last, we left them in the early 80s. So they basically worked through a decade of alternate history where some things are the same and some things are different. And one of the things that was different was that John Lennon doesn't die and the Beatles reunite. And there's only a 5-second clip of this massive audience and the Beatles reuniting. And I thought that was a nice little touch.
Ebony and Ivory, Lennon McCartney. Oh no.
The Beatles are so fascinating, though, aren't they? From like a band perspective.
I'm getting confused.
Okay.
Rob, are you talking? Are you meaning you don't like the Beatles?
What? Love the Beatles. They're my first.
No. Sorry, no, not Rob.
The other Rob.
Native.
That one.
That one.
No, I mean, I like enough stuff of them, but I also get pissed off by Sir Paul and John by equal amounts. So there's a bit of dislike for the people at times.
Oh,
this is really confusing.
But don't let that.
Really confusing that you're talking illy from the Beatles when there's a yellow submarine on your wall. It's like, make up your mind. Are they good or are they bad or what?
Oh, dude.
You just like the animation.
I just had to accept that I really like George Harrison more than anybody else. He didn't write a lot, but whenever he had to say something, he did it.
All things must pass.
He did it better than any of the others. Well,
Ooh, those are very big words.
Oh, you were so close. Just say
excuse me, while my guitar currently weeps, there's nothing better on that bloody double album.
Legendary.
There's
It's the best song on the across 4 sides.
But did he even write all of it, or did John and Paul sit there behind it and just make it beautiful? Help him. The thing about
I
the
don't
Beatles,
mind.
The thing about the Beatles, it's a classic band, right? There's all these egos, and the reality is they were awesome because of all 4 of them, right?
And if you watch Get Back, you'll absolutely understand the dynamic
between
4 individuals.
Can you explain in 5 words or
it's just
50
for
words?
fun. Yeah.
No, it's an 8-hour documentary. There's no way you can explain that in 50 words. But basically,
they all love each other. They all hate each other.
It wasn't just John and Paul. It wasn't. It wasn't. George wasn't ever trying to battle to get his songs into the band. It wasn't. Everybody loved each other. Everybody supported each other. Everybody pushed each other. And in some places, they hated each other for a little while. But it all served the artistic purpose.
And at least 3 of them hated Ono.
If you've been but honestly, if
apparently
you've
not.
been in a band, it's so normal, right? It's absolutely normal. It's love-hate. It's not that simple, and they would have never created all that stuff if there wasn't some sort of mutual respect and love for each other. They would have never done it. But, they broke apart eventually, and that's normal too. It only takes one person to break up a band, right?
Paul McCartney.
No, it wasn't McCartney.
He's the one who left. So technically, from
Robert, have you watched Get Back?
Paul McCartney is the one who officially left the Beatles.
Have you watched Get Back? Have you watched Get Back?
Not fully.
Then watch it. Because then you will realise it wasn't McCartney that broke up the Beatles. The Beatles broke up the Beatles.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that makes more sense.
I mean, it never existed in the first place. That's more of a problem.
I thought it was insecticide.
But
glyphosate.
Yeah. Boom, boom.
Insecticide.
The only thing I don't like is when I get someone just casually like, I'm just, the Beatles are overrated. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
It means that he doesn't like the Beatles.
Because anyone that's tried to be a songwriter, anyone that's tried to be in a band, anyone that's tried to do anything is haunted by those melodies and those songs. I'm sorry, it's just...
I mean,
it doesn't mean they're the best. It just
the
they are.
The Beatles were fantastic. I just don't like them.
That, Rob.
I find a lot of the early stuff very generic.
Good, but wait a second. Just pin that thought. My problem to that, what David said, that I think somebody comes with, I think the Beatles are overrated. And now you
probably are, but however...
One second. I'm getting to that. 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay? Exactly. Thank you. So, and that other comment that I don't like the Beatles. If one of the things that, from my knowledge, and I admit here, I have not listened to every single track that they ever produced. But I think most of them, probably 60-70% of them, which Beatles are overrated or you don't like, because they weren't inventing themselves on every album, but every 3 albums they were taking a twist to another direction and then to another direction. So to my point of view and my little knowledge of the Beatles, there's a Beatles song almost for everybody. Because what's the relationship between Help and Back in the USSR, or I Am the Walrus, or it's like, which Beatles you don't like?
Absolutely.
Because they never were one Beatles.
I would disagree with the fact that they changed every 2 or 3 albums. They changed every album from Hard Day's Night onwards. The first couple of albums were just the pop hits and the generic, early 60s
think with
pop
the
hits.
Beatles, with the Beatles, they started to become themselves. Or
in a little way, in a little way.
And on a Hard Day's Night, it was basically finally have half an album where you can say, well, the first line you can basically say, oh yeah, this is clear to what it ended up with.
Yeah.
Whereas on Please Please Me, if you only have Please Please Me and Abbey Road to compare, then you think it's the same group.
Just to educate me, can we put this in numbers, please? How many albums did they release?
It's about 9.
9 or 10.
Only 9?
Yeah.
I'm just.
They're only a recording out from 63 to 70. So
Please Please Me with the Beatles,
Beatles
A
for
Hard
Sale.
Day's Night, For
No, you missed
Sale,
Hard
Hard
Day's
Day's
Night.
Night, Help,
Rubber Soul,
Rubber
Revolver.
Rubber Soul. Oh.
Magical Mystery Tour. Oh, to be fair, that's not an album. That's
more
an
of
that's an EP technically originally.
Until the Americans got hands on it.
Till it became.
I mean, that's a good range.
So 9.
And Yellow Submarine is technically isn't.
That wasn't an album.
It was released as an album.
Not during their career.
No, it was.
No.
Okay, to your point.
No,
Ed,
9 albums.
No,
We
Yellow
discard the
Yellow
first 2.
Submarine. The soundtrack to Yellow Submarine was
don't discard any of them.
a post.
Well, but Let It Be was
They
also
said
released
they
post.
want to discard the first 2 because it's just formulaic radio Formula 2.
Okay, fair enough.
What I call pay the bills. So
I mean, like also their first singles
That's
with
7.
Bad Campered. To be fair, they're actually more interesting in my opinion than Please Please Me.
Oh, they're so
yeah,
awesome.
7 albums. 7 albums we're talking old-fashioned albums, so it's 9 to 11 tracks or 7 to 10 tracks.
There was more tracks. They were just shorter.
Certainly
Certainly on the early
half
albums.
an hour, the earlier ones.
Most songs were 2.5 to 3 minutes max. But they
Half an hour, that's 10 tracks of 3 minutes.
You didn't
average.
need. They got more into 2.5 minutes than many bands get into 7.
So,
but it was
7 albums.
Rubber Soul was where they really. That was it. That was like, here we go, we're off.
Yeah, that was so good, so good.
And then
I assume that.
Revolver. Which
are what, 4th and 5th album, 6 and 7.
I think so. It sounds about right.
5th, 6th.
Yeah.
Because it was Please Please Me with the Beatles for Sale.
I mean,
Hard Day's Night,
look,
Help.
I grew
6th,
up with
7th.
them. Yeah, I know all of these albums. I know all the fucking albums.
Am I too mistaken trying to make this point that even from the beginning there were particular tracks on each album that were not the Beatles by definition? They were a little off path?
No, the first few albums were mainly just their run-of-the-mill pop hits.
Mainly covers.
And some covers.
The first 2 album.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, they were hardcore giggers for years in Germany.
Exactly.
So people don't
love
realize
the film.
they paid their fucking dues. They were not
and then some
studio band, right? Like they played harder than most bands.
Which is why when they became a studio band, they really became a studio band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't
and again, particularly Paul's work ethic, of course, do, and keep doing. Or to be fair, more than anybody, Ringo, if you have been so sad to listen to the complete Nagra tapes from all the Let It Be recordings, I mean, he's always there, turning up as the first one, and whatever mum and dad might be fighting about this time, whether it's 1 degree too cold or whatever, he's there, and as soon as any of them starts playing something, he goes in perfectly.
And that's why Ringo is the best member of the
Well,
Beatles.
right, and that's why he taught us a lot about what being a great band player and a musician is. It's not always about being extraordinary,
Well, that was the thing with Ringo. He was the best drummer that the Beatles could ever have because he was the spine without him, it would have just been a bit of a gloopy mess.
But I look at, but
like
for
you say,
me,
good
even when I look at Abbey Road and getting near the end, I see the culmination of just, you know, an amazing band, right? And I could pick a favorite album, but I go, boy, they were just on another level at this point. You know, some of those melodies and stuff they were doing, whew,
Yeah.
I mean,
And-
they were
and that's
special. I mean, I don't think there's any way to deny that.
And that's another great thing about the whole Get Back documentary, is that Let It Be, it's not their greatest album, but
Well, all of the songs they're rehearsing there.
when they're rehearsing these songs, and you think, God, this doesn't actually sound that great. When is it going to start sounding how we know it from the album? And then there's
When you record them.
there's something more that happens at a point when they work together. They're maybe they're fighting, maybe they're agreeing, but they're working to make this
work
thing.
together.
And like you say, you know, Ringo's there like 24/7. He's always there, and he just keeps that. He's the glue. He's the Andy Fletcher of the Beatles, but
No, I
he can
agree.
actually play.
I absolutely agree. Right.
But that's another point. To me, the Beatles, at least the imaginary, idyllic image I always had of the Beatles, there were four creative forces, and that's kind of coming to the point that you said before, that the Beatles split the Beatles. There were two creative forces that at one point couldn't agree anymore. That's how I see it.
But I think that's normal of any. It's
Yes.
a relationship, right?
It is.
They were
It's totally
relatively
normal.
Kids
Yeah.
that grew up and they needed to get married. They needed to have families. They, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's
But
perfectly
actually,
normal.
I think it was that there were three creative forces that pulled them apart.
Why?
I don't actually think Ringo played much part in it, because he was
in a band sense, he
and
did.
even now seems
In a band
a
sense,
fairly
he was-
solid
In a band
guy.
sense, you
he
have
might
to
not.
be in
He
a
might have
band.
written the tune, but there's that brilliant clip of them when
Oh,
they're in
yeah.
the
They
studio.
actually
in
wrote a
Savile,
couple cool tunes.
when they're in the studio underneath Savile Row, and Ringo's come up with something, and everyone goes up to Ringo and says, "Hey, yeah, why don't you try this and do that?" And it was just like I was crying. I was literally crying because
But when he's working on Octopus's Garden, isn't it?
But-
it was beautiful to see
Because
that
most
kind of.
bands most bands don't work like that, Rob.
No, exactly.
See, anyone that's been in a band, there's usually an archetype, right? And they want to control it. And maybe there's a second in control. But if anybody else tries to jump in, everybody shuts down and goes, like, and to your point, I think that's your point, is that they were very special in that way.
Yeah.
We
And
want
the
to
same
pit
with
them against
George,
each
you know.
other. Yeah.
George would come up with stuff that was a little bit, kind of left field to what they were doing. But again, they worked on it together, and they're talking,
But
and they're bouncing ideas back and forth.
But there were
and
three
it's-
egos
God.
and a drummer.
I wouldn't say that. I think
No.
you're underestimating the drummer's ego.
No, Ringo was
or
just the best at
overestimating.
Maybe so.
Or
Ringo
overestimating
was
the
the-
egos of Lennon and McCartney. Cause,
Yeah,
Uh,
maybe
Ri-
that's a better point.
Ringo was the best at hiding his ego most of the time.
he doesn't have an ego.
Yeah,
Ringo
it
doesn't
doesn't
have
matter
either.
because they did work together. So honestly, I don't know. I think there's a lot to learn from that band, and how they
Oh,
work.
God,
I
yeah.
think we wanted to see them one way, but their production is not even as much about just their specific talent above other people. It's that we don't operate like that anymore, right? We don't do that. We don't stop and say, "Hey, you have an idea." Bands don't operate like, we don't. In fact, we're going the opposite direction, and then we wonder why there's no other Beatles. I don't know. But it's funny. They had pretty good solo careers, and I don't know. I struggle. I still think I enjoyed Lennon the best, his music, but I really love McCartney, some of his tunes too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to sort of do a league table, then McCartney's
It's really
the most,
hard.
McCartney's the most prolific,
And
in
interesting-
terms of content, what with his solo career and Wings, he's
But that-
putting. I mean, you
but that
stack
later-
his albums up. If you physically stacked his album up, there's more than there is of anyone else. Doesn't mean to say it's better, but there's just
quantity
more
over
of
quality.
it. Exactly. There's just more of it.
If you
Well,
look
no,
into, if
that's
you
the
look
same amount,
into-
in my opinion. The amount of good content from McCartney and Harrison.
No, I'm just saying
is
the
same.
amount of content, not
No,
good. We're not judging it. I'm just saying McCartney was the most prolific. After the beat, he was the most prolific. You add up the number of albums that he's put out compared to, and then and obviously Lennon only had 10 years after the Beatles,
Yeah,
so
and
he could
that's
only
stuff-
do so much.
And that
you
stuff
know.
he did right at the end. And I was reading about some of those old Lennon. Lennon brought in those musicians for some of the stuff he did near, at the very end. He brought in a lot of musicians. It was very collaborative. It was very Beatlesque. He's like, let's all just get together and play.
And here's
And-
another thing. Yeah, I mean, you look at
some of that stuff
McCartney,
he did. Some of the stuff Lennon did at the end, it was really.
but Lennon always
great
had to
stuff.
have a
Double
band.
Fantasy and-
Lennon always had to have a band.
Yes.
McCartney did not, because
Interesting.
he did those 3 albums. I mean, McCartney
That's
1,
true.
2, and
He was
3.
a little more multi-instrument.
He did everything.
Yes.
He was a great drummer.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny?
He was an exceptional bassist. I mean, McCartney's bass lines are just.
Well, no, he's not a bassist. He's a lead guitarist. Ultimately, that's what
He plays the bass like
Depends on how you want to look at him, right?
Yeah.
What dimension?
Many
still,
bass
his
players
bass-
in history were lead guitarists with 4 strings. Many.
His bass playing, he didn't dominate. He played to the song. He wasn't overblown. You listen to some bass guitarists that they become the lead instrument, and that's not always a good.
But then again, Ringo, he played to the lyrics. He didn't care about anything else.
No.
He played to the lyrics.
He's one of the most musical drummers ever because he serves every single song. He's not about Ringo, look at my drum fills. It's Ringo, what does this song require? Right, that's what I'm giving. Boom.
Absolutely. Brilliant.
End of.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of his... he was the first person I ever paid attention to as a aspiring drummer. And listening to... I mean, it took me ages to realise that a lot of the stuff he did was because he was left-handed, playing a right-handed kit. When you try and emulate some of the fills and some of those things...
No, it's hard, isn't it?
Hard. It was just like, how the fuck was he doing this? It sounds so simple, but if you lead with the left, which is incredibly difficult if you're right-handed, then you get, you understand it. But he was he was my first focus, and it was the simplicity. Serve the song. Do not, go overboard here, overboard there. Serve the song. Play to, the rhythm section.
And still do a very beautiful and musical job.
And
kind of like Charlie Watts, right? He wasn't overdoing anything.
Exactly. Charlie was just like,
Yeah, Charlie's another great example.
You would never...
Wait, because I think this is a good segue. Was Charlie Watts the drummer for the Rolling Stones?
Yes.
Good. Rob, get your finger ready. Put it up. Put it there. Put it there.
Don't say you hate the Stones.
I don't hate the Stones. I never understood the Stones. I never understood what was the buzz about it.
Well, that's fine.
Some tracks are, once again, personal opinion, personal taste, right? I'm entitled to it, as same as my asshole, right? Having the Beatles, I never understood why the antithesis or the alternative was the Rolling Stones. It was, to me, was comparing
No, that was the
Beef
media.
versus Ham.
It's like Oasis versus Blur. That's what
Yeah.
it was. It was a media
I agree
thing.
with you. I wouldn't put the Stones, but the Stones, boy, they were so good at just locking in and playing
Really?
off each other. And
Not in the videos I watched. That's one of my points.
Give me the Stones any day.
the Stones.
You see what I mean? That's the duality
No,
that
but I wouldn't
happened.
call them. But they're not the Beatles for me because
You
emotionally.
can't compare the two. They're different.
Yeah, they're totally different.
They're different.
And I do think Charlie Watts served
They're
that very great.
Yeah.
No. I'm not taking away from Mr. Watts, which I assume is the best drummer that the Rolling Stones could ever have. I give that for granted. And I'm not taking away from any of the members individually. My little knowledge, extremely diminutive knowledge, because I really never had a big interest in them, is that I don't get it. I never get why they were the other huge British band of the time.
The thing is, the rivalry was made up by the media.
Yes.
The Rolling Stones were cast as the bad boys, like Oasis were cast as the bad boys against Blur. So
in both cases, didn't they do something to deserve it?
They were very, very different bands,
yes.
And in many ways they had different audiences, and the Stones had their own trajectory that the Beatles didn't. You know, so they you can't compare them because there were no similarities.
Yes, but that's exactly my point. That's why I never understood why the alternative, you were either Beatles or you were Stones. No, it's either both or one of each other or none, because they don't go in the same plate for the same meal. It's like, I don't know, ice cream and roast beef. They're just two different things that could be enjoyed. I just never got hooked further down the Rolling Stones that the hit singles, the rhythmic ones, the riff-based ones. Later on, some of the things that Jagger did on his own, yes, and some of the things he did when he reunited with the Rollins, yes, but once again, to me, to my taste, the Beatles are an artist that I would love to own albums. The Rollins is an artist that I would be happy just with one greatest hits albums. That's it.
You're missing out on a lot of good stuff then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know,
I'm sure I'm missing out.
You know, but you know, thinking back to was it the early 70s when they did Paint It Black?
Which I love.
Fantastic track.
Yeah. Brilliant for many reasons. Yes, everybody was flirting and experimenting with sitars, but they, to my knowledge, because I don't know every single track with a sitar from the 70s, to my knowledge, Painted Black was the best one, the one that actually made it melt with the rock and roll.
Oh, well, to be honest, I wasn't actually really interested in what instruments they were playing. I just thought, and still think, it's just as a standalone track, it's absolutely fantastic. You know.
Yeah, and the lyrics are brilliant.
But
probably
it's
one of the best that they ever did.
What? I made a comment earlier in the chat that you know, the best thing about the Beatles actually were the bands they inspired. And I know that was a somewhat flippant remark, but the music scene at that time, the Beatles were just a part of, and there were lots of bands around the 60s and 70s that really grew. I mean, you know, the Stones, the Who. I mean, Jerry and the Pacemakers, and you know, the shitloads of stuff coming out of Liverpool in itself. But I mean, the Kinks.
Let's talk about the
Kinks were fantastic. I mean,
oh yes.
So
small faces.
And certainly talking to my parents, and you know, I grew up not far from Liverpool. My parents were certainly of the era of the Beatles. They couldn't stand them. Lots of people they knew couldn't stand them. And actually,
they were noise.
There were a bunch of annoying twats from Liverpool. You know, it was sort of
with long hair.
Well, it wasn't so much that, but actually, their music was to many people actually not that inventive. Now, admittedly, as the Beatles aged and they started getting, and you know, the studio stuff especially, was really quite experimental and really pushed the boundaries.
Oh, he's
but
alive.
It was,
Sorry, just checking.
It was.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how he's 80, and they should always show this picture of McCartney playing that 80, doing his.
Simply having a wonderful Christmas time.
Christmas time, yeah.
Can he please just retire? He hasn't been able to sing for 10 years. And it's just painful. It's just so painful watching him.
Yeah, but even if he retires, the song will live on.
Yes, I'm totally fine. It's just seeing him live, missing every note. It's just like, oh. Your Paul McCartney, for God's sake, you were one of the best. Go out on a high. Don't drag everything down. But keep doing it.
Money's money. Bills need to be paid. And
England
is not a cheap country.
I think as you age, there's something beautiful about that. Just take it. Just keep going. You know what I mean? It's okay.
It was Linda's 80 anyway. You didn't know.
I don't want to shut people down. So
I mean, if he's happy just jumping on a stage, which I would do the same, exactly the same.
Yeah, I guess that's my point. Right?
How bad can he get? It's not gonna become.
It can be tough though to listen to.
Blowing in the wind, all around the watchtower. I can't remember his tracks, but not his name.
Hendrik.
Bob Dylan. Thank you.
Dylan.
He's
Great
not going to become
songwriter,
Bob Dylan.
absolutely fucking awful a performer.
The way I like to explain it is Bob Dylan, and now please correct me because I'm sure I'm wrong, but to my eyes, Bob Dylan is important and relevant because of what he sung when he sung it, not because how good he did it.
It's more what he wrote than what he sang.
And that's what I mean by what he sung. It was the lyrics he put out when he put them out, not because he was the best singer in the market and the best guitar player.
That's what got him famous. Yes, I would say.
But
and the rest is just inertia.
There are some songs that will always endure, and it doesn't matter who sung them or who wrote them. So the House of the Rising Sun. The House of the Rising Sun, for example, is a song that was recorded in '68 originally by Eric Burdon and the Animals. And yet it's been covered by God knows how many bands. It's a song.
I thought the House of the Rising Sun was a cover.
Yeah,
it's older.
Yes, but it is much older. But there are plenty of old blues songs that are much older than the recordings that they are known for.
What do you mean? Any Led Zeppelin song?
Yes.
Well, yes, but it's a song that will still be sung in 20, 30 years' time by drunk men in pubs.
Yeah, talk to me. The thing is,
some things outlast. They endure.
Yeah, I usually love Bob Dylan's song when he is not the one performing them.
Well, no, he's a songwriter, right? Yeah. He's a legitimate songwriter.
The All Along the Watchtower version I love is the Hendrix one.
No. It's
for any other.
Any other, yeah.
But once Hendrix
especially Hendrix to me, guitar player,
Oh, yeah. Hendrix was... We could talk about Hendrix all day. Woo! What a special...
I can't talk about Hendrix for all day because there's only one thing I can tell about him. Well, he was a genius. He just went too soon.
Sorry to be, rude, but can I suggest that perhaps we continue the Hendrix conversation on another chat? I think Kent's looking.
We get close.
I was going to say tired, but I think fucked is probably more appropriate.
It is
more accurate.
I'm going to.
You know why he didn't get his goatsy? He's waiting for that.
Well,
yeah. Damn
perhaps if we leave him alone, he can.
Fair enough. It's fair enough for me.
But on that point, I'm going to call it a night.
Yeah. Thank you, Saz.
I hope everyone has a very nice, pleasant Sunday and Father's Day and etc.
Well, we've got another 8-hour one in, really. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
we put in some hard work.
If we do another 8 hour, we will be shouting at you to lift your head from the keyboard again, Kent. But I'm going to bow out. So take care, guys.
See you Saturday.
Thanks to
I am
everyone in
too.
chat. It's been great talking to everyone, and I'll catch you all soon.
Take care.
Take care.
Night, night.
Cheers,
Bye
guys.
bye.
Are they?
Bye.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's about 10 minutes short of being 8 hours. Oh, hey.
What the fuck?
There we go. Got it.
What was that about?
He goes,
So who are you going to call us? Who are you going to flash? Goatsy, right?
Goatsy Busters, yeah.
Goatsy Busters.
That was excessive. Oh yeah.
Oh, dear.
I'm just waiting for my meds to kick in. So
I wish I had some to kick in.
you can share mine with any minute.
Hey, speaking of future stuff from a while ago, Rob, did you see Man in the High Castle?
No, I didn't. No, it's one of those things. My wife didn't really particularly think she'd enjoy it, so I was like, oh, okay.
It's
well,
not a
I'll
happy
watch
one. Yeah, it's Philip K.
No.
Dick in all glory. So
yeah. So no, I think I need to secretly start catching up on that one. But, yeah, if we sit downstairs and watch something that she doesn't like, it's just like, oh bloody, all right. What do you want to watch?
yeah, that's how it always is, right?
Yeah. That is my front room.
And then I'll come upstairs to watch the things I want to watch that she doesn't want to watch, and she'll
She
be like,
complains.
She complains. She's like,
And you get shit for it, of course. Yeah.
yeah. What are you doing up there? Oh, I'm watching that thing you didn't want to watch.
Or she'll come up and talk to me about stuff. And I'm trying to listen to this bit. This has come up to an important part, important plot twist.
This
It's
is
like I
why
said to-
years ago the girlfriend I lived with, she watched Friends endlessly. It was mind-numbingly stupid, as you know. And I said, "This is so insulting. Look at this plot point. This is what's going to happen." I ruined it for her so many times. She said, "Get out of here. Go do your own thing."
I used to work in a video store, and around the time that Friends got released as a box set, they started being released as VHS box sets, and so they were always on during the day because you could safely play them during the day because they were all, PG or less
Tame. I think
tame.
is the word
Yes.
it was.
And so I think I've seen every episode of Friends. I dread to think how many times over because of that.
That reminds me. I need to rewatch them.
I still like them. I don't think they're in any way exceptional. They're not groundbreaking. But they're just easy to watch. And
Joey doesn't share his food.
You can just giggle at them. They don't require much.
Yeah.
So the writers did a better show before called Dream On. That was on HBO.
Oh, Dream On, brilliant!
Much better show.
Dream On was great.
I could never hook up. It was good, but it's like I couldn't follow it, and plus I missed
We
a
have
lot
to know
of-
the references. That's part of
The other thing I need to catch up on is the new Kids in the Hall series, because I used to love Kids in the Hall, and they've just done a brand new series and it's getting rave reviews.
Oh.
So
The one the series I want.
Your head.
Yeah. The one I want to rewatch is
That rings a
Becca.
bell.
I'd like to see Becca again.
what's that? Becca.
Mm.
Right.
Ted Danson.
Oh yes, yeah,
That one.
What about Sledgehammer?
Oh yeah, I just grabbed a
Oh,
bunch of
yeah.
those online.
Sledgehammer was brilliant.
Yeah, but Kids in the Hall, I'd love to see that
Yeah,
again.
Kids in the Hall is really good.
Only-
What was that about? Because that thing you
It's a Canadian.
It's a sketch. It's a Canadian sketch show. Yeah, it's just.
Do you remember that one where
okay.
they got the corporate headhunters
Mm.
and they're all dressed up as frontier men in the canoe going down the hallway in the office?
Oh, it's just, it's kind of like Canadian Python.
Mm.
Ooh, that's
But the
interesting.
I crush your head thing. I mean, that just
genius.
went everywhere and it
Yeah.
stayed with me for like fucking.
There's
what,
not many people you can
34
go to
years.
and say,
I crush your head.
Yeah,
and they don't know what you're talking about.
yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
Where did
Yeah.
I saw that gesture somewhere, but it was not in that show. That's for sure.
Oh, it may have transferred somewhere.
Oh.
You never know.
But no,
These things
they've
move about.
I think it's on Amazon.
Well,
Amazon
apart
Prime,
from
the series.
Big Bang Theory,
Mm.
Really got
Tell
into
them
that.
trying to
Kinda-
choke
Yeah.
somebody else. The
Third Rock from the Sun was quite good.
Did you like
Three's
it?
Company is an all-time classic.
Yeah.
Which is
Finally,
why Santa Monica Pier.
finally I find somebody who likes it. Everybody I show them, they say that I don't get it.
I think I'll do with the Red Dwarfs again as well.
Yeah.
The what?
I get the time.
Red Dwarf.
Red Dwarf.
No, Red
Which
Dwarf
is
is
the-
brilliant.
This one. Minute.
Yeah.
Red Dwarf is brilliant on every level, except some particular episodes and probably one season that you could dig deep down, but then they recovered.
Yeah.
But I remember not being able to stop laughing when they brought Kochanski back.
Mm.
See, Kachansky was Claire Grogan, wasn't she?
I don't know names. You know, I don't know names.
The original.
birthday, happy
Yeah.
birthday.
The original Kachansky was Claire Grogan from Altered Images, who is and still is.
She was hot and funny, which is double hot.
So Kent's awake now. So
Yeah. I wasn't asleep. I was just reading something quite interesting I saw.
He can't do two
Oh.
things. Multitasking is not his thing.
Yeah,
Nah.
that's that. Please,
Wait,
everybody in the
what-
chat, forgive me. I have not replied to any. You know, I can multitask, even less when I'm going down with my meds. So it's really nothing personal. It's just I actually can't. If I listen, I can't read, and if I read, I can't type. If I type, I cannot read or listen.
Yeah, I have to hold my breath when I pee.
Well,
Can't do,
that's
can't do
probably
both.
for many. That could be
Pee
for
or
many.
breathe, one or the other.
In or out, in or out, in or out.
Yeah, one or
It
the
doesn't
other,
go both
mate.
ways.
Yeah, can't do both. Sorry.
And
But
on
you
that
drink a
note,
pint whilst you're peeing.
Yeah. I had a massive pee I had to do and I passed out.
and on that bombshell, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, good night.
I just can't
I've had
take
2 hours sleep in the last 48
anymore.
hours.
Yeah.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Well, yeah, to buy
For fun?
records. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Oh, yeah,
I
because
half
you
I went
went.
on Ramsey this morning. That was rough. So
I didn't even watch Rand's show because as soon as Rand's came on, the kids went out, and I thought this is the time to try and get some sleep.
Yeah.
And I got 2 hours before my brother-in-law decided to phone me up to tell me that his cat was ill, and he was being transferred to another vet. And unfortunately, the cat didn't make it. So, well, he made it to the vets, he just didn't make it.
Ah, bless.
8 rat
Sorry
poison.
about that.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
But poison. Motherfuckers.
They don't know how he got hold of it, but that's what he ate. And
Well, don't leave it. Don't leave the gas tube standing around.
Mm.
So,
Damn it to hell.
whereas my cat has been murdering every fucking thing in the back garden today.
Taking blood, so
You wait until you get elk.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, get interesting dragging an elk in through the cat flap. But give us that with this, mate.
And his
It's
little
bloody
sister
heavy.
just sits there watching and going, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Because when she tries to do it, because she's so small, she's not very good. She hasn't got the power, and then the birds pick on her because she's so small. They feel that they're brave enough to bomb. They dive bomb her, so she doesn't bother.
Yeah.
you guys ever see that famous video of the crow that raised the kitten?
No.
It's worth checking out. That crow actually just adopted a kitten, a feral kitten, and they will play together and never attack each other, and just were like parent and
Corvids are
kid.
smart fucking
They're
birds.
super cool. Yeah,
Yeah, very very clever birds.
we had a raven at the zoo that used to talk, but it got attacked by the other ravens. They didn't like it.
Or spilling the beans?
It was like hello, hello, and one day
Or
it was
singing?
pecked to death, pretty much. So
We're gonna whack you. Stop talking to humans.
Still not quite like a peregrine.
I've always fancied having a bird of prey. I used to play when I played in this band years and years and years ago. The landlord of one of our regular pubs that we played at used to have a buzzard, a female buzzard, and he he did the whole thing from birth. You know, the buzzard imprinted him as her partner basically, and he would go in to the aviary, I suppose, and she would try and mate with him, and she would stand and she would spread her wings, and it's just like, whoa, these are big fucking birds, and she would hug him, and then she tried to have sex with him, which was quite interesting. But
well, that's the thing. The Peregrine Fund in Santa Cruz, when they're endangered species because of DDT, they had a special breeding facility in this hidden area of UC Santa Cruz, and they had, if you wore a hat that looked like a peregrine, and the male would come up and ejaculate on the hat, and that's how they collected it.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It was a very successful program.
Yeah,
but we had the zoo I worked at. We had a bald eagle, we had a red-tailed hawk, and we had a American kestrel for a little falcon. It was just so much fun to work with those animals. But the bald eagle got to watch out for, because the guy who raised it from San Francisco Zoo and brought it to us had been attacked once by it when he was holding it. It went right for his orbit, grabbed the bone of his skull around his orbit there, and almost took his eye out.
Jesus.
Ow.
Just because it wanted.
Vicious.
No, they're apex predator, and they'll fuck around with you if they want to. So
I went to a zoo or like a wildlife park somewhere up in the Lake District, and they had this massive bird cage, but it was like, it was like 50 feet tall and like 100 feet long. It was massive, and you walk through it, and there was all these birds, vultures and whatever, all kind of happily coexisting. And I stopped to take a picture of something, and the next thing I felt something on my shoulder, and it was a little white cockatiel, and she'd just come and just sat on my shoulder, and she'd obviously learned to do this, to just kind of sit on something, and then she'd get fed something, or she'd get a bit of affection, and she was so cute. I really want to take this one home. And for a brief moment, I did consider thinking, should I get? No, I don't want to do that, because then you have to keep them in a cage, and it's not very nice.
Well, I mean, look, all the animals are kept in cages for food. Look at the chicken industry.
Quite, yeah.
So
don't get started with the chicken.
It's not.
I just saw the documentary some months past. Quick question: I am the only one who's getting glitches with the video. Am I?
No, I'm getting it every now and again. It's like,
because at one point, when I think before we started talking about the Beatles, all the windows went black, like the whole string went down, and all the windows started like buffering. And right now, when Rob was talking,
I haven't noticed anything.
There seems some little crickles and crackles going on. It's probably the electrical storm.
Yeah. Well,
okay. No,
when
Rob was talking about the birds right now, he just the image froze, but the audio kept going.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, must be mine.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. So.
No.
I'm going to say.
Take care.
Sensible to do.
Yeah, I need to figure out a replacement guest for next week now. So.
Yeah.
Hans?
No, it's touring.
Is he better again?
Yeah. He's out a touring.
So yeah, I need to.
I think he's doing mostly Germany for the next 2 weeks. Up around that area, at least, anyway.
Homecoming gig. Right, all right, guys. Have a great rest of the weekend. Happy Father's Day if you're celebrating it, and see you soon.
Okay. Oh. Mouse from hell.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Right.
Okay, guys.
See you later.
All take care and look after yourselves. All right.
All right.